It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show, and happy Father's Day, everyone. That's right. Hope you're all having a good Father's Day. Hope you all send a card out, some well wishes to your father. Happy Father's Pride Day. That's right. It's Father's Day and Pride Month, Adam.
How do I send cards out to all my illegitimate children, Sitch? I'm not sure I know where they are.
Well, you just put like an ad on, like an ad out there, just wanted, illegitimate children of friended. Actually, you should only send it to like your gay children because it's like Pride Month. So.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah. Oh, happy gay fathers. Happy gay fathers month. Day. Unfortunate how that turned out, but yeah, anyway.
So today we'll be reviewing. There is a YouTuber named Jose, I believe is his channel name. He's got a little bird avatar, and he did an completely insane, completely bad faith attack on Critical Drinker, and just said, listen, this guy is an evil, bigoted conservative, and you shouldn't watch his videos. So we're going to review that.
Doing bad faith attacks on conservatives? I can't imagine such a thing. Like, how is that even possible?
Well, it's also, to me, it's weird to even call Critical Drinker a conservative because, I've seen a lot of his videos. I haven't seen every video he's ever done. But I haven't really heard him talk about politics outside of complaining about woke stuff, which obviously, you and I complain about woke stuff. Neither of us identify as conservative. You cannot like woke stuff and not be conservative. You cannot like socialism and not be conservative. So It's just very bizarre that gets you that label from a socialist.
Yeah. I look at it this way. If movies were ideologically possessed with any ideology, Islam, Christianity, right? Leftism or progressivism,
right? That
would definitely limit the scope of the art. So I would be upset about it. Not being a conservative, just being like, why are you limiting art in this fashion? And I do think that's where Critical Drinker is coming from with the anti-woke position. We're basically saying, look, all of this art is being constrained by this ideology that has evolved to be called wokeness, right?
Right.
He's totally down with it because, it's my ideology, right? Like, just like the Christians. Look, if Hollywood, Jose is, and all the leftists in general. Like, if Hollywood, if Hollywood went totally Christian, you know who would love it? The evangelicals. They'd be like, oh yes, Hollywood is great now, right? It's my ideology in all the movies. But I think Critical Drinker, I think you and I think, obviously serious movie critics would be like, hey, what's up with Jesus in every single movie now? Like, it's a little much.
Yeah, if every Hollywood movie had like the same morals as God's Not Dead. Remember those movies?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we complain, Critical Drinker would complain. I think most of the YouTube media critique people would complain. And you wouldn't have these like completely bad faith socialists like Jose come out here and say, oh my God, how dare you?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but before we watch that, there's a clip that you brought up. This is George Lucas talking about women in Star Wars.
Yeah, this has been making the rounds, and it's funny because I do think the anti-wokes out there, like, they have this twisted view of movie history as though all the movies were sexist and racist until like 2015. So let's watch.
And this is a recent clip. Like, he just said this?
I'm not exactly sure. Let's see here. Yeah, it says 2024 right in the background there. Cans 2024. There we go. Fresh off the cans.
There's no women in the movies. I said, who do you think the heroes are in those films? What do you think Princess Leia was? She is the head of the rebellion. She's the one that's taking this young kid that doesn't know anything and this boisterous, I know everything guy who can't do anything and trying to save the rebellion with these clowns. I said, she's the hero of the movie. And it's the same thing with Queen Amidala. Even though she has Jedi on her side, she was still the hero prime mover. And they go, well, but there's no women, I said, you can't just put a woman in pants and expect her to be a hero. They can wear dresses, they can wear whatever they want. It's their brains and their ability to think and do and plan and be logistical, and that's what the hero is.
Based.
that.
Look at that. Based George Lucas.
Yeah.
Even though
Women.
he doesn't know that it's Queen Amidala, not Imidala. But, listen. We'll forgive him, I guess.
Maybe they mispronounced it in the movie.
That's
You
true.
don't know.
That's true. Yeah. So
Women
it
are
is
better
funny.
with logistics, man. Planning a
Uh-huh.
vacation, women all the way.
There you go. There you go. No, it's interesting because like George Lucas has always been, pretty like liberal feminist, classically feminist, not socialist feminist, and that's why he had Princess Leia, not just be a damsel in distress. I think that's why he had the women in Indiana Jones not just be like, well, at least in the first one, and in the third one, not just be like the classic damsel character. It's because he didn't want that. And it's got to be annoying to him, insulting to him. And he's like, oh, I just get crapped on like I'm part of some sort of, racist, sexist patriarchy.
Yeah. Sad. Very sad. He's worried about his legacy now. He's like, oh my God, these films are horrible.
Well,
some opinions needed.
I'll say this: George kind of ruined his legacy himself, or the sequels came out. But that's a story for another day, I guess.
I went back to Bob Iger's book this weekend, and I pulled out a bunch of choice clips that we can listen to if the stream goes long. Because you were asking, does wokeness come down from the top, or is this like a bottom up thing? And obviously it's a bit of both. But if you read Bob Iger's book, it seems like it's coming down from the top too.
Right. So do you think it's possible that he's just like projecting that for a book, trying to make himself seem like very moral?
Well, obviously. And people say he has aspirations for politics too, but
really? Okay.
Yeah, I think he sees himself as president one day. He talks about the Star Wars acquisition, the Kathleen Kennedy thing. He talks about, oh man, I don't want to spoil it because there's some just jaw-dropping comments in that book. So yeah,
okay,
he talks about the firing of Roseanne Barr. Like he doesn't get into like what she meant and whether or not she's really racist.
He's like, I picked up the phone and I said, fire that lady. She's a racist.
Basically,
oh, really?
a bunch of people came in and they like she had a hit TV show at the time, and a bunch of people came in and were giving him like lesser, like some sort of punishment, but not out and out firing. And he's like, well, if anyone else did it, we would fire them. So fire her.
So wait, how did he have control over? Oh, because it was on ABC. Is that how?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
Well, the relaunch of the show wasn't controlled by Disney in some fashion, or
it was on ABC. So Disney owns ABC.
Well, there you go. Disney owns ABC. That's how.
Right. Interesting.
I don't know. I'm just reading the book, man.
Right. Okay. So before we get into it, Evo Shadox, thank you so much for the $20. Says Acolyte episode 3 is actually super based. It shows that women-only communes and fatherless homes are due to go up in smoke. Zing! Also, happy Father's Day. Dads out there, call your dad, let him know you appreciate him. That's true. Definitely.
Nice.
I didn't even think about that. Was it just coincidence that Disney released Acolyte episode 3 the same week as Father's Day, when the episode 3 is all like, we were able to create forced children without men or fathers.
Happy Father's Day, America. You are not needed anymore.
Exactly. It's kind of interesting, but okay. And thanks so much, Lucy Lumberg, for the 5 gifted memberships.
That's right. Thank you so much. That's amazing. That's awesome. Let's go to the video
and use a fork. Okay, let's get into this. This is The Critical Drinker and the Shallow Conservative Critique by the YouTuber. What was it?
A shout, others a whisper, and YouTube has space for them all. But there's a type of reviewer on here that looks at modern media from a shallow conservative lens that I want to look at.
First of all, I'm already triggered.
Shallow conservative lens, Adam.
The shallow conservative lens.
Yeah.
So first of all, that's not really, like we said a second ago, like Critical Drinker is evaluating movies on things like character, conflict, right?
Right.
Plot.
Yes.
theme, right?
Mhm.
There are all these different things. Now, would you say like in the realm of movie criticism, those are like shallow critiques?
Yes. Deep critiques critique things on like systemic bigotry in society and how well
Right.
the product conforms to progressive politics, pointing out systemic bigotry in society.
Okay. So
That's like a deep critique. Yeah.
so it is like evaluating a movie on whether or not there's enough women in it. Is you think that's the deep
Yes.
critical?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
okay. Oh, interesting. I would say that that's pretty shallow. Because look, all you have to do is count the number of women in the fucking movie.
But that's it. Listen, okay. These movies are just fictional stories projected onto screens and flashing lights.
Mhm.
But the amount of women in the production, that's real, Adam. That's a real thing.
The Bechdel test, you're literally talking, you're literally counting the times that women talk to one another.
Yes.
Get the fuck out.
Well, so Jose does a lot of like massive cognitive dissonance projection here because like throughout the whole video. But it's interesting just naming it like the shallow conservative critique because even if Drinker or anyone else was someone who identified as a conservative and was analyzing movies through the political ideological lens of like conservatism, you could still do that, right? I mean, he definitely looks at Jose definitely looks at media through his leftist lens. There's so many of these socialists on YouTube that do it through their socialist lens. So why is it automatically shallow if you look at it through a different political lens?
Well, I think it's just an insult. He's just throwing shade at Critical Drinker. Like he means shallow, like, oh, these super dim conservatives and me, the big brain leftist.
Right.
I'm the intelligent one here, obviously. I can count the times women talk to one another in the movie.
Well, and he would probably say like, oh, well, you know, he'd probably make up some weird cope. Jose would make up some weird cope about like, well, you could look at it through the conservative lens and you could still do a deep analysis, but Critical Drinker doesn't do that. It's still shallow, blah, blah, blah. But that'd be complete nonsense because he even complains about how later in this video, when Critical Drinker is talking about and reviewing MULAN, he's, you know, going over about how, you know, it's positive and it's a good role model to have a character who has to struggle and fight in society and become better and stronger, which, you know, so, okay, that would like definitely go along with the whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps conservative mantra idea. So that would definitely not be a shallow critique, but, you know, we're not going to get any, you know, interesting critique from any of this from Jose. But
you mean he's talking about the characters having depth in his shallow critique?
Yes.
This guy drives me crazy. We're 10 seconds in and he's already just lying.
Because I think it does a disservice to criticism while pushing an audience politically to the right. And the channel doing this that I want to highlight is The Critical Drinker.
Well, and also just to point out, he said it pushes the audience to the right. So, you know, that's the dangerous part of it.
Look, in the context of the ideology being Christianity, is let's say Christianity takes over Hollywood and people are criticizing it. The Christians would be saying the same exact thing. This is pushing people to Satan.
Mm-hmm.
So it's stupid. It's totally stupid.
If you're not one of his nearly 2 million subscribers, The Drinker is a comedy persona critic that rants about modern movies and TV shows, detailing the ways in which he doesn't like them. And when I say modern movies and television, and typically that's the sort of terminology he uses as well, it's better understood that this isn't all movies and all television, but rather specific genres. Most often he sticks to science fiction and fantasy, which is perfectly fine, of course. Those are solid genres, but it's a broad term he's using for a very specific type of movie and TV show. Let's start with a couple of recent reviews he did of some shows to give you a sense of what his videos are like, and some of the problems I have with them. But instead of trying to champion a show or movie that I liked and he didn't, I thought it'd be more interesting to contrast our opinions when we feel the same way about something. So the first one I chose was the Netflix live-action adaptation of One Piece. If you aren't familiar with One Piece, it's a manga about a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy who assembles a crew of oddball characters to find the One Piece, the greatest treasure in the world, hidden by the legendary pirate Gold Roger. Unlike most other live-action adaptations of manga and anime, One Piece is pretty darn good, but...
Anime. I'm sorry. Don't ever say anime. Okay.
Anime.
Don't ever say that.
Say anime.
Yeah, it's very pretentious.
This isn't my review. Let's see what Drinker had to say in his video. One Piece succeeds where Cowboy Bebop failed. The first thing you'll notice, and right in the title, is that this review needs to be understood as coming from a certain context. While the Cowboy Bebop comparison makes perfect sense, since the show does have the same production company and both are preceded by an anime, these reviews have an even broader context than that.
Who could forget the stunning non-success of Cowboy Bebop, a show that was so heavily geared towards modern audiences?
Right away, we're getting signifiers of who this review is for. The vague allusion to modern audiences and the post-Trump election screaming person meme from 8 years ago reveal that this is a review for a conservative audience, or at the very least, someone with conservative taste in media, possibly informed by their politics. Here's an example.
See, I hate that. I totally hate it. Go ahead.
Well, no, so already it's like this crazy straw man because it's like you're not. Jose is saying that if you don't like the quote sort of modern conception of movies or like the insertion of weird gender politics, DI stuff, woke stuff into every movie and television show, well, then you're automatically some kind of bad conservative person.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. When obviously, I mean, we're both liberals and we hate woke stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And we just want there to be, products that are good storytelling in movies and television, and to not be like, okay, we're going to hire the worst writers ever because they're going to shove in a bunch of, gender politics, race politics into stories that it doesn't belong, and it's going to drag everything down into trash. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or even if it's like just, Star Wars in general, it's been, for the most part, pretty trashy, whoever they've been hiring. So.
Yeah. Look, I'm not against representation in movies, whatever you want to do. Just show me a good story, right? I want good conflict, good characters, good pacing. I want good theme. I want all that stuff, right? And if I don't like it and you've got a bunch of gender politics shoved in your movie, I mean, don't get mad at me if I point out, oh, wow, someone's prioritizing gender politics over writing an actual good story, right?
Right. And, Star Wars Acolyte is a perfect example of that because you have a situation where, okay, so the main character is a black woman, and it's like, okay, no one cares.
Yeah,
like it's not like, oh my God, they put a black woman in Star Wars. You're not allowed to do that. Like no one cares about the sex or gender of the main character. But then when you start to get into this like episode 3, where it's like, oh, by the way, we're going to completely ruin the lore because we're going to take out the uniqueness of Anakin being born exclusively by the Force and just say, hey, look, a bunch of women, who we're going to code specifically as gay, which was intentional because the director is queer. We're going to code these women as gay, and they're, running away from society to go live in their lesbian commune, and they're able to, birth children without fathers via the Force. Like, it's so obvious that the politics is kind of being shoved in here at the detriment to the story and the lore and everything that Star Wars has stood for up until that point.
Yeah, look, the movie has to be epic. If you're going to go changing the lore around, I mean, it's got to be the next Pulp Fiction. It's got to be the next Inglourious Basterds. It's got to be just like amazing. Yeah.
Right.
You don't move the lore around for trash.
Yeah. And then it's even like on top of that with Star Wars Acolyte, again, it's like, it's just such a lazily written trash show.
Yeah,
like even
totally.
if they wanted to do all the crap that they want to do, they change the lore because they, for whatever reason they want to do it. It's like, okay, you can make an interesting or compelling story about this coven of lesbian witches that have some sort of ideological odds with the rest of the Jedi or the Republic, and they're kind of at war with each other. But no, we just get this, like, we don't even know what the fuck these women stand for. We don't know anything about them. We don't know what's motivating them or the Jedi in these important conflicts of the scenes. It's all just set up to create some sort of like weird, like this weird nonsensical twin murder mystery plot that no one cares about or feels anything about.
Yeah. Shallow.
Yeah. The shallow shallow writing.
Very shallow. Yeah.
Example of a more specific bit of criticism from Drinker about One Piece.
The men are actually allowed to kick ass, make decisions and hold their own, rather than existing purely to get outfought and outsmarted by their female counterparts at every opportunity.
This is a strange bit of criticism. Rather than appreciate the men in the series being able to kick ass, what Drinker is highlighting is how women aren't one-upping them, which doesn't really say anything about what these strong men mean in One Piece. It's just getting points for being unlike other shows and movies by sticking to the tradition of strong men in action sequences. This is an example of criticism that's built on a narrative, one that supposedly reflects Drinker's deep understanding of movies and their production, that most of the time when a woman is strong in a movie, it's not just a flaw, but a sign of an encroaching political message. So One Piece having some men come off as strong is seen as brave defiance to that standard.
So this guy's like so dishonest in how he frames everything.
Yeah.
Because so he knows this because he's presumably watched enough of Drinker's content to make this video, which is that one of the critiques that Drinker brings forward that, I'm sure everyone here has heard and knows a million times is that we do see constantly in a lot of Disney products and a lot of other products where there has to always be like the woman character, the female character has to one up the male character for like no reason really. Like they just have to kind of put the male character in their place. But now if Jose thinks that that's not the case or whatever, he can critique that and say that he doesn't actually think it's the case. But here he does this weird thing where he pretends like he doesn't understand that that's the critique or that, he's not even going to acknowledge it. And so when Drinker says in One Piece, they don't have that. They don't have this like weird, seemingly inserted heavy-handed politics of having the female characters automatically show up the male characters. And so therefore I'm giving One Piece like praise for just being about a story and not inserting useless gender politics into it. And then Jose's like, well, that's a weird critique.
Yeah. It's a very normal critique.
Yes. That's like, I just want it to be about a story. I don't want modern day current year politics to be shoved into One Piece or any anime adaptation or anything like that.
Yeah, it becomes obvious and repetitive, which is the death of good storytelling. Storytelling should be unique. Yeah.
Yes.
It's like a trope at this point.
It is. It is. And Jose pretends too that it's not a political statement to do that, to have that be in all these movies and TV shows.
Right. Yes.
While this isn't really damning of Drinker's criticism in any real way, critiquing a movie within its cultural context is perfectly fine. I'm just trying to establish where he's coming from. And also that this reading isn't entirely consistent or motivated by a careful examination of what's going on throughout the series.
And see, he does this kind of like weird talking out of both sides of his mouth because he insults it and criticizes it. But then he's like, well, I guess it's okay to criticize a movie or a TV show in its cultural context. I was like, well, then you just disagree with the critique because you agree with the politics of it. So just say that.
Right.
Directly.
Yeah. These are all insults. He calls Critical Drinker inconsistent, shallow. Like he's just throwing insult after insult. Yeah.
One Piece isn't consistently showing men stronger than women. In fact, Roronoa Zoro, the green-haired guy we see kicking ass in this scene, is completely humbled in a flashback when we see him as a young boy training alongside a girl in his class, Kuina.
I can't beat you. Just kill me.
I was curious as to why Drinker didn't mention this scene in his review, so I looked him up on a live stream talking about One Piece where he explained away this moment.
Well, and it's interesting too because so even... And this is what like these people don't get because they're so ideologically possessed and they're so bad faith. You can have scenes where women can, show up men or be better than a man in a situation, right? You had in the original Star Wars, when they first say Princess Leia, she's like insulting, to both of them. She's like, give me the gun. You guys can't get me out of here, right? And she like shoots the hole in the wall and they kind of like jump into the trash compactor and all that stuff. Like you can have scenes like that. You can have characters who bounce off each other, who argue with each other or whatever. It becomes a problem and it's very obvious that it's only allowed to exist in one direction. You can never have a male character insult a female character. You can never have a female character shown to be incompetent or, not as good as a male in some avenue or something. That's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Like a fellow student, she's like the best and you can't beat her. And she's like, yeah, I can beat you right now as a girl, but eventually you're going to be a man, and it doesn't matter how hard I train, you're going to be bigger and faster and stronger than I can ever be, and you're just going to be better, and you're going to beat me, and I can't stop that. And I thought, God damn, the feminists out there must be melting down when a line like that gets said. It's like that just destroys their entire worldview. Like, but it's true, you know. The show's like honest about that.
He loves this line not for what it is, but rather who he imagines it will bother. Again,
how disingenuous. How disingenuous. I mean, he loves it for what it is. He's just pointing out who is going to be super pissed about it because they have this ideological possession that doesn't allow them to see this reality. And for them to put it in a film, I mean, it's pretty based.
Right.
Understanding the series in a specific context. But what this also reveals is that he's missing the irony of what Kuina is saying in that scene. When she says her body can't keep up with Zoro, this is proven true, but not because she's a woman, but because she dies before she gets older. And Zoro's frustration we see later isn't...
Is that irony? That's not irony. Like,
I mean, dramatic irony is when we know we have information before the characters have them. I don't know the actual context of the scene though. So,
well, like in One Piece, the girl's like, I'm never gonna, she's mad because even though she can beat Zoro when he's a kid, she's like, oh, you're gonna become, you're gonna go through puberty, you're gonna get stronger faster than me, and I'm never gonna get to keep up. And he's like, no, we're gonna get better, stronger together so that I can beat you like when you're the tip top of your game. Like I don't want to beat you through just like, nature. Like I want to beat you by just becoming a more skilled swordsman, right? I want you to be my rival essentially. And then she supposedly dies, the next day. Right. And so it's not like an ironic situation. It's like I don't know. It's just a weird thing for him to point out there, but
yeah, look, and if she's saying biology's like, she doesn't know she's going to die the next day, right?
Yes.
Dying the next day comes out of nowhere. She doesn't tell him, look, you're going to one day beat me because I'm going to die tomorrow. Like,
right.
That's the way he's implying that this plays out, but it doesn't change the context of the scene. The drinker likes the scene because it understands the biological reality, which is somewhat, I mean, there's a lot of conflict in that biological reality that's useful in complex storytelling, is it not? Mm-hmm. And the problem with woke stuff is they're going to ignore that biological reality. They're going to take the conflict out of the story because it's something that is against their ideology. It's something that they don't want to promote ideologically. They want girls to think, look, you can be as strong as men, when it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah. And we're going to, at certain parts of this, we're going to jump to drinker videos and watch clips of it to show kind of like a fuller context, I think Jose is leaving out here.
Oh,
but
a hit piece, huh?
Yes. But, in one of the videos, Drinker actually talks about this, and I agree with it completely, which is that, you can have female characters that, are able to beat male characters in fights and one-up them in situations, but it's important, if you want to make the scene good, that you show like that, oh, there's like a reason for the character doing it that makes sense, or that the character's working harder or being smarter, being more skilled in the way that they fight or go after someone. And actually, it's like, and this is kind of what's annoying too, like if you had a show or an anime or whatever where there's a female character who's like, okay, like I just know that because of the physical realities of the situation, I'm going to be weaker than, a man just in terms of strength, so that they have to learn, some kind of special technique. They have to study harder. They have to work harder so they can, be a better swordsman or something to that effect. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. In fact, they would hold that up as like, that's a really good message to show that, you can overcome, your disadvantages by being smarter, working harder at it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is when you have all these characters who are just like, they're just born perfect. And oh, look, they just happen to all be women generally.
Yeah, it's a great message. It adds also depth to the story, so they should play it up. I always wonder why more female heroes aren't weapons experts, because weapons are always the great equalizer, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he lost a friend, but because he lost a rival he was never able to beat. Going back to the scene where Kuina says her body won't let her keep up with Zoro, his response is what really matters here.
Don't make excuses. You're my goal. If you just give up, then what has all our training been for?
Zoro doesn't want to win because of the circumstances of his birth. He wants to win through his own hard work and effort. So he rejects the idea that Kuina can't be a great sword fighter just because her body is different. And he wants to train alongside her so they can both get stronger together.
One of us will become the world's greatest swordsman
or woman
to ever live.
Drinker's commentary doesn't really engage with this scene on any deeper level than a swipe at feminism, and it's something that reflects a lot of his commentary. He's willing to forgive a girl being stronger than a boy in one scene because he can point to a line that seemingly...
This is why manga and anime is destroying Western media, because they understand the biological reality, like they respect the sex differences. They're not afraid to put that stuff into their media, and I think people appreciate it like 1,000,000%.
Well, it's so I don't disagree, and I think that since, and this comes up in this video, in Japan they're not that influenced most of the time. Most mangakas and authors are not that influenced by like Western woke politics. Traditional generals are still pretty strict in Japan, but they still have lots of anime that have lots of female characters that are strong and powerful. And it's like, there's always, I think it's always done better because, there's usually like a reason for it. Like Kaiju at number 8 is really popular right now. And the strongest character in the show is a woman, but it's like, it's not, she has like a suit that basically, allows her to use like a giant gun that shoots a laser that blows up, the Kaiju essentially. And
she's got like a mech suit.
No, it's like a little suit that you put on your body, and like different people kind of have some ability that's not really been explained yet that allows them to kind of utilize more energy of the suit or whatever.
Okay.
But she's not the main here, and here's what I think is kind of important too that they forget. She's not the main character. The main character is a guy who was like her childhood friend who wanted to join the Kaiju force with her, but sucks. And he's been kind of like struggling his whole life, essentially. And so it's like you can have female characters that are very strong and very powerful, but it's not done in the way of like, look, all these male characters suck. Look, it's just, a woman just beating up a man in a way that makes no sense, blah, blah, blah. And I agree, that's part of why I think anime is sort of dominating Western comics right now.
He reinforces a conservative...
Oh, but I want to say, hold on. He said something here I wanted to point out.
...level than a swipe at feminism, and it's something that reflects a lot of his commentary. He's willing to forgive a girl being stronger than a boy in one scene because he can point to a line that seemingly reinforces a conservative worldview. This reveals the
well, first of all, it's not a conservative worldview to believe that men are going to be stronger than women physically. That's just like a fact.
Yeah, it's a fact.
If that's a conservative worldview, then I guess reality itself is conservative. Okay. But again, it's not, if that dynamic existed even without that line, I don't think Drinker or really anyone else would have had a problem with it, because it would be like one scene in a series and the rest of the show doesn't appear to have this sort of, oh, we have to keep shitting on men for the sake of women dynamic that we see in a lot of American media. And that's the real problem.
Right. Yeah.
Shallowness of his criticism. Instead of trying to understand movies or TV shows on their merits, it slotted into a larger cultural war and awarded or subtracted points on how it fits into that space with a very superficial reading. But
this is like such a giant straw man of the critical drinker stuff right here.
Yeah.
Like he's only out to profit off of the culture war and not criticizing movies based on their merits.
What's more misleading,
he does, like, Jose doesn't even take into consideration the possibility, because he agrees with all the politics, the leftist politics, is that it's the insertion, the forced insertion, the shoehorning of all of the sort of ultra progressive politics into the media that makes it crappy, or actually like further makes it even worse than it already is.
Yeah, Jose loves it though. Jose loves all that stuff being forced in.
Yeah, of course.
leading is when he uses his supposed expertise to make up stories about the production of movies and TV shows. Here's another section from the One Piece review, immediately after he speculates on how the status of men was preserved.
That kind of shit just wouldn't fly in Japanese culture, so it doesn't even get attempted here. And by all accounts, we mostly have Eiichiro Oda, the original manga's creator, to thank for that.
And to hammer home just what he's talking about here, here's him saying it again in the live stream.
The girls don't automatically win everything, and they're not better at everything like you would expect from a Disney production or whatever. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that the original manga writer had the rights to this, and he retained creative control.
Oda being credited for making the series better than it could have been had he not been involved is perfectly valid and probably true. Though when it comes to the specifics of not letting male characters look silly, Drinker doesn't present any evidence for this. He is likely referring to a news story that came out that revealed that Oda had requested reshoots of certain scenes, but articles about these reshoots don't really go into details about what exactly was reshot, or whether or not gender dynamics were reinforced because of Oda's demands. If Drinker had bothered to take some more time to figure out why these reshoots happened, he might have actually found some information on the influence Oda had on the production. In fact, we can talk about a reshoot that was done for a scene we've already discussed, the flashback with Zoro and Kuina in the 4th episode. Here's a...
Okay. Again, Jose is kind of like very slippery with the way he describes the situation. Because it's true that when they talked about specifically the scenes that were reshot, it doesn't have anything to do, at least with what was publicly talked about, that we're aware of, that it had anything to do with, like, making the scenes less progressive or less woke or whatever. So it's fine. But he says, let me go back a second. I want to emphasize something that Jose said.
Or whether or not gender dynamics were reinforced because of Oda's demands. If Drinker had bothered to take some more time to figure out why these reshoots happened, he might have actually found some information on the influence Oda had on the production.
So he says, if he had actually done this, he might see the kind of influence he had on the production. This is very dishonest the way he framed it, because Oda, the creator of One Piece, actually had final say on everything. He had complete control over the production. And he was very, very strict in trying to make it, like, he knows, and he tweeted about this, or someone tweeted about it, who was, kind of voicing his opinion. He understands that a live action thing can't be one-to-one adaptation of anime, that there's some kind of differences there. But he did continually say again and again that he wants to make sure that One Piece fans like this, and that it has to maintain as much integrity of the original One Piece comic and anime as possible. And we've seen time and time again that when you have something like Cowboy Bebop or Death Note, where you have basically an American production company come in and they don't really give a crap about the original thing, they'll just change it and make it terrible. And it seems completely within the bounds of logic and reality that if the creator of the product is trying to maintain its integrity to what it was, they're going to prevent Hollywood or Netflix from adding in a bunch of modern sensibility nonsense that they would want to add in, because they do it with every other product. Like, that's not a massive stretch by any means.
Right.
In fact, we can talk about a reshoot that was done for a scene we've already discussed, the flashback with Zoro and Kuina in the 4th episode. Here's a comment from the episode's director, Emma Sullivan, from an interview she did with Cinema Daily US. There's a scene in one of my episodes between young Zoro and Kuina in Shimotsuki Village. They have this fight. Oda-san watched it and he wanted us to redo it because we did it with kendo masks on. So we went back to South Africa and did it again just to make sure he was happy with it. This reveals one example of how Oda wasn't simply overseeing whether or not gender roles were preserved, but rather he wanted to make sure the characters were conveying emotions on their faces. Of course, this is just one scene. In an interview with Stephen Maeda for TV Line, Maeda revealed more of Oda's directions for the production. One of the mandates from manga creator Eiichiro Oda was against romance on the crew. That is a hard no, as far as the manga and the live-action show are concerned. In a subsequent interview, Maeda also revealed another Oda mandate was to not change any of the origins of how characters got their powers from the various devil fruits. There are other examples of reshoots, including the changing of the Alvida fight from daytime to nighttime and expanding the role of Chef Zeph, though I'm not entirely sure who requested those specific reshoots. Now, the reason I highlight all these reshoots is not to give you some exhaustive list.
So I'm kind of very curious what they do for season 2, because this character in One Piece,
Oh yeah,
like once she gets devil fruit, she's supposed to become hot.
right.
And so that will be a very interesting thing to see, because obviously if Oda wants to sort of retain the original spirit of One Piece, they're going to have to do that. But that would be so taboo outside the bounds of what a normal American production company would never, ever, ever, ever allow that to ever happen.
Right. Enforcing patriarchal beauty standards, right?
Yes. Yes. There's an interesting, I want to read a part of this. This is like a little message Oda put out. He says, I've been working with Tomorrow Studios and Netflix for quite some time now. Even though they understand each of the characters, we obviously come from very different cultures. So when it comes to entertainment, we have different codes, skill sets, and aims. Sometimes it can be frustrating for both sides. It felt like, quote, we're all trying to get to the same place, so how come we're not on the same wavelength? There was even a time when I thought, is a foreign production even possible?
Wow.
So I don't know. To me, I think it's pretty clear that there's some cultural differences that he's referring to, that it wouldn't be so outside the bounds to expect to come up in any sort of anime adaptation, by a Western studio.
Sounds like you tried to make her hot and they were like, what? Like, you can't do that. What are you doing? You're setting these unrealistic beauty standards for all these young women who want to watch this anime.
We'll see. I guess we'll see. But Koala Scientist, thank you for the $20. Says Sitch has increased the size of his avatar's eyes. Really? A lame S-class attempt to woo grills on this chat. Not a problem for the chat. A-Team reigns supreme via La Libertad Carajo. Read this, Adam. I'm watching your coño.
What?
There you go. The size of my avatar's eyes have not increased whatsoever.
Right, yeah. But thank you for the A-Team reign supreme. Obviously.
He's watching your hoo-ha, so that's good to know.
My hoo-ha? I didn't know I had a hoo-ha.
There you go.
List of what Oda was requesting behind the scenes, but rather to demonstrate what it looks like to gather evidence when you're trying to describe what's going on behind the scenes in a production. Just throwing out random assumptions about what's going on because of your stereotypes of what a Japanese artist and an American production might be concerned with. You might assume something is happening, but it doesn't absolve you of having to do the work of actually figuring out if it's happening or not. Otherwise, you're just fueling speculation based on a narrative and not fact. And a narrative without any facts to back it up is a fantasy.
Just remember that when he speculates about everything about Drinker's opinion, his view, audience, everything, his entire video is just him speculating about all that stuff. So that's what we like to call irony.
That is irony, yeah.
Problem with Drinker's commentary is that he assumes a degree of knowledge and expertise regarding the production of projects and does none of the work of providing evidence to support those assumptions. If Drinker is going to speculate that Oda demanded that women never be shown one-upping men, he should provide at least some kind of evidence to his audience if he wants to make that claim. Here's an example.
Remember when Drinker said that exactly? He said, Oda made sure that women can never one-up a man? Even though there's literally a scene in the TV show where a girl one-ups a boy in a fight.
He didn't say that specifically.
Oh,
no,
he did
obviously.
say that. Okay.
Yeah, that's a giant straw man of the critical drinker's position.
Oh, okay.
But this whole video is like very straw man dense material.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He does. Yeah. What he said was it doesn't have that attitude that seems to be very prevalent in Western productions, where all the women have to shown to be constantly one-upping every man, can never be rescued by a man. All the men have to be shown to be incompetent in comparison to the women. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
which obviously is not the case in One Piece.
There are certain story devices that are just not able to happen in Western media, like a big fat woman eating a fruit and turning hot.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those unrealistic beauty standards, right?
Yes.
Even though, obviously 90% of Western women would be like, where do I get that fruit?
Exactly.
It's like, how do I get that?
Right.
example of how he compares Cowboy Bebop reigning in its characters, whereas One Piece supposedly isn't.
Compare it to something like Cowboy Bebop, which made a conscious effort to rein in its characters' personalities for Western audiences, trying to rewrite them as grounded and realistic.
I want to quickly contrast two moments from the One Piece anime and the live-action series.
What would you get for an aperitif to start? We have several rare Mercure vintages in stock, or perhaps you'd like a glass of umeshu. You know, something sweet for someone sweet.
Something wrong with your eye?
Just blinded by your beauty.
Oh, dear ocean, thank you for this treasure you have shared from your depths. Ah, yes, my love. I can't bear this hardship of loving you from afar. It is too difficult. I am now prepared to sail to the ends of the earth as a pirate if it means someone of your rare beauty will be by my side.
If that comparison isn't enough, here's a quote from another interview Emma Sullivan did, this time speaking to Screen Rant. I've watched a few of these shows and lots of different anime. I'm a big Studio Ghibli fan, but you can't make actors do those big actions and faces that we get in the anime, so it wouldn't work. And if we tried, it would be really awkward, and I think it would throw everybody out of the story. I think what we had to do is we had to find a grounded approach, and we had to find an emotionally real approach to it. We have to kind of tap into these characters and feel what makes us relate as an audience to them. So, in other words, Drinker was wrong on this one, and it reveals this unearned confidence he speaks with. He wasn't familiar with the One Piece anime, but felt confident enough claiming that the live-action series wasn't toning down the characters. He didn't know the details of Oda's involvement with the series, but he was confident enough to speculate it would involve keeping left-wing ideals out of the series with regards to how men and women are depicted. Maybe it's
Well, it was going to keep it in line with what it was originally, which does not obviously fall in line with wokeness. So it's going to do that just definitionally by keeping it in line with its original source material. Okay. But going back to the part about grounded, in the entire video, I think this is the only legitimate criticism, is that I agree that it didn't really make sense in my estimation for Drinker to say that the characters were more grounded and realistic in Cowboy Bebop. Unless what he meant was, because what I think would be more appropriate to say is that, and he talks about this in his Cowboy Bebop video, which is that the characters are twisted to become like Marvel characters. They're twisted to become sort of like the quippy, sarcastic, like making, all the snippy, snappy one-liner, sort of characters you'd expect to see in like in a Joss Whedon movie or a Joss Whedon production or, a Marvel movie, which is very different than the characters were obviously in the original anime. So that's really, I think, what was going on with Cowboy Bebop, not necessarily that they were grounded and more realistic, but they were definitely changed to be, quote, more like Western friendly in a way that I think is actually terrible.
So their characters are stylistically different, not just at the same tonal level. Obviously the two scenes that he shows are similar stylistically. The only difference is the intensity. That's the only thing that changed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but I mean, obviously you're arguing over the word grounded, I guess.
Right. Yeah, so and for all I know, that's what Drinker could have meant,
The intensity, they dialed down the intensity, obviously.
Right.
I mean, but I think thematically, those two scenes were the same. So
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But I wanted to read, so I found an article that was kind of interesting about Cowboy Bebop, because, it is interesting that Jose doesn't really talk about this. Because Cowboy Bebop 100% did horribly, and it 100% did change away from its source material very strongly, and definitely to try to make it more like Western friendly. And definitely, there definitely was like elements of, we can't, of kind of like wokeness, we have to change the female characters to be more, quote, appropriate to Western audiences. So this is from an interview with the creators of the Netflix version of Cowboy Bebop. Part of Faye's anime backstory involves her being romanced by a con man who fakes his death to saddle her with insurmountable debt. But the scammer is entirely reimagined for the live-action series, which among other things results in this romantic element being completely excised from the live action phase past.
I wonder
so
why.
we have a character because you can't have a woman get conned by a man.
Yeah, exactly.
romantically,
it's
right?
so obvious. It's so obvious you can't you can't have her get tricked by a man.
No. And they made her a lesbian randomly in the TV show too.
Well, and they dialed down her sex appeal.
Yes.
By a factor of 10. Like,
yeah.
Faye obviously in the anime is, she's showing off.
Well, and that's, like in the anime, she's supposed to be this kind of femme fatale character who is like a con artist kind of character, who tries to seduce men and then when they're distracted, rip them off. Right. And that's basically all removed from the TV show. And they just make her a bounty hunter, which she was not a bounty hunter originally.
Oh my God. They changed
it's just so
everything.
Stupid. They changed everything about her. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But let me keep reading from this article. When a mechanic propositions her in an episode of the new series, their tryst is not part of a scheme. It's an experience Faye chooses, one that contributes to the process of figuring out who she is.
Oh my God.
See, but so this is exactly what Drinker's talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about. We have a character who acts a very specific way in the source material, and they go, well, that doesn't match modern sensibilities. You can't have her trying to use romance or seducing someone for a scheme. No, it's about her figuring out who she is. Right. It's like, what the fuck is this nonsense?
They got the Frozen plot.
Yeah, exactly. Everything comes back to Frozen, I'll tell you. Nemec and his team were also sensitive to instances in the anime where women, including Faye and Julia, were essentially reduced to dramatic devices to further the story of the male characters.
Oh my God.
This was particularly significant for Julia, who in the anime mostly serves as a specter for Spike's past, appearing only as flames in his memory until the final episode. She is a much larger presence in the live-action adaptation, which addresses her, Spike, and Vicious's shared past more clearly. Julia was the hardest character to get our claws into as storytellers, says Nemec. There was so much whole cloth that we were building, but we didn't want this to be just this full-time departure from the anime. So when someone says this was so much whole cloth that we're building, that means they just all crafted it out of nothing. Right?
Yeah, what does whole cloth mean?
That means you
obviously.
Created it from nothing. You just popped out of the fucking thin air.
Yeah.
Julia's journey is one of the most significant differences between the new Cowboy Bebop and the original anime series, but her story, as well as Faye's, better reflects the kind of storytelling around women that audiences have come to expect. So It's a Gundam did a pretty good video about this when Cowboy Bebop first came out, where he was kind of going over the differences between the anime and between the Netflix version. And, you have the bad guy in the anime, Vicious. He's very he's ultra stoic. He's very unemotional. He doesn't say a lot. And it's part of it's like trying to make it intimidating because you don't really know what the fuck he's going to do because he's very sullen. And there's a very famous scene in the anime where Spike is fighting Vicious in this church. And in the fight, Spike gets stabbed. And when he gets stabbed, Spike shoots Vicious in the chest or the shoulder. And Vicious' response to this is to grab Spike by the face and throw him out the window. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, pretty badass scene, right? They change it in the Netflix version because they want to make the Julia character more involved. So now she's married to Vicious or some weird fucking thing. And she's mad at Spike because she blames Spike for leaving her with Vicious. And so in that fight, when Spike shoots Vicious, he falls back screaming and crying like a bitch. And then Julia shoots Spike and he falls out the window.
Wow.
They completely changed the whole scene and all the character dynamics and everything just because they're we have to give the woman a different role, a more important role of the show.
You have that strong female character that modern audiences have come to expect, right? And
exactly. And so it's so clear how when you don't have the creator of the anime demanding that it be kept in line with the original story, that this is what you're gonna get.
Right. Yeah.
So J-Mac, thanks so much. It's Surrogate Father, Daddy, J-Mac. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
Look at that.
Daddy.
Thank you so much, J-Mac. For the $50 says, thanks for keeping me company on the long drive home. 5.5 hours of open road is made all the better with the wit and humor of the Sitch and Adam show. Happy Father's Day to all the big daddies in chat. You're all Chad dads in my book. Well, there you go. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
Fair to expect every reviewer of One Piece to take the time to comb through interviews or watch source material that is truly epic in length. But it's also possible for a reviewer not to speculate about those things without at least attempting to do the research first and trying to back up a claim with some kind of evidence.
So this comes off as a total hall monitor here. He's like, how dare you not watch the entire anime before you open your mouth? Of course he does, right? He does all this long research before he makes his videos because he's like a video essayist.
Well, he's about to make a claim coming up about how he doesn't think that Japan is particularly anti-woke because he can cherry pick like an example of an anime that seems to have like woke shit in it. It's like, okay, but you need to do like, if you're going to make that claim, you know, where's your evidence of that? Right. Bring forward the evidence that this is not the case, which he doesn't do, obviously, but yeah.
I mean, Japan can be not woke and also not be anti-woke, right?
Of course.
I mean, yeah. They
don't have a conception, like a good conception of Western wokeness.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
The first place.
Exactly. Wokeness is just trying to force progressive gender, race politics into media.
Yes.
Yeah. And doing it very poorly.
Aside from one news article about Oda requesting some reshoots. What I'm sure people have also noticed is how this review is coded very heavily with conservative politics, from its emphasis on the men, an implicit rejection of feminism, and a general distaste for a society supposedly consumed by this dynamic. There's also this weird insistence.
So this, Jose, is like the classic example. By the way, it's always so disgusting to me. This guy is a socialist. He said he's some kind of flavor of socialist, leftist, anti-capitalist. And they always disgustingly act like their position is just the normal, normative position. They don't even pretend, they don't acknowledge that, no, you have a far left position that is completely moved very far left from the average American, right? And in this entire interview, he's doing the meme comic of like the person standing in the middle and then him pushing you over and being like, you're a Nazi, right? Pushing you to the right. If you're not like a ultra progressive, anti-capitalist, you're not really on the left. You're an evil conservative.
Yeah, ironic considering that's what he's accusing Critical Drinker of doing.
Yes. Which is like, I mean, listen, I don't know, maybe someone in the chat knows that has Critical Drinker ever talked about tax policy or whether he's pro-choice or,
right.
Anything like
I have no idea if he's pro-choice or pro-life. Yeah.
Right. Or, anything, immigration policy. Like I've never really heard him talk about politics outside of like not wanting woke crap in media, I guess makes you a horrible conservative now, supposedly. Because when he says conservative, he doesn't just mean conservative. He obviously means like greedy racist.
Right. Yeah.
Weird insistence that the show's Japanese character is what makes it itself. This observation is deeply flawed in several ways. Most notably, we're not actually comparing modern Hollywood and modern Japanese stories. One Piece debuted in 1997. It's over 25 years old at this point, so it feels like a bit of a throwback. That's because it is. And the Netflix adaptation is very much trying to stick to the original narrative. And if you think Japan is some kind of haven for storytelling that steers clear of feminist or leftist themes, you clearly have no idea what shows are airing over there. Just sticking to the very narrow confines of anime, and I'm no expert in that myself. I personally recently enjoyed the newest Gundam series, The Witch from Mercury, which is a story about two space lesbians who use a pride Gundam to fight against future capitalism while echoing Silvia Federici's feminist reading of The Tempest. There's also...
Oh my god.
You like that it's okay for him to like some anime because it's apparently super leftist, right? But it's not okay for someone to not like Western production because it has leftist ideology in it. Isn't that interesting?
He said I personally liked it. He didn't say, oh, it's very popular. He said I personally liked this thing. right? I mean, I would like to look at that and critique it. Look, I'm curious if anyone can put woke politics into a story that's actually compelling. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I like trying new things. It would be interesting to see something that was actually good. It's funny because there is the best things that have woke politics in them are usually just making fun of the woke politics, and then those things tend to be good, right?
Right.
They're joking about how unrealistic it is. Yeah.
So Vinland Saga's critique of toxic masculinity and cycles of violence to set its characters on journeys of restorative justice, and also the impact of capitalism on the colonial project. Or we get
oh my god.
So it's so funny because this is like the levels of projection and irony here are astronomical. Okay. Because now, to be clear, I've never actually seen Vinland Saga. Okay.
Right.
But I did look up an interview with the author of it. And he was talking about how, he thought it would be, he's very anti-war. He thinks war is a stupid thing, which I think most people agree war is generally a stupid fucking thing. And he's trying to make sort of a story that features both the violent Vikings, but also trying to tell a story about how violence is wrong. It's very interesting because in the interview, he's acknowledging that like there's this weird contradiction that violence is inherently cool, especially in anime and storytelling, but also it's bad. And he's saying it's like kind of like this interesting thing to talk about. And I'm listening to this guy talk, and I'm like, okay, this is all fine. You can talk about how violence is, not great. And even though it is kind of cool on this cinematic level, and you could talk about how war is bad. None of this is leftist. Like this fucking idiot thinks that socialists have a monopoly on saying that war is bad.
Yeah, that's weird.
And he projects it, he just criticized Drinker for projecting his politics onto Oda in One Piece and saying, why he's assuming all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Well, this guy is assuming that the author of Vinland Saga has his retarded leftist politics and when even used the phrase toxic masculinity, like just because you have a character who's like, listen, we should end the cycle of violence, doesn't mean he perceives it through your retarded socialist lens where suddenly he's talking about toxic masculinity and restorative justice and capitalism bad and, blah, 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 and all this other nonsense.
Yeah, when he's just making the observation that war and needless violence is bad. I mean, all war movies kind of have the message that war is bad, right? Does that mean like is Fury a leftist movie?
Yes.
Saving Private Ryan, that's a leftist movie?
Yes.
I know they're not.
Every movie is every war movie where they say war is bad, which is basically every war movie.
Yeah, Inglourious Bastards. Right? Leftist movie?
Yes.
Okay.
What about that movie Platoon?
Platoon.
Leftist movie, right? Because listen, the more like hippie pot smoking guys are like the good guys. So obviously that means that they're socialists and it's about toxic masculinity.
I mean, Barnes was a bit toxic, but
sure.
Yeah.
But you could just have like a horrible person be a horrible person. Why does it have to be associated with their gender?
Yeah.
Right? So
somebody has one lens on life.
Yes.
His name is Jose.
Yes, I know. It's ridiculous. And it's funny because one of the new animes that's come out this season I've been watching. Actually, I think it came out last year. But it's I like it a lot. It's called Delicious in Dungeon. And it's an anime about these characters who it's like this weird world where you can go into a dungeon that has monsters in it. And if you die in the dungeon, as long as they can get your body back, you can be revived, essentially. But only in the dungeon. Only if you die in the dungeon.
Okay.
And so people go into the dungeon and they know magic, and it's kind of like a Western RPG. They got like knights and people know magic and all this other stuff. And they do it to make money and to get resources and all this other stuff. And essentially, the main character's sister gets killed by a dragon, and he's trying to go back into the dungeon to get her body back so he can revive her. And he doesn't have any money, and he hooks up with this character who's a dwarf who, because they don't have money for food. So they're basically surviving by just killing the monsters and eating them. and it's like this really kind of like weird, funny cooking anime where it's like they go into like details about like how to cook the monsters in a way that's like palatable and delicious, and it's all like it's really wacky and funny. It's very interesting, and I bring it up because there's four main characters, three of them are male and one of them is female, and the female character is like very much and very often the butt of the joke. That even though she's like a powerful magic caster, she's like too anxious and like kind of incompetent and kind of making a fool of herself constantly, where none of the other male characters are really shown in that capacity. And I'm watching this and I realize this show could literally never exist if it was created by a Western audience, because they wouldn't dare have a female character be shown as being the butt of a joke or being competent in a group of men where she's the only woman there.
Yeah. Why is that? What's wrong with that?
Because we're not allowed. Okay. It's not allowed to happen.
Is it a stereotype thing? It's like this is going to create negative stereotypes of women. Everyone's going to see women as bumbling idiots.
Yes.
We should have the men all be bumbling idiots so everyone sees the men as bumbling idiots all the time.
Yes.
Okay. That's mean.
I know. It's terrible. Hey, Dev's in the chat. Sitch mentioned the lesbians.
The lesbians.
There's lesbians, and I'm not finished with Delicious in Dungeon, so I haven't got to the lesbians yet.
So it's basically
I don't know that part.
like a cooking anime.
Yes.
It has it comes with a cookbook and recipes and stuff. How to cook your monster.
Yes, it's very unique. It's very interesting. Wow. It's great. I would recommend it so far. I've only seen like the first 6 episodes, but it's great so far.
Only the first 6 episodes, huh?
Yeah.
You're 6 hours into this baby.
And each episode's only like 20 minutes or 24 minutes.
Oh, that's good.
That's not
bad. You're only 3 hours into this baby.
Right.
Talk about One Piece. Well, let's just say it has distinctly leftist plot twists in the future. Also, they're literally fighting the sea cops. I'm not even saying any of these shows I just highlighted are emblematic of mainstream Japanese culture. These are just relatively popular shows that I happen to enjoy. There's a vast diversity of art created in Japan, and it deserves more than this fetishized anti-feminist construction that Drinker is placing upon it. To get a better sense of...
So, he's going to talk about Echo, which I'm going to skip because I haven't seen Echo. I don't know if you've seen Echo. I don't know anything about Echo. So I can't really comment on it. But I kind of want to talk about it's interesting. So I was asking fan of the show Sammy G about the Japan's view of like wokeness and gender roles, because she lived in Japan for 7 months.
Right.
So I was kind of curious as to what her take on this. And what she told me was that, according to her, Japan has very traditional gender roles from her experience. The women all dress and try to present very feminine in a way that it's funny because she said that when she went to Japan, she was kind of a tomboy, and she like going to Japan made her more girly because she's like, I had to compete. All these girls are dressing like ultra feminine. It's like making me want to dress very feminine. She also said that it was very like, it's like a very they have like almost an anti-Western wokeness, that a lot of mangakas are told to not interact with Western audiences because a lot of Western audiences will attack mangakas and they'll accuse them of being like sexist or bigoted. Another big thing is because a lot of anime, they feature girls that are in high school. And so, they get like, oh, you're a pedo, blah, 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 blah. Also, I was doing some of research on my own. Did you know that you can't get gay married in Japan?
Really? Wow.
Yeah. You can't get gay married in Japan. And when it came to the trans situation, and this is actually insane, I didn't even know about this. Until last year, if you wanted to change your sex officially and have the government recognize that you changed or not your sex, but your gender, I guess, officially, you had to be sterilized.
Wow.
And that was legal until last year. Last year, they said that was unconstitutional, but they still say that you can't be married and you can't have kids. So I don't think it's so outside of the realm of possibility to think that Japan is a far more socially conservative country than America. And that Jose doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about if he's going to pretend like that's not the case.
Right. Yeah. That it's this bastion of Western values.
Right. Because he found, an anime about space lesbians or something.
Right. Yeah.
Steel Wrath for $20. Thank you so much. Says the trend of breadtube smear videos about popular YouTubers is reminiscent of legacy media attacking independent content creators before they went bankrupt. The times they are changing, boys.
Very true. That's very accurate. Yeah.
There you go.
It's all hit pieces. That's all it is. Dishonest hit pieces.
Yep. Not Alphas for $10 says, funny he mentions Vinland Saga, considering the series has a guy raises a girl to avoid war, Cordelia, that's constantly misgendered because he's a 7-foot-tall brick and is played for laughs.
Wow.
There you go. Look.
Misgendered as a woman?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Wheezy Bird for $5 says there's a One Piece arc that criticizes a utopia and communist setting in Whole Cake Island. Well, there you go. He doesn't want to bring that up. Sion Arcale for $10 says G-Witch is only popular because of lesbian protags. Its plot is thin and world building's a mess. There you go.
Yeah. That's a deep analysis just from a super chat.
Okay.
World building. How dare you?
I know.
Just focus on the gender politics, okay? Don't talk about actual world building.
Well, that's another thing too.
Big
Like
words.
If you have like lesbian characters or something like that in an anime, it's almost always played up to like quote the male gaze perspective. And it's actually funny. This is another thing that remember when Sammy came on the show, she was actually talking about this. She was like, there's like this whole weird culture of women being like really into gay male art in Japan.
Yes, yeah.
It's like, it's so funny because so you even have like an anime, both for the men and the women, like sort of the gays are used as like this to be sexualized by the heterosexuals in anime. So.
Yeah, look, but it's completely acceptable from the female perspective, obviously.
Right, right.
Look, you can have gay guys on screen in Western shows as long as you're playing up to female sexual appetite. Why is that, Sitch? Why is it so one-sided like that?
Because it's the politics has ruined it.
Is this the gynocentrism I've been hearing so much about?
Yes. Well, it's like in Star Wars Acolyte, there's this random weird scene where one of the male characters is just standing there without his shirt on.
Yeah,
and
totally.
It only exists so that the women go, oh my God, look, he's hot. Right? Which I don't care. That's fine as long as you're like, it's acceptable for both men and women to be attractive and hot.
Yeah.
And another anime, it's a good example of this is Jujutsu Kaisen, which women like all like, oh my God, they all fawn over the men in that show. And that's totally fine. The show is not remotely woke even at all. And it has attractive men and women characters doing cool things and women eat that shit up. So it's like this whole Western idea that you have to have ugly characters. That's another reason why I think anime is doing well, is that all Western media is consumed with this concept of like, you have to have ugly characters be ugly and, you know, do lame shit. And it's like, no, people want attractive characters. Okay. People want to look at attractive people.
Yeah. So just very one-sided, obviously, in Western media. If you put a hot woman in and the guys are looking at them lustfully, then all of a sudden, you know, you're trying to younger women will not be able to live up to these beauty standards, and they're going to have like a panic attack and have to run to their therapist.
Of course.
Obviously, It doesn't apply to the men. I mean, even in Acolyte, they take advantage of the POV perspective, right? Because they even have the ugly girl walk in on the guy and like give him the up and down look.
Yes, exactly.
It's pretty.
Exactly.
It's pretty obvious what's going on. So
which you would never. I mean, I can't imagine Star Wars Acolyte. They're gonna have a scene of like some woman, female Jedi who's like. Could you imagine if Disney Plus had a Star Wars show where there's a female Jedi who's like in her underwear?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the male Jedi.
I can't imagine it. It's a great scene. The way I'm imagining it.
The male Jedi come in and they're like, oh, like, what are you doing? Why are you, half naked, right? Like, oh my God.
She's changed. She just got out of the swimming pool, right? She's in her bikini. She's putting...
The internet, oh my God, the internet would have a complete like conniption and have a meltdown.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
J Mac our Circuit Flowers, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you. Says, my 6-year-old daughter is obsessed with Delicious in Dungeon. It's a really good show. It's completely apolitical, and it's sad that Western media feels the need to infuse real-world politics into potentially well-written stories. It's the downfall of Western entertainment. Yes, completely. If Netflix did a version of Delicious in Dungeon, they literally would have to change the characters. They would have to make the male main character more comedically inept, and they wouldn't allow the comedically inept character to be a woman. They just would not allow it. It's sad.
It's pretty funny. War is hell, and we should get rid of it. But culture war, we should jam it into every single piece of media we can find.
Exactly. That cringe for $20. Thank you so much. Says, this guy is so stupid. In One Piece, the main cast is fighting pirates 80% of the time. Only in the recent arc are they taking on the Navy, and it's only because they were caught in the middle of an event. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, because I did want to mention that, like, him trying to frame One Piece as like leftist because they fight the Navy, or because the Navy is portrayed as bad, and we all know leftists hate the police. It's ridiculous. Again, this is, it's so ironic. He's criticizing Drinker for kind of putting his political lens when he's interpreting anime, when he's doing the same fucking thing. Because if you've watched a lot of anime, there's a constant theme. You can see this in some Western media, but it seems to be a lot more common in anime, where you have main characters who are kind of stuck in between a corrupt system where both whoever's the government in charge of everything is corrupt and doesn't really care about helping the people. But at the same there's like a barbarian cast of people and thieves who are just, doing barbarian things, something which the left doesn't even fear, doesn't register the fear of barbarism. You have a bunch of barbarians running around, stealing from people, killing people, doing all those things. And you have like the main characters kind of stuck in between these two forces, like the chaos of the world's kind of hitting them from both ends.
Yeah.
And to say that,
lots of conflict.
Right. And to say that that's like a leftist interpretation of the world is retarded.
Corruption on all sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
He doesn't evidence an affinity towards conservative political messages and a commitment towards superficial readings to reinforce a general anger towards specific companies and certain types of politics. This becomes especially apparent in his series, Why Modern Movies Suck. The series is what the title says it is, each video highlighting a very specific reason why Drinker thinks modern movies suck. As seen in many of these videos, Drinker has a very specific perspective on what makes a movie good, shaped by his own personal lens. Let's look at how Drinker discusses women in movies and TV. In The Strong Female Character video from this series, it starts with some very clear observations of how these characters are used as marketing tools to present movies as having some kind of moral character to their production. And if this were a video about the shallow and cynical marketing of modern movies, we'd have no problem. But this drifts from that observation to an outright hostility of these characters for reasons that have nothing to do with marketing. Drinker's gripe with these types of female characters is that they supposedly experience no personal growth and are therefore not good characters.
Well, here, let me play this for a second.
Strong female characters tend to focus on instead is self-actualization. The idea that she already has everything she needs to succeed, and all that's required is to let go of the limitations imposed on her by others.
Frozen.
The message to the audience is simple. You're perfect the way you are, and it's the rest of the world that has to change.
This is
Okay, so before we kind of get into the more bad faith here, I want to play 5 minutes of Drinker's video that he's referring to, so you can see kind of how this is like, how he's framing it by cutting it up the way that he's doing.
We're gonna see the context that he cut out.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at there. Look at that strong female character.
Right. Yes. So
I'm
this
sure
is called
he hates this, right?
Yes. Yes. Why modern movies suck. The strong female character. Yeah.
Sarah Connor, Clarice Starling, Buffy Summers, Ellen Ripley, Marion Ravenwood, Princess Leia, Dana Scully, Samantha Carter, Eowyn, Vi, Aaron Sun, Nyota Uhura, Beth Harmon, Kara Thrace, and Rita Vrataski. These are just a few examples of the many intelligent, complex, compassionate, brave, compelling, and well-written female characters that have emerged in the past 50 years of film and TV. Characters that have left their mark on whole generations of audiences to the point where they still resonate with people years or even decades after their creation. But then there's a different kind of character, a shallow.
See, now, if Jose was being honest and actually had some critique other than to just strawman Drinker and call him an evil, horrible bigot, he would kind of explain, or he'd even come up with some theory, attempt to come up with some theory about why is it that, Drinker will go on and he'll list all these characters that are all women and all, are all badass and do all these badass things. Like, if he's such a sexist, such an anti-feminist, why is he like those characters and doesn't like these other specific characters?
Yeah, what is it? He even had a clip in there from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and she is so coded SJW. She changes her hairstyle like 100 times in the movie.
Right.
A shallow, trite, cheaply made, gratingly unpleasant facsimile of these excellent ladies of the silver screen. A phenomenon known only as the strong female character. Honestly, it seems like just about every character without a Y chromosome these days automatically has to be labelled as strong. It's one of the first words to come tumbling out of the mouths of the writers, actors, directors, and marketing departments whenever they're asked about it, and it's been overused to the point where it's become completely and totally meaningless. Just another expected buzzword in the endless corporate-approved word salad that has to be sprinkled on every new project now. In fact, Emily Blunt said it better than I ever could. It's the worst thing ever when you open a script and read the words strong female leads. That makes me roll my eyes. I'm already out. I'm bored. Those roles are written as incredibly stoic. You spend the whole time acting tough and saying tough things. Oh, stop it, Emily. I can only like you so much. The thing is, though, she's...
And see, that was... So, Edge of Tomorrow / Live, Die, Repeat. Everyone loved that movie. I don't think it did well, but people that saw it loved the movie. And,
it's a great movie.
Yeah, great movie. And part of why it was great is, first, you had Tom Cruise in it, who was definitely playing against type, right? When he plays like this cowardly, sniveling, Connie kind of loser who has to become like badass through the course of the movie by just dying again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
And Emily Blunt's character, she's like, it's so great because it starts off and you're like, she's like, oh, she's like the badass female character. But then they go into her character and she's actually really interesting and has a lot of depth to her and feels like a real, actual person with some kind of real emotions you can connect to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
Is absolutely right on this one. The strong female character cliche is as hollow, simplistic, and meaningless as all those soulless corporations that'll happily use social movements as an excuse to sell you more useless tat that was probably made in an Indian sweatshop. But why is this happening? What is it that makes a good female character different from a strong female character? Well, let's explore this together, shall we? The first problem is one of competency. See, one of the core elements of any character arc is presented...
Whoa, competency. I thought he was going to say something like, get back in the kitchen, bitch.
Yeah.
What happened here? Competency?
Yeah. Oh.
Is he going to talk about competency making sandwiches? What's going on, Sitch? What is this?
Listen,
I thought this was conservative propaganda.
Obviously, this is Drinker engaged in conservative propaganda, so you're right. It's going to be, how dare a woman pick up a sword or a gun? She should only pick up a knife or sharp object in order to cut sandwiches.
Yeah, like, what's going on? This is all wrong.
In them with a challenge or difficulty that they have to overcome, whether it's an opponent to be defeated, a goal to be reached, or even a personal failing or weakness that has to be tackled. All of this stuff requires the character to grow or change in some way to become better than who they were before. They'll often be given some kind of mentor figure to guide them on their path, and they're likely going to struggle and fail along the way. It's all part of the learning process, and the more you see a character suffer setbacks and personal failures, the more you tend to empathise with them. It's basic human nature. Storytellers have known this for thousands of years, which is why most stories tend to follow the same basic structure, taking the audience on an emotional roller coaster and delivering a satisfying payoff by the end. But strong female characters don't work that way. A strong female character will almost always be supremely good at whatever she does, either succeeding right off the bat or teaching herself with minimal effort. They're generally not allowed to have older mentors to teach them things, especially not male ones, because that would send out the message that women need men to help them succeed. The result is a character that doesn't really face any serious struggles or challenges or suffer major setbacks that they have to bounce back from. They're almost never allowed to fail because the writers incorrectly associate failure with weakness rather than seeing it for what it actually is, a necessary part of personal growth. Failure itself doesn't define the character, it's how they react to it that matters.
See, and I think that's so key here. Is that one point is like, yes, why are we not allowed to have female characters anymore? Because you used to, right? And he shows Beatrice from Kill Bill as a good example. You used to be able to have female protagonists that could, like male protagonists, fail, be weak, and start off as weak, and then get better and kind of follow the normal, hero's journey sort of process. And now, since everything is frozen, you can't have that anymore. All the women have to just be born or have some innate amazingness to them, and they just have to fight the evil society that's telling them to hold it back so they can unleash their true feminist potential.
Yeah. It undermines the whole structure of storytelling too, because it completely de-escalates the conflict. If you know someone is incapable of failure, then why are we even watching this?
Right. It's like, look at One Punch Man, which is one of my favorite animes, with Saitama, who is never going to lose a fight. And so this conflict is never about whether he's going to win a fight or not. It's about his emotional state. It's about the other characters, being able to succeed with their struggles. And it's so weird because it's like a Western sort of feminist storyteller would make One Punch Man, and they would keep making the conflict be about society telling Saitama he shouldn't one punch monsters. And how much it'd just be so lame and pathetic.
Yeah. Ouch.
And if there's no failure, then there's no chance for growth and development. What strong female characters tend to focus on instead is self-actualization, the idea that she already has everything she needs to succeed, and all that's required is to let go of the limitations imposed on her by others. The message to the audience is simple: you're perfect the way you are, and it's the rest of the world that has to change. Nice one. Can't see that backfiring for people when they try to apply that to their real lives. Take Captain Marvel forcefully removing the control chip that keeps her powers contained. It's a symbolic gesture of the strong, empowered woman throwing off the shackles imposed on her by society so that she can realize her true potential. It's a nice idea that probably had the writers patting themselves on the back, but the problem is that when you remove struggle, failure, weakness, and vulnerability, you don't leave the audience with a whole lot to empathize with. We don't need to feel invested in whether a strong female character is going to succeed because the writers give us no reason to question or doubt it. And
that society holding you back narrative is so useful too, because it also gives you an excuse for failure. Because you can always blame society. You never have to blame yourself. You can be like, look, I could have succeeded, but society was standing in my way.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's a perfect narrative. I'm not surprised so many on the left just love that narrative. So many leftists love that narrative.
What you end up with instead is an empty shell of a character with the superficial appearance of strength and empowerment, but nothing substantial or meaningful driving it. And it all just comes across as wish fulfillment, the desires and angst of the writers to see their character do the things they always wished they could do. And if you want an extreme example of this, just watch an episode of She-Hulk. Which brings me along to my next...
So we'll go back to the Jose video now for a minute or two. But so Drinker lays out his argument. I think it makes perfect sense. I agree with it, obviously, with 100%. And it's like, okay, Jose, if there's something in there that you disagree with, just present the real argument. Don't strawman it by being like, here's the evil conservative. Just say, here's his argument, and here's why you disagree with it.
Well, look, most importantly, also, it's not the kind of Matt Walsh argument that you might hear about how, women were better off when they were in the kitchen and not having jobs and staying home barefoot and pregnant, right? It's not like a conservative, a far right traditionalist conservative argument, right?
Yeah, that's a great point. Because if we had Matt Walsh critiquing one of these movies, that could, very likely be like he wouldn't want to see a woman be in an action movie whatsoever, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. That her role is head of the household, right?
Yes.
That's a traditional gender role. Yes. And he continually conflates critical drinker with that kind of analysis, which, look, you might see some sort of conservative analysis like that from, I don't know, some Bible thumping evangelical, but it's not the critical drinker at all.
I haven't really seen anyone who does like media reviews take that position. That's the straw man position they always throw at us. So,
well, I mean, you do see people in, on YouTube making the argument that like when women got the right to vote, society fell apart, right? Those type of people might make that kind of argument.
Right. I'm saying, but those are not like, film reviewers on YouTube. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
I don't know critical drinkers' position on the 17th Amendment. I just from this one video, I'm kind of thinking, maybe he's fine with Ripley voting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb here, and I'm gonna assume he's okay with women having the right to vote.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So let me go back.
Some opinions need a.
Keelan Narya Sawami, thanks so much for the $50. Says, I made a live to add to Drinker's list of awesome, strong protagonists in Western media. I'm replaying RDR2, and Sadie Adler was an awesome character with a unique story in the game. And as always, S-Class is the best class.
Thank you for the generous super chat, too.
Thank
That's
you.
very nice.
Okay.
What strong female?
We were...
Look, you do J-Mac, our surrogate fathers, just because it's funny.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $400 for $2. Says, happy surrogate Father's Day, my Surasons. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Fake
Hey,
J-Mac.
Shu's in the chat.
What's up, Shu?
Imposed on her by others. The message to the audience is simple. You're perfect the way you are, and it's the rest of the world that has to change.
This is a fundamental misunderstanding of these characters. The personal growth experienced by them is related to confidence and learning about how not to feel shame about who they are. That is, becoming bold enough to say that women are not lesser than men.
This is what he literally said. That's literally what he fucking said in his thing. He just used different words. It's the same concept. He just said it was stupid. Okay.
He doesn't look. It's this analysis is too deep for him, Sitch. Okay, he needs to stay in the kiddie end of the analysis pool.
I guess it's like that's literally what the fuck. He was like, that was supposed to be, she's throwing off the shackles of the patriarchy, blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just silly. It's so stupid.
I know.
Yeah.
Not that they're perfect the way they are, but that they're not inferior in a way that society tells them that they are. Someone going from timid
completely goes into the the leftist politics. You can see, he gives it all away. He's playing with an open hand here. He sees that society is subjugating women on the reg.
Yes. Number one, yeah. So he does interpret it that way, which again, that's his politics, number one. But number two, his analysis is just completely fucking wrong. Because if you do look at Captain Marvel, if you do look at Mulan, you do look at Rey, you do look at trying to remember what was the other one that he brought up. But these are characters who are and you look at Frozen, with Elsa. Yeah. These are characters, the female characters who it's not that they're not saying like, I just want to be like everyone else. I want to have the same rights as everyone else. There's no part of Captain Marvel where she's like, once I just have the rights and opportunity, as soon as I have the equal opportunity as everyone else, I can then succeed. that's not the fuck that's going on in any of the subtext of that movie. What's going on is all these characters, all these female characters, are just innately super powerful, innately the most powerful character in the show, not for any hard work that they did. They're just born that way. And as soon as they can just throw off the shackles of the oppressive masculine society and release their true power, then they're all powerful and they can't be stopped. So Jose has literally no ability to interpret correctly this schlock, essentially.
Right. Well, you're asking a leftist to embrace a narrative that involves hard work, Sitch. So I think that's that's where you messed up.
Well, see, but that to me, I wonder if that's really what's triggering the fuck out of Jose here. Is that you have Drinker here who maybe that's why he keeps labeling Drinker conservative, because Drinker's like, I want my characters to struggle and to
engage in hard work.
Yeah, to engage in hard work to grow as people. And Jose's like, oh, that triggers me as a leftist, Doesn't like hard work.
Where's my UBI?
Right. It all smacks too much of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. And here's the thing. If that's like actually what bothers Jose, which I suspect it does, that's what actually bothers him, then just say it. Just be honest about what's actually going on here.
Right. Just say, look, you're a lazy fuck. Just come right out and say it.
Right.
Be proud. Be a proud lazy fuck.
Exactly.
Show off your welfare check.
There you go.
And afraid to bold and assertive is a form of personal growth. He follows up his observation.
So Jose's making this kind of argument. I know he's positive, but he's made this argument that like, oh, this is about these characters that are learning to be brave and assertive, and that's their character arc. Okay. This is a bullshit. This is a total lie. Because if that was actually what the story was about, if that's what Mulan was about, if that's what Captain Marvel was about, if that's what any of these were about, Captain Marvel, the portrayal of the character would be completely different.
Yes,
right?
Totally.
You would have a character who would be either like an insubordinate rebel who has no control over herself and her emotions, right?
Right.
And just doing the opposite of what, right? Who's just doing the opposite of everyone else. Or you'd have them be like the exact opposite. They'd be like super meek and super timid and shy. Right, exactly. We've seen these fucking movies where there's both male and female characters who that's their fucking character arc, that they're very meek and they're very shy and they need to break out of their shell and they lack confidence. And through the end of the journey of the movie, they learn to confidence. They learn to break out of their shell, right? And then they get the girl or the boy at the end, right? We've seen, there's like a million rom-coms where that's the growth. That's not what Captain Marvel is. Throughout the whole movie, she's just this stoic, wisecracking a-hole the whole time. She does not feel like she's like meek and needs to break out of her shell. This is a complete, like, he's just making shit up.
Can you show a woman being shy to the point of just being completely immobilized by life? I don't know. They'd probably be mad about that too.
Well, I think that's so. What I think a lot of these very politically possessed people they don't understand how storytelling works because they're so fucking motivated by their politics.
Yep.
Normal storytelling works in that you can, like, the worst story can still grab you if it grabs you on an emotional level.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's what storytelling is. It's trying to get you to be emotionally invested in characters. And there's a weird thing that happens in a lot of these like woke writers' minds. They don't understand that. So if you had Captain Marvel, right? And you had, if you remember, there's always flashbacks of like men telling her not to do things. Like her father's like, you shouldn't, go kart with the boys because you're not good enough, right? Or the army instructor telling you like, you're a woman, blah, 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 blah. You can't be a fighter pilot, all these things. If you had all of that backstory and it actually affected her as a person so that she actually felt like she couldn't do those things and she actually was timid and she actually didn't have self-confidence and she actually felt like women were inferior. And then the movie or the story was about her like gaining confidence and growing stronger and learning that like, no, just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I can't do those things. Then even if it would be like, quote, like a feminist movie, you'd still be able to emotionally connect and empathize with someone being like shit on their whole life. But they don't do that because they cannot portray women being like in any sort of weak position, even if they're going to become stronger at the end.
It would have
Like-
to be said in a different time though, because it strains credibility today. Like
yes,
society
obviously.
standing in your way. It's just, and that's one of the reasons why this like leftist storyline is so ridiculous, because it does strain credibility in modern times.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Even if you have it like be in the past, you could empathize with the character if she actually was affected. And this was so interesting. All these leftists are so obsessed with like society being at fault, and yet whenever they write these characters, the characters have like an innate personality that's completely detached from the environment around them. Captain Marvel's personality has not been influenced by her environment at all. Rey from Star Wars, her personality has not been influenced by her horrible upbringing whatsoever. All these characters are just born like these perfect Mary Sue characters.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that's what makes it so difficult for us humans to emotionally empathize with them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We want to see someone struggle. So stories are at their best when we're involved in someone's struggle. Somebody wants something and is having difficulty getting it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And with this bit of commentary on Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel forcefully removing the control chip that keeps her powers contained. It's a symbolic gesture of the strong, empowered woman throwing off the shackles imposed on her by society.
But that's not even really a tangible storyline right there. Like, society standing in my way, and if society just got out of the way, I could do what? Because that's like the tangible goal. What do you want to do? What is society standing in the way of you doing?
So that she can realize her true potential. It's a nice idea that probably had the writers patting themselves on the back, but the problem is that when you remove struggle, failure, weakness, and vulnerability, you don't leave the audience with a whole lot to empathize with.
It's very strange to say this when this event happens at the end of the movie, which is, you know, when a character arc is typically completed. The empathy we're supposed to be feeling with Captain Marvel is her struggle throughout the movie. Her removing that chip is her completing her journey. If she started off the movie like this, smashing that chip and then just kicking ass for an hour and a half, he might have a point. It makes me think that this reading is motivated by something other than a clear and level-headed analysis of a story on its own merits.
Look, he's foggy and he's emotional. Everything he says about Critical Drinker is just an insult.
I know. But also, this is just completely dishonest too, because as we just watched the whole clip of it, it's like he's made his own videos about Captain Marvel. He talks about how that's Captain Marvel's character throughout the whole movie. That's the problem.
Right.
So that when she finally takes the control chip, off of her neck, it doesn't mean anything because she's just exactly the same person. She hasn't changed whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, okay. Now I want to jump to another drinker video here that kind of talks about this.
Now it may shock.
Now this is Drinker Fixes Captain Marvel. Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Hold on. Jump. Okay.
To ignore the people who try to hold her back and ultimately realize her true potential. What's an inspiration to all the little girls that must be watching this? If you ignore your critics and believe in yourself, you too can find yourself flying through space without oxygen, shooting lasers from your hands, and tearing apart giant space cruisers with thousands of people on board. See, the movie is peppered with little examples of people trying to hold Captain Marvel back in some way, like her dad telling her not to drive go-karts, or this man telling her she can't be a fighter pilot, or this man telling her she's too emotional, or this man asking her to smile more. The idea that she's been limited by people around her is exemplified by the magical nicotine patch on her neck, which literally constrains her powers. Ripping it off is a symbolic as well as physical act, throwing off the shackles of other people's expectations and doubts to unleash her full power. Now,
see, isn't it interesting that Jose doesn't play this clip, right? Because it shows that Drinker understands exactly what everything he's saying. He's just saying it doesn't work and is stupid in the context of the movie.
Right. Yeah.
this is fair enough in theory. The idea of a protagonist striving to succeed and better themselves in the face of harsh criticism and naysayers is a decent enough basis for a character, I guess.
Oh my God, how can he say that as an evil conservative? You're not allowed to say that, Drinker.
He's saying
Stop.
it could work. He's saying it
Yeah.
could work theoretically.
Yes.
If
He's
you
not
did
allowed
it
to say
right.
that as an evil conservative bigot.
Right. This could be a character arc if it was executed properly.
Right.
Look at Steve Rogers, for example. When he started out, he wanted to fight for his country like everyone else, but he was too small and weak to become a soldier. He got mocked and disrespected. Straight away, you empathised with his situation because you felt his frustration at being dealt a crappy hand in life. At the other end of the spectrum, you've got a character like Thor. Thor was physically strong and powerful and grew up with every advantage a person could ask for, but his lucky start in life had made him arrogant and overconfident, eventually provoking his father into removing his powers and banishing him to Earth. The point here is that both of these characters were incomplete when they started out. Steve has a noble heart but lacks the strength to act on it, while Thor has all the strength he could ever need but lacks the maturity and humility to appreciate it. By the end of their respective movies, they've each found the thing they lacked at the start. They've become complete characters, and we as the audience feel emotional satisfaction at watching them grow and develop. The problem with Captain Marvel is that she doesn't have that kind of emotional journey because she doesn't lack anything. Well, apart from her memories, I guess. But memories aren't really character development unless they fundamentally change the nature of who a character is, and in this case, they don't. She's already extremely powerful right from the start of the movie, to the point where she can easily escape dangerous situations and defeat supposedly formidable enemies with zero efforts. And by the end, it's like watching someone play a video game on God mode. She's also smart, capable, resourceful, brave, stoic, and of course, the label we have to attach to every female character now, strong. But what does strong really mean?
So, instead of Jose like actually addressing this completely justified, legitimate, correct critique, where he says, listen, if you want to do that story where the person is fighting against society or whatever, you can do it. Here's an example of it working, and here's why it doesn't work in Captain Marvel. Jose doesn't even address that. He's like, I'm just going to strawman the fuck and say he's an evil bigot.
Yeah, that's all they can do. I don't think he even gets the whole analysis or argument or anything. He doesn't understand the missing component. He's like, women are great. It's society that's standing in the way and holding them back. Hoorah. I mean, that's the narrative that he buys into.
Yes. No, you're completely correct. But I would wager that that this Jose character does understand this. He just doesn't care because he's so ideologically motivated that all he sees is like Drinker complains about wokeness. You know, Jose is on the side of wokeness, therefore Drinker bad. I need to attack him in the most bad faith way possible ever.
Right. And it doesn't matter if you're a dishonest piece of shit because, you know, in the end, you're fighting for leftist politics. So if you have to lie, cheat, and steal to do it, then that's just fine according to the other leftists. Nobody's held accountable. Nobody cares.
Well, in Captain Marvel's case, it means never showing even a hint of weakness or vulnerability, never needing help from anyone or failing at anything, never making mistakes or bad decisions, never being even remotely challenged or threatened by enemies. The problem with this is that none of these things actually make her strong. In fact, it's quite the opposite. See, a character's strength isn't measured by how physically powerful they are, or how easily they can beat people, or how little emotion they can show when they're in danger. It's defined by their ability to rise above their own flaws and weaknesses, to become better than they were before. For comparison...
Yeah,
what a
so
bigot.
True.
What a sexist bigot, right?
So true. Look, the person that overcomes adversity is the stronger character than the person that grows up with everything and just succeeds. Even this whole idea that, you know, society is standing in the way, even if that's true and society gets out of the way, I mean, that's just the beginning of your journey. Then you have to overcome all your own personal limitations.
Well, there's like a weird and interesting undertone to all this, which so Jose doesn't say this, but this would be my guess is what's going on, which is that if you notice, like, if you're more on the left, there seems to be an emphasis on, you know, we have to change society to fix the shortcomings that affect you. And then if you're more on the right, the thought process is generally, but not always, you need to fix at least traditionally, things are a little different now, but traditionally it was like, you need to fix your shortcomings, yourself, right, to become stronger.
Is that the
And-
localism versus universalism distinction? Because obviously society seems like a more universalist concept, but
maybe. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah.
I put it through exactly the local versus universal lens,
right.
but it's definitely like classically that's been sort of the view. Like the left complains more about like fixing society, and the right's like, no, you need to fix yourself.
Fix yourself. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You have more control
And-
at the local level.
Right. And the left's complaint about the right in that regards is, well, by just hyperfixating on yourself, you're ignoring actual injustices in society that exist, and you're not going to fix actual societal problems. And then the right's critique of the left is, by just complaining about society, you're not actually fixing yourself.
Right.
Right. But there's truth to both of these things. And so, but generally, and I think this is really what's underpinning this, and we kind of covered this in other videos that complain about the hero's journey, is that I think a lot of the socialists and a lot of the far leftists, they actually just hate the classical hero's journey, because they view it as existing in a right-wing frame, because very often it's kind of centered around a person changing themselves.
Yeah.
Even if it's like a story about them fighting like the Empire, like in Star Wars or something, at the end of the day, the core is still the person changing themselves. And it's weird because like the far leftists, like the very far left, people really just don't like this idea. And I wonder if this is part of what's underpinning, though he's not going to say it outright, is underpinning what is Jose's problem with a lot of Drinker's critique, is that Drinker is looking at it from a more classical story perspective, which Jose would code as being right-wing in his mind.
They lose their excuse. The excuse
Yes.
the excuse for failure.
Yes.
The society blame society, right? It's not my fault, obviously.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not getting drunk at 8 o'clock in the morning, right? It's not
Right.
me, it's society. Right?
Exactly.
Look, whenever I do fucked up shit like that, look, I'm not blaming society. I'm looking in the mirror every time. So
Let's take a look at another strong female character. Sarah Connor in Terminator 2 is widely considered to be one of the best female action heroes ever written. But look past the shooty action and consider who and what she really is. She's a traumatized, emotionally unstable inmate at a mental asylum. She's a bad mother that's estranged from her delinquent son, and a criminal who tried to blow up a computer factory before getting shot and arrested. She drinks and smokes and eats junk food. She openly distrusts the T-800, despite clear evidence that it's her best chance of staying alive. She gets recaptured during an escape attempt, easily overpowered and injured by the T-1000, and even pussies out when she has to kill someone. The point here is that Sarah Connor is a deeply flawed character with real human frailties and weaknesses. She has moments of vulnerability and emotion. She doesn't have all the answers or always make good decisions. She even has to be helped and protected at times. But she's also fucking awesome because she's able to overcome all of these things to become a courageous protector for her son and a brave soldier fighting to save humanity's future. She even manages to let go of her hatred for the Terminator, showing respect and gratitude in its final moments.
so much of this also creates unpredictability in storytelling, which so much of the woke media is just so predictable. That's what's boring about it. Like, you know what's going to happen because it has to play out this way. Otherwise, people will get mad on the internet at the politics of the whatever
Right.
it is. Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah.
and so much of it too is just that there needs to be a level of emotional or character realism in storytelling for for most people, I think, to connect with the story. And like, if you look at the Terminator 1, the Terminator 2, like how Sarah Connor changes, it's so interesting because the first one, she's just like some random person. She's like a normal, she's a waitress in a diner.
Yeah.
She's some random ass,
Every man.
Yeah. Every man, every woman, not an action person, whatsoever. So in the first movie, she's just kind of like, oh, fuck, like this robot's trying to kill me. She's running away. She's just kind of like the straight man. And then the second one, part of what makes it so interesting is like, okay, so this character, after going through the traumatic experience of the first one, has changed, has become this like like action hero-esque character who's like a super badass, but at the same time is still like a normal, like it's still like it's believable. It's like real. They're not beating every single person in a karate fight sort of situation. They still are a human being that still has human emotions and flaws.
Yeah, wins and losses.
Mm-hmm.
In short, she goes on a satisfying emotional journey. The script was smart and brave enough to make her this way because it recognized the emotional payoff that would come from seeing her triumph through all this adversity. Which brings me back to Captain Marvel. This movie doesn't provide any emotional payoff because the character never has any flaws or weaknesses to overcome. The script is neither smart nor brave. In fact, it's motivated mostly by fear. It's afraid of showing vulnerability, emotion, failure, mistakes, and flaws because it confuses those things with weaknesses. And having your female superhero perceived as weak would invite uproar from a certain group of people, most of whom don't know the first fucking thing about writing or doing anything remotely creative. But
it's Jose.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's
just
the moment that triggered Jose.
How is like, this is why it's so dishonest. How is it, Drinker saying that, we need characters who are flawed and have, deep flaws and then overcome them through hard work and struggle. And he's like, ugh, what a conservative.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is all about whether or not you have a job.
It really, I mean, this is
the
socialist mind rot. It's so it just infects everything. Let's go back to
some
Jose.
Opinions need a shout, others a whisper, and
we're at 21:27, I think.
Oh yeah, back to the cancer.
Yeah. Oh, I got to refresh the watch.
Critical Drinker makes such good videos. I despise his attack just because it is. I mean, it's funny that he's talking about a Critical Drinker not having any depth, but this entire critique is dishonest and superficial at best.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Shady Durags.
What's up, man?
Fall for $50. Thanks so much. Says, oh my God,
wow,
Sitch got something
nice.
right for once. Wow. Listen, I get everything right. How dare you? I have said for 20 years now, I know I wrote a good story, not when you compliment me, but when you're angry or happy or sad because I did something to a character in the story as if they actually existed.
True.
That's a good metric. Yeah, that is a good metric.
Yeah. You got to make people feel that story. That's what it is.
J-Mac, our circuit father, thank you so much for the $50. Says, having a daughter, the last message I want to teach her is that there's nothing she needs to do to better herself. Self-betterment is a human lesson. It doesn't belong to either gender. Try to teach young girls the opposite is very damaging. True.
Yeah, self-improvement is what it is to be human, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I get to some people like a Thal for $20. Thank you, Thal. Says, Adam, you're confusing Western and Eastern philosophies. Western, our right is more bootstrapped, the left more collective. Eastern, the traditional is more collective, less independent, and left further left. And yes, including Europe. Okay.
The tradition is more collectivist. Yeah, perhaps so. I could see that.
Yeah, well, that is true. In America, the tradition has been more libertarian-y, I guess.
Right.
So, but that is kind of unique to America.
The empathy we're supposed to be feeling with Captain Marvel is her struggle throughout the movie. Her removing that chip is her completing her journey. If she started off the movie like this, smashing that chip and then just kicking ass for an hour and a half, he might have a point. It makes me think that this reading is motivated by something other than a clear and level-headed analysis of a story on its own merits. Things get even...
That's not the goal of Captain Marvel, right? It's for her to get the chip out.
I mean, what do you mean?
I haven't seen Captain Marvel, so I don't know the actual goal of the movie.
Well, that's not from the beginning of the movie. That's not like her goal.
She's like, oh my God, I have this chip. I have to get it out so I can stop making sandwiches all day.
No, she doesn't. So it's another one of those movies that you would hate. She doesn't really have a clear goal because a lot of it relies on her memories are missing. She's working for the wrong side. She's being tricked.
So getting her memories back is the goal?
Her goal is at first her goal is she's supposed to fight these evil aliens, and then she somehow gets I forget how, 'cause it's been a while since I've seen the movie. She gets like shot back in time, and then she's like trying to get back to like the correct time period or
Wow.
something. And then
Very
throughout the
original.
course of it, she like figures out through getting her memories back that the aliens she's working with are really the bad aliens and that they're controlling her. And
Wow.
so, I mean, another good point about part of why the movie doesn't work is, quote, her like finding the thing she needs. She's not even aware that she's like needs to find it until like the very end. And even then, this is again why Jose is wrong and it doesn't work, is because like once she just realizes the truth because he gets her memories back, that's when she's like, oh, I just gotta like rip this chip off my neck. It's not
Okay.
like there's like a chip on her neck. She's like, oh, I have to get this thing off me. And then she has to go on some kind of journey to figure out how to rip the chip off her neck because, there's some complicated way she has to do it.
Yeah. Captain Marvel was supposedly a big financial success. I think it made a bunch of money. Yeah.
Was still trash. So
never saw it.
Worse when Drinker reduces.
Hey.
When Drinker reduces his criticism to complaining about women beating up men.
The problem is, you're always going to have a tough time selling a fight between a man and a woman on screen, for obvious reasons. Men are generally bigger, stronger and more robust, with denser and heavier bones, stronger muscles, broader shoulders, longer limbs and superior upper body strength.
The Critical Drinker largely reviews superhero, science fiction, and fantasy movies. Usually the problems that need to be solved in these movies involve punching something in the face, often in unbelievable fashion. Not all of them do this, of course, but he seems to have a problem when this is done in a movie where a woman is the lead. This is when discussions of realism often come up, and to me at least, they always ring completely hollow. It may be unusual since so much of movie history doesn't include women beating up men, but it's not really any more unrealistic than pretty much any action sequence where we see a man doing things that are humanly impossible. This is an example of two guys who are absolutely wrecking a bar full of other men. There's some back and forth, sure, but in the grand scheme of things, this is completely unrealistic. A bar fight would never go down like this. Here's something to ask yourself. When was the last time you saw one person beat up two people in real life? I know most of us don't see many fights in real life, but the fact is, it's incredibly difficult to do that. I'm not saying it's never happened, but it's very unlikely. And if we look at your standard action movie, we see heroes take on way more than two. Often dozens of people are fought at once. Or when we see various action stunts of our heroes.
So I think there's a reason that he has like this old Western bar fight clip, because I feel like most movies, they don't like, if you're just to have that scene, the random bar fight scene, unless it's supposed to be in like a silly movie, if it's supposed to be in a serious like movie, I agree that it's like, it is unbelievable. It is usually like boring and stupid, I think. If you have like one guy who's just like beating up like a million people, I think that is boring and stupid.
Right.
I don't see how that's a critique against what Drinker's saying whatsoever. That's why most movies now, it's usually like the person has superpowers, so that's why they can beat up a bunch of people, or they have some kind of like additional training, that's why they could beat up people, blah, blah, blah. Or you're just watching the movie because it's just a straight action movie about like John Wick killing 1 billion people. Like that's the point of the movie. It's just to watch John Wick kill people, right?
Yeah. Acolyte opens with the one girl beating up a whole bar full of people.
Right. And
interesting.
Then, yeah. Yes, I know. But then
completely
even
unrealistic.
Even in the new Daredevil and in the new Batman, like that's why they would show them like getting beat up a lot. Was it added an element of realism, an element of grittiness to it that I think most people found like more interesting.
Right.
And now you could say, well, okay, well, it's unrealistic because, if they took that amount of damage, they would be dead. And like, okay, fair enough. But that still doesn't mean, like, it's still weird when you have in all these movies, and Drinker talks about this, and I'm going to play a clip from him when he talks about it, where you just have like the woman who's like, like a foot shorter than the guy and like, 100 pounds less than the guy, who's just like tanking punches to the face. And you're like, what the fuck? It just seems ridiculous.
Yeah. His argument is there's lots of unrealistic stuff in movies. It still doesn't make it okay. I mean, all that unrealistic stuff in movies can take you out of the movie as well. So
of course.
How's this an argument?
hero doing stuff that has no basis in reality, physical feats that no human could do, we simply take it as a given that this is the world of movies, and sometimes the action is exaggerated.
It's fake. Women can't fight. We all know that. That's his argument. That's basically his argument.
Yes.
Yeah, we know women are shit fighters. It's a movie, okay? You're supposed to know it's not real, okay? They suck at fighting.
Yes.
Or
but the whole purpose of doing that is to like create this idea that women can do that, though. So it is a little gaslighting.
or complete fantasy. It seems strange that someone is all of a sudden breaking open the science books and trying to use science to differentiate between men and women, as if it would somehow be more believable if a man could beat up 20 people at once than a woman beating up 20 people at once. It doesn't really...
Oh no, Rings of Power? That's going to be your example?
Okay, let me play the actual section that Drinker kind of talks about this.
This might be the worst scene from Rings of Power, too. It's so...
Where she just randomly gets in a fight for literally like no reason.
Well, isn't it like a school of people she's supposed to be like teaching them sword fighting tricks and stuff?
Oh, yeah. She's like, oh look, I'm a better sword fighter than all these people. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so bad.
Super
it's
cringe.
Not even, it's not, it doesn't even look cool. That's the thing.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. So this is back to this. This is the video that Jose is reviewing. Let's see like some of the
Connor.
additional context that Drinker is talking about. See if it changes the way we feel about this.
Brings me along to my next point. Physical strength. One of the most tedious and embarrassing aspects of modern movies is watching a 100-pound actress plowing through a series of extremely accommodating stuntmen twice her size because the...
Oh, look. You like how he left that part out of the commentary?
Right.
Writers mistakenly believe that the only way for a character to be strong is through feats of actual physical strength. Because after all, how can a woman possibly be equal to a man if she's not as physically capable as him? The problem is, you're always going to have a tough time selling a fight between a man and a woman on screen, for obvious reasons. Men are generally bigger, stronger and more robust, with denser and heavier bones, stronger muscles, broader shoulders, longer limbs and superior upper body strength. Add all of that stuff together and you've got a huge advantage when it comes to the application of physical violence. The problem is that this reality doesn't gel too well with the modern Hollywood ideology that men and women are exactly the same at everything. So how do they get around it, you might ask? Do they carefully structure and choreograph male-female fight scenes to have the woman make clever use of her environment, the element of surprise or improvised weapons to even the odds? Do they hire large, physically imposing actresses who actually look like they could take on a fully grown man? Or do they say, fuck it, we'll just pretend that size and strength doesn't matter anymore? I think you know the answer already. Like in this scene from The Woman King, where a 57-year-old, 5'5" Viola Davis takes on a 29-year-old, 6-foot-tall man who's built like a heavyweight boxer. He's literally half her age and twice her size. A single one of these haymaker punches would probably shatter most of the bones in her face, fracture her skull and cause severe brain injuries. And yet, there she is, tanking them like she's Rocky Balboa. Nobody is buying this because they know that an actual fight like this would be over in about 4 seconds. But if you want an extremely rare example of how stuff like this would actually go down, check out this scene from Sicario where main character Kate punches a CIA officer full in the face as hard as she can and it barely even phases him. Then he promptly knocks her on her arse in response. This is what actually tends to happen when you try to take down someone who's bigger and stronger and tougher than you. And the thing is, all of this stuff misses the point that actual physical strength isn't what makes a character strong. Someone who chooses to fight even if they're at a massive disadvantage is actually a lot braver and more compelling than some overpowered superhuman who dominates everything around them.
Yeah, based.
What a bigot. Can you believe that? He actually says it's like, that's a laudable, virtue.
Yeah.
God, what a
use
bigot.
your head.
Right. Let's see his super bigoted example he's about to show.
Oh no.
Like in this scene from Lord of the Rings, where Éowyn makes a stand against one of the most powerful and terrifying enemies in all of Middle-earth. You can see how frightened and tiny she is compared to him. She's basically a fly that he could easily swat away, and the fact that she doesn't just break and run speaks volumes about her strength of character, which is a lot more important than the strength of her muscles. The point...
God, what a
Ooh.
can you believe this sexist? What a sexist piece of shit drinker is.
He's saying that
Can't believe
she's stronger because she can get her ass kicked. Look at
Right.
this. And Captain Marvel, I mean, all this bravado. I mean, she's an alien.
Yeah.
An invincible alien. Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah. It's called Zero Stakes. Oh, sorry. Did I say stakes? Let's try to keep this shallow here. How many
I'm
women
making
are in
here-
this?
Is that all of these
Shit.
His attempts to push female characters as the physical equals of men comes across more like envious wish fulfillment or spiteful revenge fantasies rather than believable character traits that fit naturally into a well-rounded story. More often than not, it's the writers pushing their own desires and personal ideology into the script rather than trying to tell a compelling story that resonates with audiences. Now, none of this is to say that it's impossible for a woman to beat a man in a fight. Of course it is. The differences between them aren't that huge, but it has to be carefully thought out and implemented to make it look believable on screen. Sarah Connor was an awesome kick-ass fighter in Terminator 2, but the film never tries to pretend that she's bigger or stronger than the men around her. Instead, she uses weapons, the environment, surprise ambushes, threats and hostage taking to even the odds. And it works. You believe that she could actually accomplish the things she does, and the natural result is that you buy into her character more. One other weird aspect of the strong female character is their general lack of human personality traits and redeeming qualities. Instead of
Well, okay, but so let's go back to the Jose video for a second. But see, it's just see how like interesting the argument is when you don't straw man it, and how like it's actually like a well, articulated, thought out position that Drinker's trying to lay out here, which if you disagree with, you can argue against it if you don't just like dishonestly chop up what he's saying and strawman the crap out of it.
Yeah, it takes work to make it believable, which it's true. Drinker makes great videos. I hate the fact that everyone always misrepresents him, but I guess that's like the leftist thing on the internet, right?
Well,
Red to misrepresent people.
The problem is like, so there are, because like there's too much woke crap, then there's like a group of people who criticize it, and that's fine. But there are some people that criticize it in a lazy way as well, or they'll make over generalizations when they label things woke or left wing or progressive or whatever they want to label it as. And so that then the dishonest people like Jose and the other socialists will then say, oh, well, if you complain about anything ultra progressive or you complain about anything woke, then they're going to slot you in with like the lazy critique and ignore everything you're actually saying, so they don't have to actually address it.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who makes a lazy critique. I would argue, though, that, I mean, the reason why the Critical Drinker is so big, I think he's like close to 2 million subs, is because he's not doing that kind of lazy analysis.
100%, right?
Yeah,
right.
So he does pick up a lot of the normies who are just like, they just want to hear good film analysis. They can't necessarily articulate why something is wrong with a movie. And he basically spells it out, and they like that. It is interesting. I want to see Newt like kick a whole bar room full of brawler guys. I want to see her take them down. A little child.
Some
How come we don't have
needed.
child representation?
Okay, let's go back to Rings of Power.
Oh my God.
Matter to me that a man would last a tenth of a second longer than a woman if he was fighting all those people at once. I don't think it's simply your brain not being able to understand things in a logical, scientific way, but rather because you're more willing to believe one fantasy over another. And why someone believes one fantasy over another isn't really being considered. The only reason men doing this stuff seems normal and regular is because movies and TV shows have been doing this for decades, and it reflects the political reality of how this media was made in the past. It was largely made by men, and it was targeting an audience that was largely men, so it was playing up to a male fantasy on the screen.
There's like this delusion that these people engage in when they're like, society was all dominated by men, made for men, right? And it's funny because they complain about capitalism constantly, including in this video, he complains about capitalism. When if you look at it for like decades and decades and decades now, women have been the predominant customers driving capitalism.
Right.
Women make most of the purchasing decisions for households. So the idea that like, oh, all the evil capitalism was all bending over backwards for the men is just completely devoid of actual reality.
True.
And also, like, as I was saying, part of the reason it's so funny when you look at like how big anime is really big in not just for like men, but girls eat that shit up too. And I brought, Jujutsu Kaisen as a perfect example. Women are all fucking lusting over Gojo and all the other, characters, male characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. And yet, if you just watched it, you'd be like, oh, this is so dumb. Like, there's only like a handful of female characters in the show. It's all male power fantasy. It's all driven to be for the men, blah, 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 right? It's like, no, women like watching like attractive men do cool stuff too, right? Do you understand that? Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, look. There's lots of stuff like that. I've heard of Aquaman.
Have you now?
Yeah. I never saw it, but I know why women like it so much. It's pretty obvious.
And it's funny because so I think season 1 of Game of Thrones came out in 2011, 2012 or something.
Right.
Or maybe even earlier, but can you imagine if like peak woke time period, like during Me Too, how season 1 of Game of Thrones would be received? You literally have Daenerys, one of the main female characters, who is sold to essentially Genghis Khan,
right? Yeah,
who is essentially raping her. And then
essentially, I mean, yeah.
He is, right?
He is raping.
He is. Okay, he is raping her. And then she like falls in love with the guy.
Yeah, she falls in love with a rapist.
Oh my God. Like, I just can't imagine. Like, that would not fly. Oh, people would be very upset by that.
Not only that, she learns to psychologically manipulate her rapist.
True.
Yeah.
True. But she genuinely cares for him, even though he's a horrible murderer, right? And a horrible rapist. She genuinely cares for him.
Right.
But it's okay because she's a girl boss. So
that we're now seeing female versions of this in the modern day isn't any better or worse. It's simply a variation on the same type of wish fulfillment and fantasy that people like to put into movies. If this fantasy is less appealing to you personally, that's fine, but it says nothing about these movies and rather the mindset you have going into these movies. And I think this undercurrent explains a lot of Drinker's criticism. He has uncritically accepted the movies and TV shows of his youth as normal and internalized their often conservative messaging, at least by today's standards. He sees...
Which is...
what? Yeah.
Yeah.
What are these
conservative messaging?
Yeah. It's interesting because by saying that, he's essentially agreeing with everything Drinker's saying, which is that, these new media is kind of put through this like really weird, ultra progressive woke lens. And it makes this, not only is it weird ideologically, but then this makes the storytelling suck. And I guess Jose agrees with that because he's like, well, anything made before 2016 would be conservative by today's standards. So I was like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, what's that conservative lens?
I am curious.
It's not a reflection of changing tastes and times, but some kind of top-down imposition as some kind of abnormal intrusion. Here's an example of how Drinker talks about the personality of these strong female characters and how they embody more masculine traits.
Instead of being altruistic or compassionate or protective or vulnerable or quirky, they're almost always written as stoic, emotionally closed off, blunt, dismissive, prickly, domineering, or aggressive. The very same masculine traits that the writers seem to find so toxic and unacceptable in men.
He goes on to say that these traits aren't enough to make a character and that these women would be more interesting if they were more robust, including more traditionally feminine traits. The irony of this is that in another series, They Hate Men Part 1, he takes the opposite approach to male characters.
A stoic character is one that's generally reserved and emotionally distant, the kind of person who bears their troubles and discomforts without too much complaining. It's a character type most commonly associated with traditional ideas of masculine behaviour. Why? Because that's how men generally act around each other.
There's a big disconnect here. Whereas men being stoic is okay, women characters can only be stoic if they also include a number of other traits. That is, it's a positive for men and at best neutral for women. It's a
So this is, he's just like, I guess he's just lying now, because he just took the fact that Drinker said part of it, one word he used to describe the women was stoic, and then he used that to describe men stoic. But as Drinker said, he said stoic, prickly, unemotional, assholes, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, that was like one character trait. And so he just, like, Jose just makes up the fact that Drinker is saying, oh, if women are stoic, then they have all these other traits. It's like, well, no, you could have a woman, you could have a female character who is stoic in a positive way, but for some reason, part of the quote strong women character is that they're unemotional and they have all these other attributes that seem, boring, inhuman attached to it as well.
Right. Yeah. Stoic plus unlikable traits versus stoic plus likable traits, like competency.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and also he said Drinker was talking about women being more traditionally feminine and that would be better. But like we listened to a bunch of that Drinker video and he never said that.
Well, we'll get there because I'm going to play a clip from the Stoic Man video and then I'll play the clip from the strong female character.
Does Sarah Connor strike you as traditionally feminine?
I mean, she strikes me as like a human. She has like actual emotions. So, I guess that makes her a traditional feminist.
Right. I guess you got to ask what he means by traditional feminine.
Right.
In the context of this video where he's trying to malign conservatives, I would think it means like wearing a dress and
yes,
like
lipstick. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from the Stoic Man video. Okay, let me jump ahead here.
Number 1. The Death of the Stoic Man. Pick out any random selection of mainstream movies that are more than 10 or 15 years old and give them a watch. Now pay particular attention to the men in those movies. Watch how they act, how they communicate with each other, the pace and tone and tempo of their conversations. Watch how they carry themselves. Think about the subtle shifts of power and dominance as their scenes progress. The use of pauses and facial expressions and eye contact to clue the audience in on who's dictating the pace of the conversation. Do this and you'll probably begin to pick up on a few things, like the fact that men in older movies are generally able to convey a lot more by saying less. They're generally more reserved and project a kind of quiet confidence. They're less prone to big emotional outbursts or energetic displays of high-strung verbal diarrhea. They spend less time talking about themselves and how things make them feel, and more time grappling with whatever problem or issue is actually at hand. When they decide to show aggression, it's generally controlled and carefully measured and deployed at just the right moment for maximum impact. They're less likely to admit to personal weaknesses, insecurity and emotional fragility, or complain about physical discomfort and danger. In writing terms, this is what we refer to as stoicism. A stoic character is one that's generally reserved and emotionally distant, the kind of person who bears their troubles and discomforts without too much complaining. It's a character type most commonly associated with traditional ideas of masculine behaviour. Why? Because that's how men generally act around each other. Now take a look at men in mainstream movies today and pay attention to the same aspects that you looked at before. I can pretty much guarantee you're going to notice a big difference between the two. The men in movies and TV shows now tend to come across as annoyingly talkative and expressive, reacting emotionally to what other people say and do, instead of coolly observing and keeping their own feelings in check. And this is important because here's a little secret for you boys and girls. The ability to just shut the fuck up for a minute and let an uncomfortable silence stretch out before you is a pretty powerful weapon when it comes to tense conversations, because you're making it clear that you don't care much whether the other person expects a response. You'll speak to them when you're goddamn good and ready. Male characters today, however, mirror whatever they see and hear instead of imposing their own pace and tone on the conversation. They seem uncomfortable with the idea of protracted silence and feel the need to constantly talk to fill the gaps. Any real action that they take has to be undercut by ironic self-deprecating humour, which instead of being funny, just makes them come across course is insecure and lacking the confidence of their own convictions. Like the idea of being assertive and taking decisive action is so silly that it has to be made into a self-conscious joke. Generally speaking, they're easily intimidated and outmatched by strong female personalities, usually folding like a house of cards the moment they're challenged on something, and they're almost never able to hold their own in an argument, even if the facts and general situation actually support their position. They lack both the quick thinking and the belief in themselves needed to press their advantage and assert control over a situation. In functional terms, what you see on screen these days aren't really men in the normal sense. They're basically hyperactive, hyper-emotional, hyper-talkative children forced into men's bodies. They're a kind of shallow, trite projection of what insecure, effeminate, emotionally fragile Hollywood screenwriters imagine men to be, either because they dislike the idea of the masculine, stoic male archetype, or they lack the breadth of life experience to be able to write characters like that in the first place.
Okay, so obviously significantly different than the type of character that he was complaining about and critiquing when it came to Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah,
whatsoever,
definitely.
right? And I do think it's a completely relevant point because it does seem like, and I think this is a big issue that we have with like red pill content and things of that nature, is that a lot of modern society, I think, doesn't want to give and doesn't know how to give positive male role models for young boys growing up in media and movies and other things like that. Because everything has to be like, again, the men getting shit on, or you have, and I think what he was kind of talking about here is it's almost like because the Marvel movies were very successful and because Josh Whedon's Avengers was very successful, so many characters have to be written like a quote Marvel movie character, where they're constantly talking, they're constantly being sarcastic, they're constantly doing the quips. And a lot of that I think is based off of Joss Whedon's writing style, which I like Joss Whedon's writing style. I think it's fine for what he was doing. That was fine with Buffy back in the day and Angel back in the day. And I like the first Avengers movie, but it doesn't have to be like every single movie, every single Marvel character has to be like that.
Yeah. There's like a comedy element to it. And sometimes it just doesn't play well in the movie. Like every character doesn't have to be funny.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's actually what's kind of weird is, you know, classically Spider-Man was supposed to be like the one character, right?
Yeah.
The quip character, the funny character.
Yeah.
And the sarcastic character. And it's interesting because like a lot of times, like in the comics, like Spider-Man was one of the most hated heroes by the villains because he wouldn't just like capture you and beat you up. He'd like make fun of you while he's doing it, which was unusual for the other heroes. And now if you like look at all the Marvel movies, like almost every character is essentially Spider-Man. More so than Spider-Man actually is because Spider-Man's a kid in the movie.
Yeah.
And I think
Deadpool's that character.
Right. Well, I mean, Deadpool was always that character, so that's fair. But I think part of that is not just because Joss Whedon did the Avengers, but also because Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, which Robert Downey Jr. was very good and very interesting doing Iron Man the way he did it. And so it's like everything has to be like that now.
Captain America is not like that. Like the Hulk is not like that.
They're doing weird quips and I mean, they shouldn't be, but they're doing them. They're doing weird. Captain America is doing weird quips like that. You know, Bruce Banner is doing weird quips like that, and it seems awkward. You know,
yeah,
when he does those. Yeah.
Sarah Connor.
Okay, let's go back to Sarah Connor here for a second.
More. One other weird aspect of the strong female character is their general lack of human personality traits and redeeming qualities. Instead of being altruistic, or compassionate, or protective, or vulnerable, or quirky, they're almost always written as stoic, emotionally closed off, blunt, dismissive, prickly, domineering, or aggressive.
Which, by the way, it's why Jose just focused on stoic. All those other character traits, domineering, prickly, blunt, all these things, not ever seen as like positive traits in a male character either.
No, yeah, not at all. The male
that's why he says
doing those things is bad too.
Exactly. That's why Drinker says that these are like traits associated with toxic masculinity. And it really shows how, you know, we've talked about this a lot too. Part of the big difference between liberalism and leftism, or liberalism and socialism, is that liberalism is like there's a universal criteria or rule set that should apply to everyone. It's like, don't be racist, don't be sexist. And then you have sort of the leftist socialists come in and they're like, no, 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 no. If you're an oppressed person, you get to be racist, you get to be sexist, you get to be bigoted. And it kind of goes into this exact situation where it's like, well, since women are viewed to be an oppressed class, they get to inhabit all these traits that we would normally say are toxic or shitty behavior.
Right. Yeah. If you're an oppressed woman, you get to display toxic masculinity,
which is hilarious.
Very same masculine traits that the writers seem to find so toxic and unacceptable in men. They very rarely have any kind of romantic interest in men and are carefully written and dressed to avoid even the barest hint of sensuality or attractiveness. Either way, it all just smacks of overcompensation, a kind of knee-jerk reaction to all those overly emotional, easily frightened damsels in distress from previous generations of movies.
But how could the bigot ever acknowledge that that was a thing? He's not allowed to do that. He's supposed to be a bigot.
He's supposed to want to harken back to that time. Those were the golden years, right?
Yes. Now, why didn't Jose bring up that line? Why doesn't he bring up this part? He watched this video. He's taking clips from this video. Why did he not mention any of this?
Because it would completely undercut his argument, and everyone would see Critical Drinker's base. His entire audience they'd be like, why'd you bring that up? We're supposed to be lying about this guy. The whole leftist sphere would shit on him collectively. They all know what they're doing. They all know this is like a lying grift here. They're trying to fool the normies. But they all watch Critical Drinker. That's why. So they already know he's lying, right? The only one that watches these bread tube hit pieces are leftists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're lying to the choir.
Yep.
Good job. Excellent work.
Away from the tropes of women as caring, compassionate maternal characters or overly sexualized fantasy figures. Fair enough, there's absolutely nothing wrong with branching out and exploring different ideas. The problem is—
Whoa, 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 whoa. Sexist Drinker is not allowed to say fair enough. Okay, he has to say that women are only supposed to be sex objects or Snow White and cleaning up after dwarfs. That's what he's only allowed to say that as a bigot, all right?
It's the Madonna horror paradigm, and there is no in between. You're either a
how
Madonna
dare he say
or you're a whore.
Exactly.
Get it right.
Not the Madonna the singer, okay? Because she was a whore.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Is that if you take all those feminine elements away and replace them with nothing but the most stereotypical of male traits, then all you really end up with are women awkwardly pretending to be men. Like Galadriel from Rings of Power, always trying to talk tough, stamp down her authority, demanding respect and showing off. It doesn't ring true because it's not how women tend to act in the real world. Audiences know it, and if Emily Blunt's comments are anything to go by, the actresses trying to play these roles know it too. Again, none of this is to—
Well, and also there's like a weird unreality about it, because if you're a character who has to keep demanding respect, that means you don't have respect.
Ooh, so true. Yeah.
You know, and I was thinking, you know, kind of going back to Game of Thrones back when it was good, you know, Tywin Lannister's character was so great because the way his character was written, the way characters would react to him, the way the actor portrayed him. He never demanded respect. He just would like walk in a room and people would just react to him. He'd be like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, so you as an audience, like you as the audience, like understood the dynamic of his presence in a scene. Unlike where like when Tyrion walked in, no one would respect him like at all. And that was the way the scenes were written. That's the way the scenes were directed.
Say that you can't have assertive and authoritative female characters who speak their minds and fight their own corner, but you have to give them more than just the superficial facade of toughness. Just like how making them more physically powerful diminishes their bravery, and removing their challenges, weaknesses and failures eats away at their relatability, so removing their emotional complexity and vulnerability makes them less likeable. And the end result of all this is characters that are weirdly bland, sterile, sexless, emotionless, joyless, arrogant, condescending and unappealing. People might—
Can you believe that? What a sexist for him to say all that. Terrible.
Anyone can be those things.
Terrible. That he said that women can be strong and opinionated and, you know, all those things. How dare he say that?
Right.
No, Jose obviously doesn't like he doesn't play that part because then all of his critique against Drinker would look ridiculous. But
some opinions need a shout.
let's go back to Strawman Hour here. You're at
so true. This gets really
26:14.
bad right around here, right around the. This is where I really get angry.
I mean, it's all been really bad.
Well, it's super levels of dishonest with the Battlestar Galactica stuff.
Yeah.
The double standard in much of Drinker's commentary. And this one is similarly guided by some very rigid ideology, where media of the past is simply seen as normal, and media of the present is seen being shaped by ideology. The truth is, all media is shaped in some way by the ideologies of the people creating it. Then Drinker notices one and not the other.
He knows he doesn't address any of the actual arguments he's laid out whatsoever.
The other really just reveals how he looks at these various productions, and his very limited ability to step outside of his own experience.
The result is a kind
Just the irony.
I know.
Everything he says is just dripping with irony here.
I know.
of frustrating, neutered, childlike interpretation of male behaviour that doesn't really line up with what real, normal people experience day to day. Personally, I find that I can't relate to more and more male characters in movies today because they simply don't talk, act, or look like any of the men I've actually known in my life, and they're definitely not something I'd want to aspire to.
This is an incredible confession. This should make him realize that perhaps his perspective is a limited one, that he might want to consider viewpoints of others who are identifying with these characters, or maybe...
So, okay, that clip that he just played where Drinker is saying that he can't identify them, that clip is from the video that we watched where he said men in these movies are portrayed as, you know, children who can't control themselves, are hyper emotional, you know, don't know how to be stoic, blah, 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 blah. And it ends with him saying he, you know, doesn't like these characters and can't, you know, empathize with them. They seem unrealistic. And Jose, he cut out all that part about them being children and all the negative qualities and uses it to strawman Drinker and say like, oh, why can't you understand that people like to empathize with these horrible characters?
Right. Yeah.
So ridiculous.
Wouldn't you like to meet the people that are empathizing with these horrible characters?
No, stay away from me.
You simply accept that.
Look, he cuts that part out though, so you don't know. You think like
exactly
he's talking about, you know, a gay character that someone might actually empathize with, right?
Right.
Cuts out all the context to make it look like Critical Drinker is in fact a bigot, but it's not true. That's why I hate this stuff, because it's just such, it's like a smear job. It's done so dishonestly, and it's just it's reputation destruction, which is actually a very female trait. Oddly enough, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Reputation destruction. That's what the females always go after, right? Look.
It is.
Stay away from her. She's a slut. Destroy reputation, right?
I'm sure Jose can empathize with the giant man-child, true.
Stay away from Critical Drinker. He's a conservative. Oh.
Yeah.
There are experiences outside of his own that he might not be able to understand.
J-Mac, our second father, thank you so much for the $20. Says the Axel Braun Captain Marvel had a way better production, acting, and overall story, or so I'm told. It was also way more progressive with casting, the first ever trans actor in a major role for a superhero movie. Wow. I don't think I know anything about that.
Captain Marvel?
Oh, you're talking about the porn parody. I didn't know what you were talking about.
The porn parody?
Okay. There you go. I had to Google it.
Oh.
I admit I haven't seen the porn parody.
The Axel Braun Captain Marvel?
Yes. There you go.
Axel Braun must be the porn star, right?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, no, that's the director. No, that's the director.
Oh, okay.
I should have guessed with a name like Axel Braun, right? I should have guessed.
Oh, yeah.
Thal for $20. Thank you, Thal. Says you're both wrong. Rings of Power training scene was she was the only one who knew how to fight orcs. LOL. And to be fair, she's the only one that knows the super secrets are flying catapult troll slicing. That is true. That's
oh, yeah.
Point.
Horrible show.
Jay for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says a trained fighter can absolutely wreck multiple opponents. The average person has no idea how much they lack skill and core conditioning for fights. There are many stories of MMA fighters beating up gangs of idiots who jump them. Yeah, that's true. If you establish that like one character has like a lot of training and the other characters are just like random people. Sure.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, if somebody has actual kung fu training and you just have a bunch of normies that are throwing punches and missing. Of course they can.
Sure.
Dumb.
One, that he might want to consider viewpoints of others who are identifying with these characters, or maybe simply accept that there are experiences outside of his own that he might not be able to understand, and that these movies perhaps often an entry point to understanding these different perspectives, to reject them for being...
Yeah, but why are those perspectives valid? Maybe those perspectives suck. Maybe those perspectives can't, create good storytelling. I don't know. Why are you assuming that these perspectives are valid or good or righteous?
Being different or unfamiliar or simply not being normal only reveals how close-minded he is towards experiences that are unlike his own. And instead of trying to understand these unfamiliar experiences, he's created a video for the internet to complain that these characters are destroying movies. To agree with...
Why do I get the feeling he's talking about the pedophilic dad in Happiness? Why do I feel like that's the character he's empathizing with, Sitch?
I've not seen that movie, so I don't know. But,
oh, okay. Oh, it's like the worst, most detestable character to ever grace the screen.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Don't watch it. It's horrifying.
Drinker means to agree with an inherently conservative worldview, where male-led fantasies are more associated with quality and normalcy than female-led fantasies. It's not that women aren't allowed to be action heroes, but rather must operate under a double standard and have a limit to what they can be seen doing. It's about...
That's not a double standard, you idiot. Okay, he very clearly lays out that when you have characters, both male or female characters, we kind of generally want to see them as being human beings that we can empathize with, that we can have an emotional connection with. And one of the ways that that's accomplished is by going on this sort of journey, right? The hero's journey. There's a reason it's written about. There's a reason everyone talks about it, a reason that people understand it. And the fact that all these, quote, strong female character stories all kind of fall into the same pitfalls of writing these really trash, shit, uninteresting, uninspiring, terrible female characters for the sakes of, for political ideology. And you should care about this, okay? If you actually give a fuck about your dumb leftist, socialist, progressive politics, you should actually care that your message can't even create good propaganda.
Yeah, tell him, Sitch.
I will tell him.
You should tell him. He doesn't look, he's an idiot, though. I swear to God, ideology just shaves like 20 IQ points off of the average person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Critical drinker is not operating under a conservative ideology. And that's where this guy fails immediately. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's why if you see any of these like ultra conservative movies like God's Not Dead or Lady Ballers, which comes up, I mean, that's why they suck.
Yes, that's why they suck, because they're operating under ideology and everyone working on the project is missing 20 IQ points. Where did they go? Who knows?
Right. I mean, there's lots of you can make a movie that has a political message either towards the left or towards the right that's good if you focus on actual good storytelling.
Yeah, conflict, character, theme.
Yes. And there's this some level of people's appreciation for story is always going to be personalized, because again, the point of stories is that they're trying to connect with you on an emotional level.
Right.
And people are different. And so people are able to connect with things on different emotional levels, or because people look for different things in movies. Some people are very moved by visuals. Some people are very moved by character. Some people are moved by themes. Some people are moved by dialogue. People are moved. So there is a level of like personal taste in all these things. But that being said, and Jose does the dumb shit towards the end of this video where he's like, well, everything is just an opinion. There's no such thing as like objectively good storytelling, which is bullshit. There obviously is, because if there wasn't, then there wouldn't be an ability for a mass of people to all like something.
Yeah.
And a mass of people to all dislike something.
Yeah, there are certain criteria that achieves interest in a wide variety of people. A big audience makes things popular. There's a reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Space where women can excel, but never equal the status of men, and certainly never excel at the expense of a beloved male character. To see this lens in action, I want to choose one of my favorite examples,
Or Jean-Luc Picard, the cultured, intelligent, clear-headed diplomat, capable leader and brave explorer from Star Trek The Next Generation, once the epitome of the thinking man's hero, now reduced to a confused, frail old man who needs to be put firmly in his place by someone more diverse.
Sheer hubris.
Yeah, that'll teach you to get ideas above your station, Jean-Luc.
Let's get the most controversial thing I'll say in this video out of the way. I love the first season of Star Trek Picard. Anyone who's watched...
Okay, so now you can know that you can just take every opinion Jose has about anything, not beyond media, anything, and just crumple it up and throw it in a trash can.
Did you see the first season of Picard?
I saw. Yeah, I couldn't finish it.
Okay, because it's just so bad. Yeah,
it's so bad. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so trash. It craps all over everything that was like the original point of Star Trek.
But it's bad in a way that caters to leftist sensibilities. Is that why he likes it?
It's just bad.
Why does he like it?
I don't fucking know.
Sometimes people like trash just because it's contrarian. They're like, look, everyone hates this thing, so I'm going to love it because it's, so I can be different.
Yeah. Well, there were some like wokey people that liked it just because there's like a lot of diverse casting and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But even those people that were like Star Trek fans were pretty like not happy with Picard. The characters, all don't act like the characters from the original. Starfleet is like completely not the Starfleet it was. They're the bad guys and they act evil and racist and completely different than they were because they tried to make it some kind of like analogy to modern times or something, which kind of defeats the whole point. Because in Star Trek, whenever they tried to make an analogy to modern time, like in Star Trek, if you've never seen it, it's supposed to be the future, and Starfleet is essentially a bunch of worlds got together, including humans, and they're all kind of like the super liberal utopia, and everything is fixed. Especially
everyone knows Star Trek.
Right.
Star Trek is pretty, yeah.
I would hope, but like, and everything is good. So then when they want to have like an analogy then in Star Trek to some problem that's like a modern problem, it's not, yeah, they go to some alien world and then the aliens have whatever that problem is, right?
Right, yeah.
And the Starfleet characters are supposed to be like the enlightened ones who are like, this is how you solve the problem, okay? And these retards writing the first 2 seasons of Picard are like, let's just make Starfleet. Let's make the humans have all the fucked up problems. Let's shit all over the entire concept of Star Trek.
How do they do that without completely retconning the entire Star Trek universe?
They just do.
Interesting.
That's why everyone hates it. But I guess Jose loves it.
Right. Well, he loves it because they shit all over what Star Trek was. I swear it's just contrarian. It's like, oh my God, they destroyed everything. He's like masturbating to it. He loves it.
Maybe.
Total destruction. Oh my God, this will get that critical drinker. He's so angry.
Right.
Watch the series is probably having a very normal reaction right now. But I want you all to take a break from that so we can go back to the scene where the Admiral supposedly puts Captain Picard in his place. Here's a little more context.
There was a choice between allowing the Federation to implode or letting the Romulans go.
The Federation does not get to decide if a species lives or dies.
Yes, we do. We absolutely do. Thousands of other species depend upon us for unity.
I was standing up for the Federation.
What happened to the Prime Directive? Holy shit. For real?
Yeah.
For what it represents, for what it should still represent.
How dare you lecture me?
Ignore me again at your cost.
This is no longer your house, Jean-Luc. So do what you're good at. Go home.
This scene isn't anything new. The Star Trek The Next Generation TV series, where we first met Picard, has countless examples of him being dressed down by male and female admirals, sometimes justified, sometimes not. In this scene in Picard, we see his plan being utterly rejected by the Admiral, but we're meant to sympathize with Picard. One of the themes of the first season of Picard is how Starfleet as an institution has abandoned its principles, and is put in its...
So his argument is that Drinker's wrong because you, the audience, are supposed to look at Picard getting yelled at by this lady, and you're supposed to say the lady's the bad guy, right? That's his argument.
Okay.
So I found an article about the first season of Picard on StarTrek.com. Okay.
Wow. Is that
It's on
official?
Star Trek. It's on StarTrek.com. So obviously this has the official Star Trek seal of approval. Okay. This article is about the first season of Picard. It was published May 20th, 2020, and it's called The Humbling of Admiral Picard. All right. The
Let's hear it.
subtitle is do you want me to send it to you?
I guess, sure.
The subtitle is On Star Trek, Picard, our beloved admiral, is forced to reckon with his privilege as a
Oh my
Starfleet
God.
officer from a
No.
planetary superpower.
No. Please
Okay.
don't. Stop. Stop already.
No, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna read this.
You
Okay.
can just read it up.
Okay. Let's see. Star Trek has always dealt in stories about interspecies and cross-cultural interactions, and the way each franchise tells these stories is a commentary on the era that produced them. Star Trek Picard is no exception. In 2020, representation and inclusion have just as much, if not more, importance than diversity. Claiming to be an ally to marginalized people without acknowledging your own privilege feels hollow.
Make it stop already.
This is on Star Trek.
This can't be real.
This is real, and it's on StarTrek.com. Okay, the official site. All right.
This was written by the wokest chat GPT of all time.
Picard's ensemble of writers and actors lean into all of this. All right, serving up a multi-layer narrative that explores how power and privilege play out in a relationship with people who are different. Okay.
Wow.
While the TNG positioned Captain Picard, while TNG positioned Captain Picard as an ally to marginalized groups from Klingons to Android, Picard, the show challenges Picard, the character, challenges him to check the privilege he's enjoyed through various series as an able-bodied male Earthling of elevated Starfleet rank.
Oh my God.
Here are 6 times Picard, the show, called out Picard, the character, during season 1. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then it talks about he's being old. Then number 2, Picard is no longer relevant. Not being relevant is the ultimate slap in the face for high-profile people used to calling the shots. Picard is visibly bothered when a Starfleet receptionist asks for his name when he arrives for his meeting with Admiral Clancy. She too takes him down a peg, calling out his, quote, sheer fucking hubris for even showing up with a request for reassignment, calling his Tal Shiar conspiracy theory the delusions of a once great man desperate to matter. Ironically, Picard seems to have thought that asking for a temporary reinstatement, a skeleton crew in a low-class ship, was an act of humility. In a way, though, Picard's irrelevance works out in his favor, since his eventual crew only really identifies with the mission when it becomes clear that it's a lost cause. So even the guy who wrote this article is like, not perceiving it the way that Jose is perceiving it. And also, like, in that scene, it's far more gray than Jose would want you to believe. Because on one hand, it's true that Starfleet is kind of seen as like fucked up and wrong. But on the other hand, Picard is seen as fucked up and wrong, and actually is being kind of egotistical the way it's written in the story. Because in the story, Picard just gave like the world's worst interview that made Starfleet look like shit. And immediately after he gives a horrible interview, which he acknowledges was a horrible interview he shouldn't give, he then goes to the Admiral and is like, hey, I know I've been retired for X number of years, but like, give me a ship and do what I say. It's just like, what the fuck? Are you like out of your mind? So again, it is fair to say that the show wrote him to be super fucked up. And also, and I'm curious too if this was part of one of the scenes that Drinker was going to originally include, but it was a little bit more like complicated to like put into a digestible clip. There's a scene in the next episode where Picard visits a black female character, and she like gives this really weird speech about how privileged Picard is because he lives in like a big mansion on his Picard vineyard, and she lives in like a trailer in the desert somewhere. And it's super weird because you're like, I thought the whole point in Star Trek was that they got rid of poverty and money. And why is she living in a weird trailer? Like, why is she making this weird class, remark about Picard being a privileged rich white man in Star Trek?
People are still subjugated in Star Trek now? I thought it was a
I don't
communist
know.
utopia.
It's really weird.
Fascinating. So they wrote him basically to be delusional then.
Yes.
No wonder people are pissed.
That's
when was
part of it,
Picard
yeah.
delusional in the original series? Never.
Nope.
That's why he's such a good character, because he's competent. Being delusional is not competent. That's incompetent.
Yep. Val Van Gogh for $20 says the communism aspect is hardly relevant to old Star Trek plot dynamics and individual episodes. What is on display is a tight military culture which operates in an unpredictable alien space environment with the intent of exploration. Star Trek is not a communist society. Don't let any of these retarded communists gaslight you, okay? They say that because they go, oh, well, there's no money in Star Trek. And that's true. There is no money in Star Trek. But when you look at the actual cultural attitudes that everyone has, it's all enlightened centrist liberalism. It's all maximal liberalism. You as an individual go find, the individual liberal thing that, makes you feel worthy, whether that be joining Starfleet, whether it be opening a restaurant, or whether it be going out in the frontier. That's why they have all those frontier people that go out and settle new planets. So there's not a communist society at all just because it doesn't have money.
Is this about the author at the end of the article? Ruth is a black Latinx freelance based in Istanbul who writes about culture, travel, and wellness.
Wait, is that actually what it says at the bottom of the article?
She still hasn't finished Deep Space Nine. You like Deep Space Nine.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's terrible. A black Latinx freelance based in Istanbul. They couldn't. What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. Okay. This is the bullshit DEI diversity hire. Okay. They couldn't get a fucking person to write about Star Trek Picard who has seen all of Star Trek. This person hasn't finished DS9?
Nope.
Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Fuck me. Okay. All right.
Oh, well.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Oh, good.
Jesus.
Its own desire to maintain its power and survival ahead of the ideals it claims to represent. It's an example.
That's why he likes it, because it's like a critique on liberalism in government.
He loved that scene with the black woman living in a trailer. He was like,
He
oh
did.
my God.
Yeah.
Look at this. They still have problems in the 25th century.
But see, that shows you the IQ shaving your I'm sorry, the ideology shaving your IQ 20 points.
Yeah.
Because he agrees with the political message. He likes the season, despite the fact that it destroys the entire established lore of the universe.
Oh, that's part of why he enjoys it. He's like, what? It shits on tradition? Oh my God. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Of how an institution becomes more concerned with perpetuating itself rather than serving the function it claims to have in the first place. What the audience is supposed to get here is that Picard is now an outsider to that institution, but not because he has become weak, but rather it's the institution he once represented that has become weak. That's why this scene is sad. Or you can reduce it to a woman yelling at a man and see it as a symbol of emasculation. But to me, that's a very reductive reading, not attempting to understand any of the subtlety or nuance that's happening in this scene. Therefore, this reading of Picard is not really engaging with the series at all. It's just using it as a tool to reinforce a narrative that media is telling society that men should be subservient to women. Although if it sounds like I'm stretching a bit there, and you don't believe that the drinker is...
I think you are stretching. I mean, what is the utility of the scene that we're supposed to take away when the black woman yells at Picard for being a rich white man?
What's the utility?
What are we supposed to take? Yeah, are we supposed to think she's wrong in that scene too? Is she the bad one in that scene? I don't know.
Look, he's the Jose here likes the institution of slavery, and he thinks it actually is a good thing.
There you go.
Is trying to imply that movies and TV are offering moral lessons, I want to look at another video from this series on the subject titled, "They Teach Us Awful Lessons." This video is very explicitly critiquing the morality of modern movies and hypothesizing how this will have a negative impact on society.
But the problem with modern movies is that I've begun to notice the moral scale tipping in the wrong direction, trying to frame negative actions, decisions and messages in a positive light. Basically what this means is they're teaching people really shit lessons now, and if this sort of thing continues for too long, it's going to produce an entire generation of shitty people.
Drinker doesn't just see movies as a form of light entertainment. He believes they have an impact on the moral development of society. I'm not trying to suggest that he's saying movies are shaping how we understand the world entirely, just that they have an influence. The bulk of the "They Teach Us Awful Lessons" video uses the example of Mulan, contrasting the animated and live-action versions of the movie. I want to first highlight his reading of the animated version.
The struggle...
I mean, he doesn't say if he disagrees with that. Obviously, the reason why the progressives want to get their messaging in media is because they feel it does influence people. It does change society. Yeah.
Right.
Be nice if he weighed in on that.
and eventual successes of the main character demonstrate the value of determination and perseverance even when the odds are against you. That a person's worth isn't defined by the size of their muscles, and even if you're not as big and strong as other people, it doesn't mean that you can't go on to achieve great things. It's all about playing the hand that you're dealt, even if that hand doesn't seem as strong as other people's.
First off, that line at the very end about the hand you're dealt makes it sound like Mulan was living with some kind of disability.
Oh my god.
That's so bad. I know.
Wait. Well, let me go to the next line.
But she wasn't. She was limited in society because she was a woman. And last I checked, being a woman is not a disability. And
he's like, oh, the message in the original one is, you know, your worth is not based on the size of your muscles, right? That don't let, you know, if you try hard, you can, you know, succeed and be useful and be, you know, strong, blah, 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 blah. And then Jose, bad faith, disgustingly, dishonestly reduces his, like, is he saying being a woman is disabling? How dare he?
So bad.
Oh.
And that fact should tell you something about what the movie is trying to say about society and how it treats women. Drinker's reading is instead fixated on Mulan's supposed physical limitations and doesn't really remark on the social pressure put on her to conform to a gender role. There are parts of the movie that...
Well, that's because when you're talking about the main difference between the new live-action Mulan and the cartoon Mulan, that is the difference, is making Mulan a magical, mystical, kung fu warrior badass. That was the main difference. That's why that's what's the focus when he talks about it.
Right.
And even to Mulan, the original, it's even though like obviously there is a message of, you know, like let's not be sexist, which you should say, well, if Drinker is a big, you know, evil bigot, why would he be in favor of the original one and say that's a good thing? Which Jose doesn't comment on. But, you know, even though that was part of it, the story isn't about Mulan like toppling the gender norms of China and like, you know, fixing it. It's, you know, fixing society to say, see, and at the end of it, the emperor says, you know, and now we will treat women the same as men.
Can you imagine? Talk about retconning.
Yeah.
Drinker just gets flat wrong.
Like the other recruits, she gets put through some rigorous training to teach her how to be a soldier, and because she's smaller and weaker than the others, naturally she struggles to keep up with them.
Mulan struggles during boot camp, but it's very clearly shown in the montage it's not strictly because she's a woman. Everyone struggles and everyone is failing at it.
God.
And if anything, the bullying by the other recruits makes things even tougher on her. As the montage progresses, the turning point is Mulan being the only person to figure out how to get the arrow off the top of the tree trunk. It not only gives her the resolve.
So, okay. So Jose, he's funny. He's like, Drinker's wrong here. Actually, Jose, I'm sorry. You're wrong. Right? Because while it's true, that definitely showed aspects of the training where everyone did poorly. If you recall from the original animated Mulan or the classic favorite, I'm going to make a man out of you, which I don't believe was in the remake version. I don't know if there's any music in the remake, but is that that song ends with Mulan flunking out of the army. The guy's like, "You're too shitty to be in the army. Go home." He didn't say it to anybody else. He said it to her specifically. I mean, obviously he doesn't know that Mulan's a girl, but he's like, "You just can't keep up physically with everyone else. Go home." And that changes that Mulan does get the arrow at the top of the thing, as Drinker points out, but she doesn't do it by having magical mystical chi. She doesn't do it by just being stronger than everyone else. She just uses her wits and figures out like, oh, if I tie the little weights around and use them kind of to pull myself up, I can get to the top of the thing with kind of like grit and ingenuity, which is kind of Drinker's entire point that he's trying to make about the original Mulan.
Right. Nice.
To continue her training, but it inspires everyone else and they stop bullying her. We then see everyone else start to do better in the training, and Mulan not only keeps up, we see her excelling. She's faster than all the men and strong enough to take out her teacher. She doesn't appear to have any sort of physical limitation here. But this falls into the trap Drinker is in when discussing these movies. His understanding is limited to Mulan's personal agency as a character. He doesn't have much to say about the world she finds herself in and what it means to limit a capable woman like her. He frames Mulan's journey as wanting some kind of adventure, when it's more accurate to say she wants to live more as her true self, something I thought was made clear in one of the movie's opening songs. Mulan didn't join the army as part of some desire for adventure. She was trying to protect her father from being conscripted, and her training didn't teach her to be smart and resourceful. She had those qualities from the opening of the movie. Hard work and perseverance are nice qualities to have, but the movie is so much more than that. It's a movie about a woman pretending to be a man in a society that only sees women as brides and mothers. It's making a very strong feminist statement here. But here's Drinker's take on the modern.
So, he's criticizing in the most bad faith way, Drinker, talking about like the lot in life you're dealt. And part of the lot in life that he's referring to, that Mulan is dealt, is the fact that she lives in a sexist society. And that Mulan as a character, sacrifices her own safety essentially to protect her father, because the army comes and they say, one male of every household has to come and serve in the army, and her father is too, sickly to do so, and he doesn't have any sons. And that's why she decides to pretend to be a man and, go off and join the army, kind of, to protect her father in that way.
Self-sacrifice. Wow, that's not noble or anything.
And even those, there's a part where she's literally flunks out, but then is able to sort of, persevere and survive boot camp. Throughout the movie, she's not able to go like fight the big bad guy who's like this giant hulking man in a kung fu fight and outfight him in that capacity. She basically just has to kind of use like her ingenuity to, turn the situation to her favor. And that's totally fine. That's part of like her dealing with her, like the things that make her strong and the things that make her valuable, as opposed to just saying, no, she's like a perfect human being, like the Mulan in the live action one, who's just born with like super chi powers.
Right. She squeaks by, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's poignant. I love it.
Modern Mulan, which makes many of the same points.
She's just as fast, just as strong, just as good at fighting as the others. In fact, if anything, she's probably better than them, because she was born with high levels of chi or something, which allows her to perform feats of agility and skill that border on the supernatural. So basically, all the challenges and problems that made life so difficult for the original Mulan are pretty much non-existent here. And well, it kind of undermines what used to be a pretty inspiring message.
The main challenge Mulan...
It's funny too, because like, again, this really shows you like how the ideology lowers your IQ points, because if they weren't so afraid of growth and change and being obsessed, you could have a story like where their chi or some magical mystical force, martial arts force exists, but it's a sexist society. And so they say, hey, only men can join, and a woman who is interested in fighting or joining for whatever reason, she joins, and she still sucks like everyone else at first, but she just has like an innate capacity maybe to be, the best person ever, which they wouldn't have known in their sex society. And so through hard work and grit and determination, she ends up becoming, the best chi fighter. Right? You could make that a story, and that would still have your, feminist, equality message in it, but it would still also have a character who goes through a fucking character journey, that has a character arc, that we see struggle and actually empathize with.
That would be great. Look, I love struggle.
Mulan faced in the animated version was living in a society that trapped her in a restrictive gender role, the exact same challenge that live-action Mulan faces. By reducing the story to Mulan's physical abilities, Drinker misses a huge portion of the movie and the obvious message of fighting against a system that won't let her taste the freedom to be who she wants to be, getting away.
Okay, wait, this is so weird. Like, the irony of this is all, like, insane. Mulan didn't want to be, it's ironic. She's because this Jose guy is like criticizing Drinker for not understanding the story. Mulan doesn't want to be like a fighter. She's not dreaming of being a fighter. And they're like, oh, no, she only does it because she wants to protect her father.
Right. Self-sacrifice.
Right. And well, obviously the backdrop of why she has to pretend to be a boy is because it's a society that doesn't allow women to join the army or the military, I should say. And, in the beginning of the movie, it's all about like, you have to be the perfect housewife when you meet the matchmaker, and it's all like very, very strict gender norms. Like, after that sequence, which is only like the first, I don't know, like 10 minutes of the movie, after when she joins like the military, even though she's hiding and that's the backdrop, that part, like the element of like society being, sexist isn't really relevant to like a huge chunk of the story. The huge chunk of the story, the majority of the story is her trying to survive in the military and then, also defeat the bad guy at the end. That's like, if you're just going to go on like length of time, that's way more of the movie than this, like the societal message about sexism.
That's the message he wants to put forward, though. That's like the message of all these leftist movies. Society is standing in your way, and we have to change society together so that you can succeed.
Yes.
But it also doubles as an excuse. If you don't succeed, nothing you did, okay? Society stood in your way.
Yeah.
You can sleep good at night knowing society fucked you over and it's not your fault. Which is, I mean, that's a comforting message to losers.
Right.
Of course it's comforting, right?
Shady,
look, you didn't lose because something you did.
Right. Shady Durags brings up a good point in chat, which is like what I was describing is very close to, I didn't even think about it. Like an example of that would be Zootopia.
Right. Oh,
which is
totally play it up in Zootopia. Finally, a movie I've seen, Zootopia.
Right. Which is, you have the character who they're like, oh, you can't be the police officer because you're too small. You're, blah, 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 blah. And then she like kind of, she does have problems. She does struggle with it, but then she's able to, become a competent cop throughout the course of the movie. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you don't have I don't think Drinker's done a video on Zootopia, but I don't think he'd be going on and on about like, oh, why Zootopia sucks. I'm sure he would say like, oh, it's, it's a good movie. It's a fine movie. Follows all this kind of standard character growth.
From Mulan, I do want to briefly mention the weird reading of Wanda Vision, where Drinker seems to think it's trying to glorify Scarlet Witch's imprisonment of a whole town because of her grief.
The idea that your own personal happiness is literally more important than other people's freedom, well-being, and personal integrity. This is the worldview of a villain, not a f***ing hero.
I'm genuinely shocked to hear that reading, because he clearly gets what the whole series was about. It was Scarlet Witch's villain origin story. The fact that you feel sympathy for her doesn't excuse her actions. If anything, they're trying to create a more complicated understanding of a villain, one where they aren't simply reviled, but empathize with while rejecting how they operate in the world based on that state. But he's framing it as if Scarlet Witch was meant to be the hero of the series. When we see townsfolk suffering under Wanda's spell, we are meant to empathize with them and see how Wanda's coping is victimizing other people. The next time we see her, she's a villain in the Doctor Strange movie. That wouldn't be a surprise to anyone who was paying the least bit of attention, but Drinker's reading is so uncharitable that he's inferring the show was trying to do something it wasn't, or that it's trying to impart some kind of lesson for your own grief superseding the suffering of others.
So, I think it's funny, he says like, oh, Drinker's bias is shading his ability to understand the story. When in reality, it's actually Jose's bias to understand the story. So let me show you a clip from someone, the creator. They talk about Wanda Vision here. I thought this is very interesting.
We're always part of the story.
Interesting. Now, people love anti-heroes. but it's even arguably more challenging to make audiences kind of hate or question someone they already love. How dark can we expect Wanda to get, and will she get to the point of no redemption in this show?
That is a really good question, which of course I cannot answer, but I like how you phrased that. I mean, one of our goal was always to understand her more fully, and to empathize with her and to have compassion for her.
So the creator of the show said our goal was to empathize and have compassion with this person.
Right.
Okay. Now, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken here, right? Maybe I'm just a big old idiot. But when you talk about someone becoming a villain, becoming evil, do you use the words, the goal of it is for people to empathize and have compassion for them?
Usually not. Usually the villain is someone who's going to, commit a Holocaust or a genocide or something. And you're like, oh, I don't empathize with that person. Yeah,
like you can understand a villain and you can even feel bad for them, right? You can have sympathy for them. But you don't really think of them like having empathy and compassion for a character who is mind controlling an entire city to live out her fucked up fantasy. And all the people are in like horrible peril and like literally asking for death, right? So it's super weird for to use that term, like, oh, the goal, the main goal was not for her to be, kind of go on this dark journey to become, a villain, which could be interesting, but it was for us to empathize and have compassion for Wanda.
Like she's doing the terrible things because society wronged her in some way, and she's just, it's society's fault. It's not her fault.
So in WandaVision, you saw the first Infinity Wars, right?
Yeah.
So you remember how Vision dies?
Yes.
Thanos like rips the stone out of his head.
Yeah, it's very.
So in order to deal with that, Wanda basically mind controls like an entire city and brings Vision back to life with her powers, and like they're like living as like a father wife, and they're in like a weird sitcom, and each episode changes from like a 50s sitcom to 60s to a 70s to an 80s 90s sitcom.
Right.
And they have children, and it's all but they're like real people. Even though she created Vision and her children with her powers, all the people are real, and she's like mind controlling them to live out this like fucked up fantasy, essentially.
It's like the Truman Show, but for her fantasy.
Yes. And there's a part at the end which people point to, which is really weird and fucked up, where one of the main characters who's either I don't remember if she's like the black lady from Captain Marvel or supposed to be the daughter of the black lady from Captain Marvel, says to Wanda, after like Wanda realizes should realize how fucked up what she's doing is, and like flies away and like releases everyone, she literally says, they'll never know what you sacrificed for them. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't get to mind control people and then stop and say, oh, what a sacrifice. Like, that doesn't even make sense. It's an insane fucking thing to say.
She didn't continue to control them for their entire lives, and that's what she like sacrificed. A huge gift for them.
Yes.
That's a little weird.
Yes.
Look, I released you from slavery. Aren't I magnanimous?
Yeah.
You're only crazy. Slaves for half your lives.
Yes. And Drinker talks about this. He even says it's not a sacrifice because it wasn't yours to give. You're not like mind controlling people. It's not a sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's an insane fucking thing to say. So I want to read part of a New York Times article where they're talking to the creator of WandaVision. Okay. This shows how like Jose doesn't know. It's funny too, because Jose in the beginning of this video was criticizing Drinker, saying he's not doing the research to understand, the intention of the author, and he's just making up a bunch of shit, right?
Yeah.
And here we saw with both Picard and now with MULAN, I think, and now with this, again, he's not doing his research either.
Yeah.
So this is
free winging it.
Yeah. So here's an article, an interview with the creator. Quote, The series also introduced us to the grown-up version of Monica Rambeau. Did you want her story of personal loss to mirror Wanda's in some way? Early on, there was a notion of a character who would function in this role, someone who's leading the charge on the outside of the hex that would see things clearly, who would be battered around by Wanda but was able to cut through it all. I had been a contributing writer to Captain Marvel, that's a bad sign, and felt very close to those characters. So when we got the go-ahead for Monica, we had a lot of ideas. We really wanted to align her with Wanda because this is a show about grief, but it's also about empathy and acceptance. Doesn't really sound like a show about becoming a villain. Villains generally don't accept things, right? It was also important to me that the interventions with Wanda that were successful came from other women. Isn't that interesting? There was
had successful interventions.
Well, so originally, supposedly, Doctor Strange was supposed to be like to come and like help Wanda at the end.
Oh wow. And they were like, she can't be saved by the dude.
Literally, yes.
Oh my
The
God.
quote was, "We didn't want the end of the show to be committed to commoditized to go to the next movie or go, here's the white guy, let me show you how your powers work." That wasn't what we wanted to say.
See, doesn't that just add an air of predictability to all these movies? You're like, okay, well, it can't be, this can't happen because that would be against the ideology.
Yeah. Yep. There's also in WandaVision, there's a weird thing where there's like another antagonist. There's two, like, she basically has erected a force field around the town. And so the military is like trying to get inside of it. And they make it so that there's like some kind of shield agent guy who's like more on the right side of things, who's trying to like get inside the hex. And he's sort of portrayed as like, I just hate to say it, but he's sort of portrayed as like more like effeminate, I guess.
Really?
And
wow.
the character in the army who's like your more stereotypical masculine like man is completely portrayed as a villain and wrong and an idiot and evil, despite the fact that he's trying to break down a force field and get inside and save people from being mind controlled.
Wow.
But here, let me continue from the article. The interviewer says, "Do you think Wanda got the fate she deserved in the show's conclusion?" Okay, so the show ends with Wanda. She releases everyone and then flies away.
How long does she enslave these people?
I don't remember the time span it's supposed to.
Do they know that they're enslaved, or do they get like a memory wipe?
No, see, this is part of why the show is so horribly written and weird. You have to make a decision where either the show is kind of like a light, funny show that when the people wake up from the mind control, they're just like, oh, what a weird dream that was. It was like I was in a sitcom, right?
Sure, and they're like 10 years younger.
Well, maybe not 10 years younger, but like,
right.
like
they're
just
significantly more attractive than they ever were.
There you go. No, but like
they get
even
something, they win some prize.
Right, there you go. Even though it's fucked up that she mind controlled them, when they wake up from it, it's like, yeah, it's fucked up, but it's not like horrifying, right?
Right, yeah.
Or
they're missing a kidney.
Right. Or you make it so that it's horrifying, but then the character of Wanda is just portrayed as like evil, right?
Right.
You have to pick one or the other. You have to make it lighter or more dark and serious. The problem is they try to do both. They try to make it more lighter with Wanda, but then for no reason, because the writers are incompetent and stupid, when the people like have moments where they are able to wake up out of it, they're like asking to die. It's horrifying.
Wow.
And you're like, what
like,
the
kill me?
Yes.
Put me out of my misery?
Yes.
So it seems like what they're experiencing is horrifying.
Yes, what they're experiencing is horrible. And there's even like a part where her power of mind control, it kind of has like a range. And so the further away you get from her, the people are still mind controlled, but they're like forced to basically be like NPCs that just do the same thing over and over and over again. So there's like a person who's just like mowing the lawn in like circles and they're just like going around and round and round. They can't like stop.
Awful.
It's like, it's horrible. And you're like, what? And I'm like, that would be like, again, this would all be fine if the show is just like, no, Wanda's just horrible. She's become a villain. She's a psychopath. You're not supposed to be like, oh, empathize with her.
But they're like, she's our protagonist. People have to like her.
Yes. Yes. It's crazy. And they even talk about how so there's another character in it called Agatha, who's like another witch character. And in the creators were talking about how in the first draft that she was more of a mentor figure, and they changed her to be an antagonist because they thought the show needed an antagonistic force. And to me, that shows that the people that wrote the show had no fucking clue what they were doing, which I guess should make sense because they worked on Captain Marvel. Because the antagonist should have been Vision. It should have been her created version of Vision, which is kind of does this, but this should have been the main antagonist, is like, hey, what you're doing is fucking evil and you need to stop. And she keeps trying to like rewrite his personality to prevent that. And he always comes back to that conclusion. Like, so when you have a story where the protagonist is a villain, then the antagonist needs to be a good guy, not another villain.
Right. Yeah.
So
not a worse person.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
this show sounds awful. What's terrible?
This show was very disappointing to me because the first 2 episodes I thought were great, and then it just kind of like gets bad. So, but let me finish reading this article. So the interviewer says, "Do you think Wanda got the fate she deserved in the show's conclusion?" The person says, the creator says, "I don't know if she got what she deserved. She got to say goodbye on her own terms. That's what's important to me."
Oh my God.
Everything that she's been through has been forced upon her.
What? Someone doesn't understand consent.
There's no personal responsibility. It's like insane. Things have been wrenched from her. It's all been in this frenzied stakes of the universe way. She has to make really big decisions with no time for processing. This goodbye moment is her choice, and she got to do it in her own way. That is what she needed to process everything she's been through and reach acceptance.
All these people had to suffer because Thanos killed her boyfriend.
Yes.
This is a weird, fucked up revenge story. Like most people go after the guy that did it, right?
Yes.
They're like, this person's responsible. I'm gonna get him. This is like, let me just commandeer an entire town and play make believe. Well, the killer gallivants off into the sunset.
Right. Well, it's almost like Drinker was completely correct, and Jose didn't know what the fuck he was talking about at all.
Yeah.
And when you hear that line, okay, this is a goodbye moment in her choice, blah, blah, blah. So she needed to process everything to reach acceptance. That makes you think that the creator of WandaVision, when she wrote it, did not know or intend for her character to become the villain in Doctor Strange 2. Because if that was the case, like in Doctor Strange 2, she's like more of just like a straight up evil villain. And what the end of WandaVision doesn't actually make sense with how she is in Doctor Strange 2. Like, if you wanted this to be, quote, her villain arc, and you were not obsessed with this like weird, dumb feminist, like she has to do it on her terms. If it's actually supposed to be a villain arc, it should be about how, which would be fine, which would be very interesting storytelling. It should be about Wanda slipping deeper and deeper and deeper into despair and devastation and being broken. She should not be, quote, reaching acceptance at the end because she's going to be a villain in the next movie. She should reach her lowest point at the end of the series. At the end of the series, she should be completely devastated and broken. She should be unable. So if you didn't see Doctor Strange 2, the plot of Doctor Strange 2 is that Wanda, unable to deal with the loss of her fictional children that she created in the WandaVision TV show, this is going to scour the multiverse to, like Rick and Morty, to find a version of reality where those children really exist. And she's going to either usurp herself in that reality and become their mother, or take those children and raise them.
This is not healthy problem solving.
No,
any therapist will tell you, do not do this.
Right. So knowing that that's what Doctor Strange 2 is about, shouldn't WandaVision as a show end with her not being accepting of her situation, but the opposite? She should be unable to accept the grief and her loss,
right,
and vows to fix things. Okay, so it should either end with her being captured and still vowing that she didn't do anything wrong, or her escaping, but like just being evil, like, no, I will fix things, like, fuck you.
Yeah, this is just terrible writing.
Yes, it makes no sense whatsoever.
Wow.
It's just so like ridiculous.
So much for clear storytelling.
Nope. Yeah, let's go back to Jose here.
Some opinions need a shout, others a
Where were we at?
About, I don't know, are you doing it? Maybe here?
We're
Yeah,
35,
look.
I think.
Did perfect.
witch's imprisonment of a whole town because of her grief.
The idea that your own personal happiness is literally more important than other people's freedom, well-being, and personal integrity. This is the worldview of a villain, not a f***ing hero.
I'm genuinely shocked to hear that reading, because he clearly gets what the whole series was about. It was Scarlet Witch's villain origin story. The fact that you feel sympathy for her doesn't excuse her actions. If anything, they're trying to create a more complicated understanding of a villain, one where they aren't simply reviled, but empathize with while rejecting how they operate in the world based on that state.
Look, he's just mind reading the show creators without doing any research.
I know. Terrible.
Why would someone do that?
Why indeed?
But he's framing it as if Scarlet Witch was meant to be the hero of the series. When we see townsfolk suffering under Wanda's spell, we are meant to empathize with them and see how Wanda's coping is victimizing other people. The next time we see her, she's a villain in the Doctor Strange movie. That wouldn't be a surprise to anyone who was paying the least bit of attention, but Drinker's reading is so uncharitable that he's inferring the show was trying to do something it wasn't, or that it's trying to impart some kind of lesson for your own grief superseding the suffering of others.
And his reading is so charitable, it's fictional. That's not remotely what's going on.
Nope.
Instead teaching people to be arrogant, complacent, entitled, narcissistic, and selfish. These are shitty lessons designed to produce shitty people that are destined to crash and burn once they get out into the real world. Or even worse, invade it in large enough numbers that they actually start to dilute the culture and make it just as shitty as them.
These final thoughts are probably Drinker's videos at their silliest. But to then use that reading as a way of describing movies leading to the downfall of society echoes the most ridiculous of conservative fear-mongering. I do believe...
Do you like how in the beginning of this part, he's like, I'm not going to strawman Drinker. You know, all he's saying is that, like, movies have an impact on people. And I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Right. He said that like 2 minutes like earlier in the video. And now he's like, oh, he thinks this could lead to the downfall of society? What a retard.
That's true.
Like,
You switched pretty quick.
He did.
That was only like a minute ago.
I know.
Art can have a powerful transformative effect on people, but we should be careful not to assign the ability to completely change society to a handful of Disney movies.
I don't think that was Drinker's point.
But
the Disney movies are going to change all of society.
You can't say like Star Trek, Star Wars, these movies didn't inspire a bunch, like a lot of people. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said Star Trek inspired him to get into astronomy and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me play a clip from the Drinker video.
One of the great
he's talking about that I thought it's kind of interesting. That Jose doesn't talk about, obviously.
If anything, that reminds me more.
So he's saying that he's talking about how like Mulan from the beginning of the show of the movie is just like ultra powerful. Okay. And he's like, who does that remind me of?
Or of Anakin Skywalker from the Star Wars prequels. So let's take a quick look at him, shall we? Anakin starts out as a good man who came from humble beginnings and has the potential to become the most powerful Jedi who ever lived. He's strong with the Force and quickly learns to develop his abilities, but his enormous potential and rapid rise to power gradually stokes a sense of arrogance, entitlement, and impatience. He feels like it's his destiny to reshape the world and make it a better place, and quickly gets frustrated with anyone who stands in his way. Like
Gee, I wonder why Jose didn't talk about it. Interesting.
The Jedi High Council, who caution him against moving too quickly, forming personal attachments, and trying to take shortcuts to power. This frustration, combined with a strong personal attachment to the people close to him, makes him vulnerable to manipulation by sinister characters who want to use him for their own ends. And eventually, this combination of personal flaws and outside interference pulls him to the dark side of the Force, turning him against the people that love him most. And his inflated belief in his own superiority ultimately costs him everything. thing. It's an interesting character arc that underlines the key message about Anakin's fall from grace. Taking the quick and easy route to power and success might give you short-term gains, but ultimately it's going to lead to long-term losses and disaster. Skill and talent that isn't tempered by wisdom, restraint and experience eventually leads to arrogance, impatience and a dangerous overestimation of your own abilities. And well, look how that one turns out. It's a cautionary tale that warns us against the dangers of hubris and suggests that the longer, harder road is what builds character, resilience and wisdom, the things that'll serve you best in life. As a point of comparison, consider Anakin's modern-day counterpart, who basically has all of his strengths and potential, but none of his weaknesses or character flaws. Despite her enormous potential with the Force, and her abilities that just seem to come out of nowhere with no training or instruction, Rey never gives in to anger, impatience, hubris, or a lust for power. She's consistently portrayed as stoic, altruistic, compassionate, brave, resourceful, and pretty much perfect in every way. And fuck me, it's more boring than a low-budget Bruce Willis movie. Just like with the new version of Mulan, there's no particular challenge, obstacle, or shortcoming that Rey struggles to overcome. She already has everything she needs to succeed in life, and so there's nothing in particular to learn from her. Wow, what an inspiring example for all of us.
Wonder why Jose didn't talk about any of that stuff. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
Bring it up, Jose. Clip this part. Clip this part.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Drinker talks about Wonder Woman 1984 in this movie.
Yeah.
And he talks about how it's super fucked up. You saw Wonder Woman 1984, right?
Of course not. What are you talking about? Why would I see that piece of shit?
So
that piece of trash.
The plot of Wonder Woman 1984 is that like there's a magic thing that grants wishes.
Right.
But it's like a monkey's paw. It always has some like weird kind of like fucked up thing.
Some
by granting the
backfiring
wish.
thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And so Wonder Woman like wishes for what's his name? The guy from the first movie
to come back to life and be her sweetheart.
Yes. I'm trying to remember what's the actor's name.
They can start on OnlyFans together.
Chris Pine.
Is that her wish?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. She's trying to get Chris Pine to come back to life. And then the way in which he comes back to life, we find out is that he basically like possesses another
some
person.
Other guy. Yeah, we talked about this before. I never saw the movie, but
right. And so like only she sees him as Chris Pine. Everyone else sees him as like the way
as the other guy,
as the way he really is. And she knows this, okay, and yet she still like has sex with him,
right?
And it's like kind of super fucked up because you're like, oh, you basically raped somebody.
Does the other guy's wife walk in while she's having sex?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, imagine if this was like the genders were swapped. Everyone would be like, oh, this is so weird and gross. But because it's like a woman doing it to a man, I guess for some reason we're supposed to shrug and say it's okay. And why did Jose talk about that part? Why did he bring up that in the video? Huh? That's interesting.
Is there like a Shallow Hal thing where he weighs like 350 pounds?
No.
They should put that in there. That'd be great.
Exactly. So,
yeah. Who's a nice big fat actor they could get to play the possessed
people
man?
They're destined to.
Okay, ready? Let's go back to the Jose. Oh, let me read something.
Oh, the Jose. Oh,
yeah.
God. It just gets worse and worse.
Calestro for 10.
Yeah, go ahead.
Calestro for $10 says the MCU never acknowledges this, referring to the WandaVision. Rambo says people never know what she sacrificed. Doctor Strange says she made things right, so she doesn't need to go to jail. Yeah, it's like insane.
Oh, awful.
Right.
That movie, that Doctor Strange movie was terrible.
It was really bad. Yeah. Brian for $10 says the original Mulan's goal was not to push against gender norms. It started off with her not ready to be thrust into womanhood and the expectations that come with it. Yeah, I mean, she didn't really fit in with, those gender norms. So, but yeah, it wasn't like her goal was not to like overturn society or anything.
She wanted to be a soldier, Sitch. That was her ultimate goal of life.
Brian for $10 says, and only after her protecting her father, she grows into the woman is ready for the responsibilities that come with growing up. That's what the cherry blossoms allegory was about at the ending. Interesting. Well, Jose wouldn't like that, obviously. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Woo woo. Thanks. Welcome new members.
Right. Thal for $20 says, Adam triggering incoming.
Uh-oh.
Get
Here
ready.
it is.
You can't be surprised with these shows and movies. Women are horrible at taking responsibility or saying sorry. So when you have women writers and directors, it's the only arc they know.
Women taking responsibility? What are you talking about?
Terrible.
Hasn't Kathleen Kennedy taken full responsibility for the mess that is Star Wars?
Ooh,
oh, wait.
No. No.
Bad example. Well, maybe you're right, though. I don't know.
It's weird because like a lot of these stories and a lot of these movies and TV shows, they don't know how to like write people to emotionally connect with characters. They just basically want you to emotionally connect with them like at the end of their journey and not like do the work to get there, which women should empathize with that. Women should appreciate that because women are always telling men that they need to like, warm them up.
Harder. Yeah.
No, like, women are like, you're going too fast. Excuse me, you're going too fast. You need to like get me, in the mood first. You got to warm me up, right?
Gotta take me out to dinner. What are you talking about?
You have to say the right things,
You're dating the wrong women, Sitch. Jeez.
You have to do something like, don't just like rip off, everything and just get down to it, right? You got to get them in the mood first. So women should understand this about character development because it's the same thing.
What women tell you this, Sitch?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never experienced this.
That's right. Adam has such natural magnetism that women just being around him are naturally drawn to a state of just horniness. So
yes. Look, I walk into rooms and the
go
clothes
around
just
all
fall
of
to
it,
the
right?
floor.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. Toxic Mix for $20. Thank you. Says it's hilarious that a leftist could claim you have any degree of empathy for someone who inflicted the highest form of slavery possible, given they'll claim all modern whites carry the guilt of slavery from 200 years ago.
It is a little weird that he's making excuses for this white woman enslaving an entire town. Look, and I saw a bunch of marginalized people in there. I saw the shot.
Yes.
There was a lot of brown people in there that she was slaving up.
That's true.
And he's like just turning a blind eye to it just so he can throw the critical drinker under the bus. He's basically condoning slavery just so he can get an own on some guy on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
What a loser.
Crash and burn once they get out into the real worlds, or even worse, invade it in large enough numbers that they actually start to dilute the culture and make it just as shitty as them.
These final thoughts are probably drinkers' videos at their silliest, but to then use that reading as a way of describing movies leading to the downfall of society echoes the most ridiculous of conservative fear-mongering. I do believe art can have a powerful...
I mean, didn't he start this video fear-mongering that critical drinker was moving the culture more to the right? I feel like he did.
That's a great point. Yeah, he was like, oh, look, I'm afraid critical drinker is going to make people become more conservative. Yeah. So he's literally doing the thing.
He's doing the thing. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, these critical drinker videos. Oh my God, everyone's going to be conservative and we're all going to lose the next election.
Yep.
Transformative effect on people, but we should be careful not to assign the ability to completely change society to a handful of Disney movies. There is
or a handful of critical drinker videos.
There you go.
Grander narrative at play in these videos, and this is the part that gets very close to making a good point. Drinker spends a lot of time talking about the conflicts between movie studios and the fans of a particular character or franchise. The term fans here should be understood not as everyone in the audience, or even the most enthusiastic, but rather a subset of the audience that has assumed the mantle of the most devoted. This isn't necessarily true. Fandom...
That's not what fans means. Okay. Fans, when he talks about fans, when people talk about fans, what they mean is people who actually liked the original incarnation of whatever the story was or the property was. And then you have someone come in, basically like infiltrate or come into the space and say, we need to change it for a modern, woke, progressive audience.
Yeah, totally.
Comes in many forms, but to this particular group, there is a firm belief that they not only love a piece of media the most, but they love the purest and most accurate version of that media. This is structured in a very deliberate way in the They Hate Their Own Fans video. It explains the plot being used by studios to engineer outrage with the term fan baiting.
They're practically falling over themselves to antagonize their own fans these days and farm the resulting controversy for everything it's worth.
The idea being presented here is that studios are taking the most extreme examples of outrage over creative decisions and using those to deflect from criticism. Drinker does at least try to differentiate his critiques from those whose anger lead them to harass and threaten actors, using the example of Leslie Jones from the 2016 Ghostbusters movie.
There were plenty of legit reasons to criticise both the character and the actor, none of which had anything to do with the colour of her skin, but naturally the media chose to focus in on the small minority of racist assholes who did exactly that.
While it's nice to hear Drinker call these people racist assholes, it rings a bit hollow when later in the video he suggests the studio is making these casting decisions on purpose, specifically to eventually generate this kind of outrage.
Or how about Moses Ingram from Obi-Wan Kenobi, who was apparently briefed in advance by Lucasfilm that she'd be getting racist hate from toxic fans, almost like they were counting on it happening.
This plot is also used to explain why critics praise certain movies, predicated on the idea that since the critic and audience scores don't match or aren't very close on Rotten Tomatoes, there must be some form of nefarious foul play coming from studios threatening critics.
So, let's go to Drinker's video for a second. There's a very interesting part. Again, they say, well, why didn't Jose play this part of the video? It's almost like it completely undermines his entire argument.
Produced. Like I've said before in a previous video, diverse casting is without doubt a good thing in principle.
Oh my god! Oh! What a bigot! What a bigot! I can't believe it! He just... Oh my god, did you... Drinker is a woke SJW cuck. He just said diversity in casting is a good thing. Ah!
Wow.
Oh!
Exposed.
Oh my god! I can't believe it. I gotta hear it again.
Would deflect attention and criticism away from what they'd actually produced. Like I've said before in a previous video, diverse casting is without doubt a good thing in principle, giving people from different backgrounds, cultures, races and genders a chance to be represented on screen is the fair and right thing for any studio to do.
Oh my god!
Not only that, he's repeating it from other videos that he said it in. You mean he said this in multiple videos?
Yes.
My goodness.
Why didn't you include this in your video, Jose? It's almost like you're a very dishonest person.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, trying to make it seem like Drinker, anyone who criticizes, anything is just a big racist. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. Very sad.
But it doesn't mean it can be done in every single project, regardless of the setting and context, because the reality is that sometimes it just doesn't fit, no matter how hard you try to bend reality around you. If I made a movie about pre-colonial Native Americans and randomly sprinkled some white actors into the tribe with no explanation, then people would have every right to question that creative choice. It wouldn't make them bigoted or racist, it would just make them normal, rational human beings who know that what I'm showing them doesn't match up with reality. And trying to paint them as such would make me seem like a total asshole trying to dodge criticism.
Oh, gee, I wonder why he didn't play that part, huh?
Yeah, because it goes against his entire argument here.
Mm-hmm. So I want to read this. Jose, obviously, he doesn't do a good job explaining this fan baiting theory, which is an interesting concept. And I want to read the thread that Drinker was kind of looking at in his video that he made the video off of. So this is from an account, it's from 2022. It's from an account on Twitter called Dr. Thalasiren. They say, fan baiting is a form of marketing used by producers, film studios, and actors with the intent of exciting artificial controversy, guarding publicity, and explaining away the negative views of a new and often highly anticipated production. Fan baiting emerged as a marketing strategy in 2016-2017 after fans of a beloved franchise such as Ghostbusters and Star Wars objected to what they saw as poor writing choices, sloppy scripts, and cheap alterations to plot lines and characters for the sake of shock value. Alongside these critics, there were a small group of bigoted but vociferous commentators who objected to the inclusion of black and female actors in roles traditionally held by white actors. Some of these individuals began publicly harassing actors. Bigots have always attacked diversity on screen, but in a highly polarized political climate, instances of harassment garnered disproportionately massive media coverage. which provided production studios with both free publicity and a new defense against actual critics.
Wow.
Studios seized the opportunity to discredit criticism of poor writing and acting, insinuating that these two were motivated by bigotry. What used to be accepted as standard critiques were increasingly dismissed as part of the ignorant commentary of, quote, toxic fandom. Soon it became standard practice before release to issue announcements specifying diverse casting choices coupled with preemptive declarations of solidarity with the cast, whom they now counted on to receive disparaging and harassing comments. Actors who are women and or BIPOC became props and shields for crazen corporate laziness and opportunism. The studios saved money both by avoiding expensive veteran writers as well as by offloading publicity to news outlets and social media covering the artificial controversy. Fan baiting works. It brings in a new sympathetic audience whose endorsement is more about taking a public stance against prejudice than any real interest in the art. Fan baiting also permits studios to cultivate public skepticism over the legitimacy of poor reviews. Fan baiting also compels reviewers to temper their criticism for fear of becoming associated with the toxic fandom and losing their professional credibility, resulting in telling discrepancies between critic and audience review scores. The true nature of fan baiting is never so clear as when a script is well crafted and audience reviews are accordingly positive, exposing the announcements, declarations of solidarity, and grooming of skepticism for what they really are: cynical corporate marketing tactics.
Wow.
So I agree with everything I think that guy said. I think that's completely correct.
Wow.
I definitely
it's a
definitely see
commodification of racism. This is a total late stage capitalism.
right, which Jose should talk about, right, or be care about, and it's definitely what's going on. So you've talked about the Bob Iger book where he at least either says, and maybe he believes it, or maybe he's virtue signaling. He's definitely talking about how like he viewed his role as president of Disney to like push progressive values through media and things of that nature. But I don't think they're not stupid. They go like, oh, listen, if we like replace a bunch of characters that were white in the original with non-white characters and people complain, they're not stupid. They know, oh, hey, then we can use this to just say that any sort of backlash we get is because of racism, and that people will 100% be afraid to criticize the show for the fear of that backlash.
Bob Iger does not mention race baiting in his
book.
Well,
he doesn't obviously mention that, but I'm saying it's not, obviously they're not stupid. They should be aware that that's going to happen. Like they're definitely using it to their advantage, and they know it'll get free publicity when they make these announcements.
I mean, I'd be wary of, if your argument is that they're intentionally making garbage movies so that they can stoke controversy, I would say so that's probably not the case. But it is a defense. Like, movies are hard to make. Obviously, a lot of garbage movies do get made. And it would be nice to have a defense when you make a piece of shit, but you still have to release it and make money.
Exactly.
Off it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's saying that they're intentionally making bad movies. They're not doing like a producer's
a little bit
Springtime for Hitler thing. It's just that,
a little bit,
as you said, they're making movies, and if they're bad, then they can now use this as a defense.
Well, when they say, look, we can hire cheaper writers who don't know what the fuck they're doing, you pretty much know, okay, we're making a shitty movie here, right?
Well, I don't know, maybe
a little bit.
Well, then I don't know why they keep doing it, but it's weird because they keep doing it. They keep
because they can't get
Tarantino.
Like, they're like, oh, we gotta pay the bill somehow here.
Like, they keep hiring amateur writers, and I agree with you. I'm assuming they're not doing it because they want to make it shitty.
I hope they aren't.
But I don't know why they're doing it, but they keep hiring amateur writers to do these like big budget things. Like, look at Star Wars Acolyte. Like,
oh, I know.
It's a perfect example.
I know. Oh my God. What do you think she's getting paid for this job?
Well, they were talking about how like, it was like $180 million to make this crap or something.
Yeah.
And people are comparing it to like the budget of Godzilla -0.
Maybe they are overpaying. That's what happens when you overpay everyone. That's what happens when you're worried about racism complaints in HR, right?
Right. And But I think what the guy said at the end here, which I want to highlight, where he says the true nature of fan baiting is never so clear when a script is well crafted and audience reviews are accordingly positive, and it kind of exposes like it's all bullshit. Because one of the movies that everyone, not everyone, but most people liked, including Drinker, including all the horrible bigots like me and you on the internet, was Everything Everywhere at Once, which is a very diverse movie. It's a movie where all the main characters are Asian. A lot of the movie's not even fucking in English. And there's a big subplot about a gay daughter being accepted for the fact that she's a lesbian by like an older grandfather from a previous generation.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Super woke.
Right. And yet everyone liked it because it was well written. It was good. And it was a fun and interesting movie. And it wasn't trying to shove like woke progressive dog shit down our throats. And it wasn't saying, look, men suck, blah, 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 blah. And everyone liked it. And no one complained. No one was like, oh, this is a movie that the main characters are women and they're not even white women. And no one cared about that whatsoever. And it completely showed all these accusations of racism and sexism are total bullshit.
No one cared that there was no clear, tangible goal. I don't know. Someone might have cared.
Well, maybe you cared about it. Okay. Maybe you whined about it. But I thought it was a great movie, and most other people thought it was a great movie.
No one cared that there was weak and contrived conflict. No one?
Look at this guy.
No one cared?
You didn't like Everything Everywhere at Once? Oh, terrible.
No one cared that the story arcs were shallow and superficial.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Look, when you don't have a tangible goal, it's hard to have a full transformation of your hero. Jeez, this whole bouncing around. Look. Anyway, we never did a review of Everywhere. We did talk about it on stream though. Anyway, whatever it's called.
Okay, well, before we get back to Jose, I thought this was kind of an interesting thing that he talks about here.
Drinker?
Yeah, when he's reviewing the Predator. Well, actually, no. Let's just go back to Jose.
He kind of liked the Predator.
We'll get to it later. The Prey movie, the one with like the Native American lady.
Yeah, it is a Predator movie though.
Some opinions needed.
Yeah, he said it was like he liked it.
Yeah,
he liked it, even though he said it had like faults and problems with it.
Right.
Okay, we were at like 38:40.
I wonder if we just hit the back button, if it would just go right back to where it was.
I don't trust it.
Explain why critics praise certain movies, predicated on the idea that since the critic and audience scores don't match or aren't very close on Rotten Tomatoes, there must be some form of nefarious foul play coming from studios threatening critics.
Ever wondered why critic and audience scores look like they're reviewing completely different movies these days? It's because it's easier to take the safe option and praise the things you're expected to praise, rather than risk voicing your true opinions.
What's notable about this critique is Drinker seems to think this is coming all the way from the top, that the studios have so little confidence in making a good movie that people will want to see on its merits, that they introduce diversity and therefore weaker performances in order to create controversy and transform watching that movie into a political statement.
Did he say that was coming from the studios? I didn't hear him say that. Could be coming culturally.
I mean, he said in the clip.
He didn't say that in the clip, yeah. I mean, it could be just culturally, right? You know what's... Right. You don't want to be aligned with the racists, right?
Right. Though I do think it is. I think it's both. I mean, it is both culture, but it is top down as well.
Well, if there's like some quid pro quo going on with the studio, I'd say, okay, well, you got an argument. But if it's just, I want to be with the in crowd, well, how's that affected by the studio?
I mean, but you even had like, remember the Academy Awards put out that thing that they were like, if you don't have sufficient level of diversity in these criteria, like you can't get an Academy
Award. Well, that's definitely coming down from the top, but like some critic on Rotten Tomatoes, they're not.
Right. No, sure. But then when you get those like weird comments, like the Doctor Strange, like we don't want to have a white guy fix, Wanda's problems. And that was
well, that again is coming from the studio, but
right, that's what I mean.
It's
like
not
that's
the
from the
critic.
studio. Right.
But he's making it sound like the critic is like being, the studio's forcing them to write a good review. Like, we're going to show up at your house if you don't write a good review for us.
I don't know. I mean, if Jose's making it seem like that, I think what Drinker's point is the point that I read in the Twitter thread, which is that by kind of framing the conversation this way, there's a lot of critics who are afraid of criticizing the movie for being bad because they don't want to get lumped in with the bigots, essentially.
Right. Okay. And the studio's setting up the framing. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
They chose to turn their show into some kind of cultural flashpoint in the hopes that it would deflect attention and criticism away from what they'd actually produced.
Without a doubt, marketing for some of these movies.
See, do you like he cut it right before he goes onto the whole thing where he says like how he's actually in favor of diversity?
Of course he did.
Yeah.
God, I would love to see this guy in his editing bay just being like,
Yeah.
oh, oops, cut that out.
He left the visuals in. He just took out the audio.
Oh, that's funny.
Movies leans into the controversies that are generated online. But Drinker is imagining something far more grand than trying to game social media. Much of his theory is predicated on the idea that these movies are reaching some sort of objective standard of bad quality, something that studios and critics are all aware of, but not willing to say. It's the subtle suggestion that Drinker is unwilling to believe that someone might like a movie or TV show that he believes is bad, because he's deduced some kind of objective metric for determining whether something is of good or bad quality. Drinker's whole
There's no objective good storytelling, Adam. Everything is an opinion. We're all just fucking retards. You can't have conversations about good storytelling because it's all just your opinion, man.
Yeah. Yes. And banging on pots and pans is the same as music.
That's right. Who
It's
are
all
you?
just sound.
That's right. Who are you to say that some classical piece of music constructed, or even to say some sort of, piece of rap music that is heavily worked on and edited is better music than a 3-year-old banging pots and pans together?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's just sound. It's true.
Yes. Some people have no taste.
There you go. I happen to think the pans being banged together is better.
Right. Because you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Drinker's whole Why Modern Movies Are Bad series reflect this rules-based approach to making movies, positioning himself as the referee as to whether or not these rules are being followed. Only the rules are subjective, and so are their application, as he himself will often admit to in his videos when he points out several exceptions. Ultimately, all this really reflects is his own personal taste in movies. And like I've said several times in this video, it's fine to not like some movies.
This is so retarded. Okay.
It is totally retarded.
Again, compelling storytelling is about making you connect emotionally with the story and the characters. And yes, there are different people that appreciate different things on different emotional levels. But if a movie succeeds at having you, the audience, connect, or fails at having you, the audience, connect, it is interesting to try to figure out why that is. And it's not a fucking mystery. There's a lot of people that are paid to write and create, stories and movies, at least, who are not shitty at it, have a good, clear understanding at what generally works for most people to connect, to characters and stories.
And it's not subjective. It's not remotely subjective because ultimately it's measured objectively by how fucking well the movie does, how popular it is, right?
Yeah.
How many people see it? How many people want to see it? How long it's in the theaters? There are all these objective measures that they can measure to test whether or not they've succeeded, whether or not people are engaged. So fucking stupid.
And it's interesting because you can talk about how there can be movies that do very well that succeed on some metric, but fail on other metrics. And to me, a good example of that is one of the highest grossing movies, if not the highest grossing movie of all time, is Avatar, which I think sucks personally, because the storytelling is just so incredibly shallow. And it's just a retelling of Dances with Wolves. And it's just, to me, it's so bland. But that's because personally, I'm not very moved emotionally by visuals. And I understand that people who did like it, and the reason it did make so much money is because people who are very visually stimulated would look at the visual world of Pandora and the way everything looked, and they'd watch the movie a million times and they were like, oh, I want to live on this planet because everything looks so beautiful and whatever. And they liked it for that reason. They didn't really care about the paper thin story.
Right. Yeah. Look, the story could be crafted amazing and it be about subject matter or have characters that people don't particularly find interesting. That can happen, right? It can
Right.
have a topic that people find completely fascinating and be constructed horribly so people are not
Exactly.
interested because there's not enough conflict to hold people's attention.
Right.
Like there's a lot of different, and this is why movies are so hard to make, because there's a lot of different factors that go into them. But ultimately, you're still measuring the bottom line, like how much interest did this movie capture, right?
Right.
Yeah, look, marketing even plays a role in it, because the marketing could be an utter failure where people didn't even give the movie a chance because they didn't know it existed. All kinds of different metrics. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that movies are completely subjective, and because somebody, has a particular niche taste and they like a movie, that movie's going to be popular with a lot of people, right?
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense at all. And that seems to be kind of what he's implying here. He's like, look, I like this rare anime about these two gay characters in space, right? This would be popular.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe it wouldn't be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just stupid.
There is no problem with that. But not catering to your taste personally doesn't mean it's the downfall of cinema, or this will lead to some kind of disastrous consequences for society.
Yeah, but not catering to a wide enough number of people's taste to make it actually work. Look, he doesn't care about this shit because he's like, oh, capitalism, who fucking cares, right? Like, ultimately, capitalism helps make products that appeal to a wide number of people in a very democratic way, which most
You're
people
not
on
allowed
the
to say
left.
that, Adam.
Look, most people, I just it bothers me that so many people, they're like raw democracy, right? But capitalism, they're like, fuck that. Like, let's make public policy appeal to a wide number of people, but making movies appeal to a wide number of people, oh, fuck you. It's like, it makes absolutely no sense. It's a complete contradiction.
It also doesn't mean that your tastes are emblematic of fandom either. What really undercuts the narrative here, though, is that he seems to think all of this is a new phenomena, that it's only recently that movies have started pushing diversity or relying on old franchises, or are trying to contradict what he considers traditional values.
He's such a fucking liar, Sitch. He can't stop fucking lying. Is the vocal track running? Okay, well, he's lying again.
Traditional values.
Look, do you think Critical Drinker thinks diversity in movies just started? Just started today.
That's the traditional values in favor of, Adam.
Do you think
diversity in movies?
Didn't we just watch a video where he's talking about strong female characters in a bunch of fucking 80s movies?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes. But
This guy is such a liar.
You don't understand, Adam.
Lying, liar.
Having characters who struggle to like overcome obstacles is a traditional value. That's what that's what Jose means when he says traditional values.
What? What do you mean? Like having a fucking goal? Like a movie with a goal is a traditional value?
Yeah.
Oh my God. This guy's like so retarded.
I want to play the this is fun. This would be a good place to play the where Drinker talks about Prey. It's kind of funny.
Look, and we're almost, look, the part I get so angry. The Battlestar Galactica stuff is so
I know we're almost at the
evil. It's so evil. He's such an evil piece of shit. And this video got a bunch of views and people just lap this stuff up. People love to be lied to. They love this leftist. Oh, come lie to me. Tell me how evil the conservatives are.
Yep.
I'm just, I don't know. Should I hit back? Maybe refresh.
No. Oh, do you not have, is it not the Prey video for you?
Yeah, no, I got Prey, no masterpiece, but surprisingly good.
11:57.
Hit play. Let's see if it pops up. No. Here, I'll just refresh.
Okay. Should be at 11 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay, it is. Okay. It worked.
She also never really changes as a person, which is weird as fuck considering what she goes through. The only thing that's different about her by the end is external factors. Her tribe finally recognizes her as a great hunter, but she already saw herself as that right from the start. In the first movie, Dutch starts out as a competent, capable soldier, capable of taking on any earthly threat with ease, and as a result he's supremely confident in himself. But as the movie progresses, he gets more and more rattled and put on the back foot by the monster stalking his men. Everything he tries fails, every trap he lays goes wrong. He's eventually stripped of resources and ideas, humbled by the enemy he faces, until at last he's reduced to his most primal instincts. And by the end, he's a wiser but sadder man, traumatized by his experience, and probably resolved never to visit a fucking jungle again. But in Prey, our female character stays basically the same throughout the whole film. She's always stoic, reserved, determined, and resilient. She returns to her village a triumphant hero, strong and proud, rather than broken and exhausted by her ordeal like a normal person would be. And it's all just so artificial and cheap, like the movie's somehow trying to show off by making her so much stronger and so much more resilient than her predecessors. It's all based off this simple-minded fallacy that the absence of fear or weakness is what makes a person strong. It doesn't. It's a person's ability to overcome their flaws and fears and weaknesses that makes them a stronger character. But all of that stuff relies on actually showing weaknesses in the first place, and that's not allowed now. Ultimately,
and that's what's so weird, and that's the thing that Drinker keeps talking about in his videos that Jose doesn't talk about because he doesn't have an answer to, is why are these movies written and shot and TV shows written and shot in a way where they have female main characters who are never allowed to show to be struggling or to be weak or to be frightened or to have a normal fucking human emotion to like dealing with some horrible situation. They're all just like, I'm totally robotic and stoic and like completely competent at all times in my entire life. When that's never like, that's not the way most movies and TV shows have been shot when it has like a male character.
Well, they can't do that because then the scene where she goes back and tells the village, I told you so, wouldn't be as powerful, right? You've got society constantly telling them, you know, you're going to fail. You're not good enough. So if we actually see them fail, then society would be correct.
Right.
And they can't have that on screen because they want the ending where they go, look, I told you so. I'm super cool.
Exactly. And see, this is like, and I think Prey is a good example. This is a good example of how ideology ruins storytelling. Because you could have the same story where, you know, she wants to be a hunter and they won't let her because the tribe has strict gender norms and blah, 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 blah. And she ends up in a situation where she has to kill the predator and still do it, like where she's still able to accomplish it at the end, but it's like fucking horrible and like traumatizing and like the same experience that like Arnold Schwarzenegger has to go through, but she does it. And you could still have like at the message at the end, like, wow, like the woman was the only one who was able to do it. So maybe our gender norms were like not the greatest, our strict gender norms. But you're right. If you had it so that like she struggles and almost dies, and at the end of it, she's like shaken by the experience, it would make the message too muddy about being a strong woman. And that's what they care about. They're like, you can't have the political message be like even slightly hazy. It has to be crystal clear. That's what's important.
Yeah, look, she almost failed. A lot of women are going to think, oh, wow, I might have failed.
Yep. Twisted
Sad.
Trading. I know, so sad. Twisted Trading, thanks so much for $20. Says, one person conditioned to rule and control, the media sells it, and you live the ride. Mental wounds still screaming, driving me insane. I'm going off the rail on a crazy train.
So Ozzy Osbourne there?
There you go. A little bit of Ozzy Osbourne there, yeah. Blaine's Escape Corps, thank you so much for $20. Says, still catching up on the stream. Which from Merck starts... that's the Gundam thing. Which from Merck starts as lesbian students that Gundam fight against capitalism and takes a hard left into the latter half with strange motivation choices revealed. Fourth worst Gundam series. Well, there you go.
Wow. Fourth worst. Wow.
There you go. Fourth worst.
Calling it from the bottom. It must be pretty bad.
Right.
Look, but some leftists is just so happy. This is what I was saying about the topic being interesting to them. They're like, oh my God, something about leftism. Let me watch it. I don't care if it's poorly constructed and it makes absolutely no sense. There's no conflict. The characters are shallow and and vapid. It's
Right.
about leftism. I gotta
Right.
watch it. This is amazing.
That nobody guy for $20 says, "Why is service equal citizenship so bad, y'all? It's already the norm in the U.S. for men. If men don't sign up for selective service, they're second-class citizens. They can't vote or apply to any government assistance programs." First of all, I have no fucking clue why you're bringing that up in this conversation to derail the stream. But secondly, we don't have service equals citizenship. That's not true. You just
Not
have to
true at
sign
all.
up for, that's not even remotely true. You just have to sign up to be eligible for potentially being drafted, which hasn't happened in a long time. Now, there is a conversation to say, well, if men have to sign up to be potentially drafted, should women have to be potentially sign up to be potentially drafted too? And I think that's a fine conversation to have. I don't have a problem with that conversation, but I don't think that's not at all saying that service equals citizenship in the sort of Starship Trooper sense, where you literally have to serve in the military in order to be granted full rights of citizenship. So,
Right. Yeah.
Rex Vectum for $20 says, "Big media companies also hire demand analytic firms that have AI monitoring social media to figure out what gets people talking the most and what could potentially bring in the most new viewers." That is true. That is true. So yeah, I'm sure they're aware of how these conversations go online with the whole fan baiting thing. So I do believe they definitely engage in that behavior. Okay, let's go back to the Jose video.
Some opinions.
And we were at 4050.
There's traditional values. He says it all started in 2016.
It all began in the year of our Lord, 2016, with the release of the rebooted Ghostbusters movie.
Before continuing, I want to go back to the strong female character video. He opens it with a rundown of various strong female characters that he believes are good. And there was one name in this video that caught my attention.
Kara Thrace.
For those unfamiliar, Kara Thrace is one of the main characters in the 2003 version of Battlestar Galactica, a show I happened to be watching for the first time while researching this video. And when looking up some of the history of the show, a few interesting facts came to light.
First of all, I'm kind of shocked he put Kara Thrace on that list because I think she's a horrifyingly horrible character.
Yeah, you've said many times. Yeah. She's
Like-
a terrible character. The female Starbuck, right?
Let me be clear. When I say a horrible character, I don't mean horribly written. I mean like she's a well-written, horrible person.
Right.
Like if the goal is to write a bad person, then they succeeded with flying colors, right? But if the goal was to write like an empathetic,
interesting
good
character.
well, she's interesting, but you're
Okay.
like, but like fucked up interesting, like a car crash interesting.
Right.
Um,
Nightcrawler, interesting.
yes, and like I hate her character because she's so incredibly self-destructive and toxic. They could never have a character like this exist in a modern TV show because they would get called sexist, which is kind of hilarious. What Jose is about to go on his whole fucking tirade about this character. This character is too negatively portrayed to exist in a modern TV show. So much to the extent that they would always they'd have to do this trick in Battlestar Galactica where they would put Starbuck on like the car. She'd be on her self-destructive car wreck, and she'd keep getting worse and worse as a character that they'd have to pluck her from whatever situation she was in and make her be the victim in a situation. They'd literally have to victimize her to such an extreme that you, the audience, would then empathize with her again and kind of forgive the fact that she's a terrible person. And then the cycle would repeat again and again. And again.
Really? Wow.
Yes. It was really fucking hilarious. It'd be like, she'd get worse and worse and worse. Then she'd get kidnapped and like almost sexually assaulted and you feel bad for her. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, I'm kind of on her side again. And then she'd get worse and worse and worse. It was like, it's just repeat again and again and again. It's so
But
weird.
she's just a magnet for victimization?
No, she was a magnet for destroying herself and everyone around her.
Right.
Because she had so much like problems, and I just fucking hated her as like a person. And then they would victimize her, so you try to feel empathetic with her.
No,
And
I
I'd be like,
get
I'm not
that.
falling for it, Battlestar Galactica. Fuck you.
I get that, but after she's like had so many different accidents or narrow escapes, you're like, what the heck? Why is she such a such a magnet for all these bad things? Oh, because of the story.
Exactly. Battlestar Galactica is, it's funny, J.J. Abrams gets blamed for Mystery Box. Battlestar Galactica was the original Mystery Box.
Oh yeah.
Where they it's a show predicated on like very interesting mystery questions, and it became very clear that they had not thought out any of the answers to any of these fucking questions. And so when they are forced to answer the questions that the entire show is predicated on, it just crashes and burns into like nonsense.
I hate that. And this, look, as a writer, this is why you have to find the intriguing ending to the mystery first.
Yes.
And then write to that, because then you know it's going to be satisfying. So many of these shows or movies, I mean, they lose like 3 stars in the last 15 minutes. You're like, what? That's the fucking answer?
Yep.
Fuck you, movie.
And it's really sad. Like with Battlestar Galactica, it's really sad because like the beginning of Battlestar Galactica is really great, and there's a lot of super cool, really cool things that happen in it, and really cool ideas and really cool mysteries that are set up in it. And they just, none of them fucking pay off.
Don't materialize. I hate
None of them
you.
materialize. Yeah.
That's
it's
the
very
worst.
frustrating. It is.
As a fighter pilot on the show, Kara's call sign is Starbuck. This is a reference to the character Starbuck from the original 1978 version of Battlestar Galactica, played by Dirk Benedict. As you might notice, this character is an obvious gender swap from the original. The 2003 version creator, Ronald D. Moore, explains in an interview that this was a controversial decision at the time.
The rogue friend who smokes cigars and chases girls and gambles. I don't know what to do with that. How do you make that interesting today? And somewhere along the line, my brain just went, well, what if Starbuck was a woman?
Yes, sir.
There were starting to be female pilots in the war against terror at that time. You were starting to see women in combat for the first time. So it was a fairly new thing to see that dramatized.
In other words, Moore swapped the character's gender to update her for a modern audience. The exact thing Drinker complains about. And back then, there was also a backlash.
And that became like a whole thing in and of itself. How dare you? You're destroying, Battlestar Galactica, and this is blasphemy, and so on. And you know what? It just helped us. The controversy helped us. It helped propel the show. It played into marketing and promotion. I was glad. I was glad to stoke it. And yeah, keep arguing about it. Let's keep talking about it. Get more of these stories in the press.
What I'm hoping is clear here is that Moore doesn't describe wanting to stoke that controversy while creating the character, but rather leaning into it once it started. But this gets even better because in 2006, 3 years after Battlestar Galactica started and a whole new generation of fans were embracing this new version of Starbuck, and 10 years before that 2016 origin point that Drinker gave us, we got a blog post from Dirk Benedict, the original Starbuck. His words may sound a bit familiar, and I'll play a few clips if you need some reminders. This is taken from the actor's own website, and it's going to be a lot, but I promise it's worth it. The title of this blog post is Starbuck, Lost in Castration. There was a time, I know I was there, when men were men, women were women, and sometimes a cigar was just a good smoke. But 40 years of feminism have taken their toll. The war against masculinity has been won. Reimagining, they call it. Unimagining is more accurate. Take what once was and twist it into what never was intended, so that a television show based on hope, spiritual faith, and family is unimagined and regurgitated as a show of despair, sexual violence, and family dysfunction, to better reflect the times of ambiguous morality in which we live, one would assume. One thing is certain. In the new, unimagined, reimagined world of Battlestar Galactica, everything is female-driven. The male characters, from Adama on down, are confused, weak, and racked with indecision, while the female characters are decisive, bold, angry as hell, puffing cigars, gasp, and not about to take it anymore.
They're almost always written as stoic, emotionally closed off, blunt, dismissive, prickly, domineering, or aggressive. The very same masculine traits that the writers seem to find so toxic and unacceptable in men.
They will tell you it is still about story and character, but all it is really about is efficiency, about the formula. Because Harvard Business School technocrats run Hollywood, and what technocrats know is what must be removed from all business is risk. And I tell you, life, real life, is all about risk.
Rather than taking a risk on smaller, riskier, and more diverse projects, they tend to blow their load on whatever's popular right now.
I tell you, without risk, you have no creativity.
What's up? You're muted.
So why does this part piss you off?
The format that he's doing this in, the implication here is that Critical Drinker is ripping off this blog post from 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, like, most people don't track the arguments, and obviously it's easy for him to say, you know, I'm just making an argument here and showing Critical Drinker is doing a similar thing. But it does, like, the implication is Critical Drinker ripped off his videos from this blog post.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also, so like, and I'll like when I saw Battlestar Galactica, it was a really long time ago. And it was pre like woke shit, so I was not even like attempting to look at the show through the lens of like, are all the, you know, are they making all the women competent? Are they making all the men competent? So I don't remember like enough to comment if that's actually a valid critique of Battlestar Galactica or not. Because I was too focused on how much the mystery box shit was like pissing me off, like every step of the way.
This is the actor that played Starbuck in the original series?
In the original, like way back in the day.
Yeah, so this guy's obviously much older, and this is his blog from 2006. So.
Right. But,
and he played the character in the thing. Obviously, his biggest like claim to fame is Battlestar Galactica, right? As an aging actor. So he's venting about this new one where he's been replaced by a woman, right?
Right. But this is like really dishonest too, because like I don't agree, or I don't know enough about, like I don't remember again Battlestar Galactica enough to know like whether his critique on any of this is correct or not. But just because someone made a critique in the past that is either valid or invalid doesn't mean that someone making a critique that sounds similar now is automatically valid or invalid. You have to judge each critique as individual and say, well, what is this person saying then? Does it track? What is this person saying now? Does it track? And it's completely lazy and dishonest to say, oh, well, here's a person saying something in, 2006, so therefore Drinker's wrong now in 2024.
Yeah, obviously. That's a huge component to it. That we're at a completely different cultural moment now than he was back then. Which I wasn't really participating to the level that I am now back in 2006. I was kind of doing my own thing. So I'm not sure I really even know what the cultural moment was. There was a lot of gender swaps and stuff like that. But I mean, I wasn't paying attention to it the same eye towards ideology infecting Hollywood that I am now. But just stylistically, like you understand, like I explained the context of this guy. Like this guy obviously has a dog in the fight, right? He played the character he probably feels is part of his legacy, and it's being changed. So he feels personally, tangibly harmed by this, right? So there's that entire context of the blog post. And then he's using that blog post to mirror what Critical Drinker is saying. And he's even gone to the point of picking out clips where there are similar word choices as the blog post. Now, if you listen closely, which people don't listen closely, obviously, you can see that the blog post is vastly different than what Critical Drinker is saying in his video. So, but if you're just casually listening to this while you're playing a video game, which most people do, the takeaway that you're going to have is that Critical Drinker has lifted everything he's saying from this blog post in 2006. That's like the implication here that you're going to walk away with. You're going to say, oh, I saw that video on plagiarism by that other like YouTube leftist, right? Mm-hmm. And this is just another conservative, stealing their shtick from the internet in days gone by. And it's fucking slimy. It's totally slimy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And not only is it slimy, but the amount of work that you have to do something this slimy, God, it gets under my skin, Sitch. I mean, this is a lot of fucking work to do this, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. You're like searching transcripts for the wording. Like, what a piece of shit.
Yep.
And then not only that, the lead into this where he's like, oh, one of the characters that you pointed out, you know, I was interested when I saw you pointed that character out. He makes it seem like that character, you know, him randomly using that character kind of led him down this path. He's like, no, I wanted to, you know, voice this hit piece on you, and you gave me the perfect intro to do it. I was looking for a way that I could voice this hit piece on you.
Right.
Oh, look, and here it is in your video.
Why didn't he address, you know, Drinker goes through and he lists off like 20 different female characters, right? Why didn't he address
any of the other ones? Because he didn't have a hit piece to make.
Right, exactly. Yeah, to be like, well, you know, why did Drinker like these characters versus, you know, the characters he doesn't like, right?
This is just, oh man. This is villain behavior.
Mm-hmm.
This is way villain behavior. But look, they think they're saving the world. They think conservatives are the villains and that culture needs to change and that, you know, Critical Drinker is making videos to subversively get women back into the kitchen. He's not. That's a complete misread of Critical Drinker, YouTube, the cultural moment that we're at, wokeness. Like, it's a misread of everything. But these people, they do tangible harm in the world just because they're so goddamn delusional.
Right.
It's fucking awful. Yeah.
And yes, everything you said is completely true. And there's one other thing that's kind of interesting about him reading this Dirk Benedict post is that regardless of whether you agree or disagree with Dirk's comments here, and they're quite long, okay?
Yeah.
If he's only reading a section of it. He does leave out some interesting context that shows you why the Dirk guy would be kind of extra salty about the whole situation. That's in the blog post.
Oh, really? Oh,
yes.
Nice. No, leave it to Sitch, man. Sitch is always going to go do the legwork. He's like, well, look, I get it. I get why an actor would be salty, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is in the beginning. This is the context that the actor sets up for part of why he's salty. He says, fortunately, I was young, my imagination fertile, and adrenaline gland strong, because bringing Starbuck to life was over the dead imaginations of a lot of network executives. Every character trait I struggled to give him was met with vigorous resistance. A charming womanizer, the Suits, parentheses network executives, hated it. A cigar smoker, the Suits hated it. A reluctant hero who found humor in the bleakest situations, the Suits hated it. All this negative feedback convinced me I was on the right track. Starbuck was meant to be a lovable rogue. It was best for the show, best for the character, and the best that I could do. The Suits didn't think so. Quote, one more cigar and he's fired, they told Glenn Larson, the creator of the show. Quote, we want Starbuck to appeal to the female audience, for crying out loud. You see, the Suits knew women were turned off by men who smoke cigars, especially young men. How they knew this was never revealed. And they didn't stop there. Quote, if Dirk doesn't quit playing every scene with a girl like he wants to get in bed with her, he's fired. This was, well, it was blatant heterosexuality. Treating women like sex objects, I thought it was flirting. Never mind, they wouldn't have it. I wouldn't have it any other way, or rather Starbuck wouldn't.
This is fucking hilarious. This show was in the 70s. The fucking 70s.
Right. So he's So he's saying that in the 70s, he was trying to, like, part of his saltiness is that he was playing this character in a specific way. And that apparently, according to him, that the executives were very mad about it. So that's like the context for everything he's saying, which obviously Jose leaves out, you know, from the reading.
That is hilarious. So all of the politically correct feminists in the 70s, Jose would never admit, oh yeah, the 70s executives were total feminists.
Yep.
Oh, they'd make it sound like they were on the set of Mad Men.
That's true, because it would completely clash with the sort of leftist socialist idea that, you know, back in the day, everyone was just a horrible sexist piece of shit. So
right, yeah. Look, he wanted to play Starbuck as a womanizing drinker, and the Suits wouldn't have it. He had to fight him every step of the way.
Yep.
Hilarious.
No art. I tell you that without risks, you have remakes. You have Charlie's Angels, The Saint, Mission Impossible, The A-Team, coming soon, Battlestar Galactica, all risk-free brand names. franchises.
You resurrect dusty old franchises with inbuilt fan bases and strong name recognition and hope that it'll somehow translate into financial success.
Your instincts.
I don't know how, this guy's pointing out that like in 2006, you started to have the beginning of the trend, I guess, where like everything is becoming sequels and remakes. And then now, obviously, it's way more significant. Like, why is that a tick against Drinker?
This guy's a fucking prophet.
Yeah, that's true. That's literally what happens.
Old Starbuck is a prophet.
Is Jose saying that's not the way it happens now? Like, I'm very confused. It's just objectively true.
Your judgments are wrong. McDonald's is the best hamburger on the planet. Coca-Cola the best drink. Stardough is the best Viper pilot in the galaxy. And Battlestar Galactica, contrary to what your memory tells you, never existed before the reimagination of 2003. Much of that could have been lifted directly from a Critical Drinker script, huh? The full blog post even makes references to soy lattes at one point.
See, he even implies that it is lifted. Totally implies, but he knows because he did this trick. So he knows it wasn't actually lifted from the blog post, but he so heavily implies it.
Right.
That's so fucking dirty, man. So dirty.
But where the blog post is actually a little more self-aware is that it realizes this criticism isn't unique, and that Benedict noticed he was under the same pressures that existed back in the 1970s, and that his performance of a roguish skirt chaser Starbuck was a throwback for that era too. Although he and Drinker are both wrong in the same way. Not that Hollywood is suddenly trying to avoid risks and maximizing profits. It kind of has always been that way, hence eras where we saw dozens of westerns and musicals, and other trends that studios would ride and make as much money off of as they could. This outrage is hardly new, and certainly wasn't new in 2006 either. Although the internet obviously wasn't quite as widespread as it is now, you can still find old forum threads complaining about a liberal agenda popping up in Star Trek. It certainly wasn't as widely publicized or shared because social media certainly wasn't a thing, and we were still years away from giant video sharing sites like YouTube, blasting this kind of anger to billions of people around the world. Still, there are plenty.
So there's like this like total retarded fallacy, which is like, well, because people in the past complained about things becoming too progressive or becoming too liberal or becoming too left-wing in like 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, that means that if people complain about it now, that they're automatically wrong, right? Which is fucking retarded.
Yeah, obviously. How does that follow?
Yeah, because it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, how does that make any sense? Because obviously, like, things that were changing back then are very different than things that are changing now. The Battlestar Galactica, I don't think could even function, would be allowed to exist in modern times, as I said, because the character of Starbuck, in my opinion, is portrayed very negatively. And women would be very upset that this character is portrayed very negatively. There's literally a scene in Battlestar Galactica where a woman gets cucked and has to watch herself being cucked. I don't think that would be allowed in like modern television. Okay.
Is that like the original?
Well, no, in the 2006 remake.
Oh, really? Okay.
I've never seen it, like the original from the 70s. In the 2006 remake, a woman watches herself get cucked in a really fucking weird scene, in a gross scene. I don't think that would be allowed in modern times to exist. I don't think all the weird religious aspects of the 2006 version would be allowed.
Right.
Like, so it's funny like that he's making this argument, especially because, and again, what we've always talked about is the weird, like, ultra progressive push nowadays is very different. It's a explicitly anti-liberal socialist push. And that's what kind of makes it different from, any trend towards the left in the past. And you have, liars and dishonest actors like Jose who say, oh, well, because things became, more lefty in the past, that means you all have to shut the fuck up and accept socialism that we're now pushing now as we shove it down your throat. It's like, how about you go fuck yourself? Right.
Yeah, I like that answer.
Plenty of examples of fans who are angry about supposed liberal or left-wing indoctrination being inserted into their movies and TV shows. An article previewing an upcoming documentary on Star Trek Voyager describes some of the outrage at Star Trek's first female captain. It reads, Producer Lolita Faccio said that even though social media didn't exist and email wasn't widely used, they received so much angry, threatening hate mail about Janeway. The fax number had been leaked, and Faccio said the machine was going constantly. And in interviews, Garrett Wang has described that the hate got so bad there were even death and bomb threats sent to the studio. There are also plenty of fans who loved...
So, I kind of looked into this because I was very curious about this. Was it true that Voyager really got bomb threats? Because because men were so upset that Janeway, a woman, was going to be captain, in Star Trek, right? I was very curious about this. It was interesting because, I was looking up, there were shows at some of the biggest shows at the same time Voyager came out were all shows with, female characters. You had this guy made a Reddit post where he was talking about, Voyager came out in 1995, and from 1993 to 1997, the top 20 shows were Roseanne, Murphy Brown, Ellen, Friends, Carol in the City, The Nanny, Grace Under Fire, Murder, She Wrote, Touched by an Angel, Suddenly Susan, and Veronica's Closet, not to mention Buffy and Xena were giant hits. So
holy shit.
So it kind of seems weird that all these very female driven shows, suddenly people were very mad, so mad that there was some kind of bomb threat. I don't know, maybe it was one crazy person or something. So
not only that, considering the original Star Trek was so fucking progressive. Are you telling me all those progressive Star Trek fans were now mad about a woman in the captain's chair?
I guess, right. Yes. Which is very funny. And there were female captains and admirals in TNG and in Deep Space Nine. But so the Garrett Wang was the guy who played Harry Kim on Voyager, and he made this claim about the bomb threat thing, which I thought was interesting. So I was curious. So I looked up. I couldn't find anything to corroborate that. I didn't find any, articles of the time period of, NBC says they got bomb threats, right? You think this would be a big deal or something? I couldn't find any confirmation of this. And then I looked up maybe what's her name? Jane Mulgrew, I think is her name. The woman who plays the captain
Janeway
in Voyager.
Is named Jane?
I'm sorry. Kate Mulgrew. I'm sorry. I was confusing Jane. Yeah. Kate Mulgrew plays Janeway in Voyager. And so I was like, okay, well, if she experienced this misogyny from the fans, I presume that she would talk about it somewhere, right? And so I was trying to look at it from that angle. And the only thing I could find her talking about it was she didn't say anything. I found an interview where she didn't say anything about getting bomb threats or violent threats to her fans. All she said was that when she was assigned captain, that a lot of the executives thought that she was going to bomb and that they would just stare at her from across the set with their arms crossed as it was being filmed, waiting for her to fail. She didn't say anything about angry fan backlash, which I thought was kind of interesting. So
the bomb threat was for the show to actually tank. That's hilarious.
Yes, I don't know. It's very interesting. And then obviously Voyager had its own problems with sexism because, they replaced one of the female characters and replaced her with 7 of 9, who was super sexy. So.
Oh yeah.
Who loved seeing the first female captain in Star Trek, a fact the production team can speak to as well. The same way there are fans who love seeing the queer representation in Star Trek Discovery, or the Afrofuturism of Black Panther, or a female-led MCU movie with Captain Marvel. Are these fans being baited? Or perhaps these fans simply being given something they want to see?
Okay, but no. Here's how you're being baited, Jose, right? Here's why you're a retard. Is okay, if someone really wants to see queer representation in Star Trek, because they really want to see Afrofuturism or whatever, that's fine. Why can't you have that and then the story be good?
No, it's impossible, Sitch. I'm telling you. It's just impossible.
Oh,
those two things cannot physically exist in the same universe.
Why can't Star Trek Picard be not shit? Why can't Black Panther be not shit? Did it have to be horrible? Why can't it be Afrofuturism, but then also be a good story? I don't understand. Why is it so difficult?
It's just, that's the world we live in, Sitch, okay? Suck it up. Enjoy it.
If Jose and the other people want to be honest about Black Panther and say, listen, I know it was kind of a shitty story, but people just like it because like they just want to see the Afrofuturism. You know, then fine, just be honest with what's going on. Like, and I think Drinker even says it in one of his videos. He's like, if you just took like the exact same story as Black Panther and you just made it about like a bunch of white people in like a secret white society in Europe, this movie would have done very poorly.
I agree. Yeah.
And if so,
and it would have been branded as white nationalist, but
literally because the character, it's like that's what also was kind of crazy. It's like, so you have, it's like black nationalism versus like civic nationalism was like the conflict of Black Panther. You're like, I don't know, this is a very weird, kind of plot, but okay.
The joy they get simply not count? Are they not allowed to be part of the fandom? I'm not even suggesting that these fan bases turning up are driving the success of any of these titles, in the same way I don't think fans like Drinker skipping a title is driving failure. Complicated market forces and entertainment dynamics likely have a lot more to say about that. But what's really frustrating about Drinker's commentary here is the obvious subtext regarding fan gatekeeping, reducing the whole idea of fandom to people like him. He uses the vague term of the fans rather than something more specific, because if he were more accurate, he'd reveal that he represents not all of the fans or even a majority, but a very persistent subset that has been resisting greater representation in media for decades.
Is that true?
How does he know that? How does Jose, why doesn't Drinker, prove it? How does Jose know who is like the majority of the fan base here? How does he know this?
Well, when Drinker's talking about the fans, it obviously depends upon what franchise he's talking about, but let's just say he's talking about the Star Wars fans. I mean, he's talking about the people who liked and enjoyed the original Star Wars trilogy, right?
Right. Yes.
Which is a number of people. But if you want to say, look, the people who enjoyed the original Star Wars trilogy, like most of them love the fucking sequels, and there's just this tiny, tiny subset of original fans that don't, vocal minority that doesn't like it. I'm going to have to say bullshit. Like, that's total bullshit.
Well, if that was the case, like, why is there the disparity between reviewer and audience scores so often?
Yeah.
That makes Drinker seem like he's completely correct. Look at, you see that with Star Wars. You see that with Star Wars Acolyte, which seems just like utter dog shit. And even go back to Cowboy Bebop. That's such a perfect example. Cowboy Bebop. Okay. Fans and Jose can bitch and moan all he wants about all, but what about people that like they wanted to have strong female representation? Fuck those people. Those were not fans of the original Cowboy Bebop. Okay. As we all saw from the audience reaction and the fact that audiences fucking hated it, the original fans of Cowboy Bebop did not like the Netflix adaptation. They hated it. Right?
What is there to like about it? If you like the original, they changed so much of it. Like, none of the original's even there.
Exactly. But oh no, I'm supposed to believe from Jose that no, Drinker's just misrepresenting when he says the fans actually don't like this stuff.
Right. Look, and if there's new fans, if there's people who didn't actually watch the original Star Wars trilogy or watch the original Cowboy Bebop, and they're just so jazzed because there's representation in it, like they're not really, they're new fans. They're not really the fans of the original show.
Right.
And that's the distinction he's making.
Yes. And if Jose is going to take this wishy-washy, cucked, relativist perspective where he's like, well, who are you to say that someone shouldn't like Cowboy Bebop because it has strong women in it now? Well, I'll just throw it back at you. Who the fuck are you to say that I shouldn't like something or want something to maintain the original thing that I thought made it good? Fuck you.
Yeah.
Why do you get to shove in your woke modern sensibility nonsense into some story?
Yeah. Why do you get to make some sort of character or character arc untouchable?
Yes. Exactly. It's so funny because it's like, when Netflix did Death Note, which everyone fucking hated, and it had nothing to do with like wokeness or politics or whatever. Like, the person who was doing the live action version of Death Note obviously was a fucking idiot who didn't understand anything about the original or what made it interesting or why people liked it. Okay. And instead it was like, I just want to make it like Final Destination, which is retarded. And so, and everyone just says, oh, it's awful.
Super successful. So
no, it was not. It was like, no one liked it. What do you mean?
Well, the Final Destination.
Oh, no,
I mean,
no.
I think they
Final
made like
Destination
20 sequels. I mean, Final
sure. Final Destination. But I mean, the live
popular,
action, like the live action Death Note was super not successful. Right.
Right. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. But, but because he just changed it to his own, because the director changed it to his own personal preferences that had nothing to do with politics, there wasn't a fight. People were just like, oh, this is just dog shit. But then when you have a director who wants to change it again to their own personal preferences, but their own personal preferences are some fucking political ideological bullshit, suddenly you have people like Jose and all these other idiots come out of the woodwork to defend it, even if it's shit.
Right. Yeah. Because they're obligated to, because the NPC programming clicks in and they're like, must fight on the internet.
Right. When you can't just say, listen, I don't necessarily disagree. Like, if they're being honest, they'd say, okay, I don't necessarily disagree with the goal of having more diversity in casting or having these sort of ideology being, in the stories, but, the movie or TV show failed to, have a good, compelling story that, had these values in it.
Right.
Or something to that effect.
Paraphrase Battlestar Galactica. All of this has happened before, and all of this is happening again. The sliver of truth found in Benedict Drinker and every other complaint about how appealing to modern audiences is somehow ruining movies and TVs is that it's motivated by business concerns. Drinker himself says it when he remarks,
Truly, there was no ploy or gambit, no matter how dirty or desperate, that they wouldn't try to use to sell this movie.
Yes, the studios behind Ghostbusters and every other movie are doing everything they can to market it, and professing to have a social conscience has existed for decades. This isn't new, and it isn't a sign that a movie will definitely be bad. It's simply a reflection of the major villain in all of this. The commodification of art has poisoned the minds of everyone involved.
And this is where I completely checked out. This is where I lost it. I was like, I threw my phone across the room, cracked the screen. I was like, fuck this guy.
The real problem isn't wokeness, it's capitalism.
I was like, fuck this guy.
Oh my God.
Right.
Terrible.
I mean, art really only existed for the wealthy aristocracy before a little thing I like to call capitalism.
Right.
The commodification of art. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. That's a very interesting, that's a great point. Back before capitalism, art existed for the rich. And that's why, all the art was for nobility, and it was either for nobility or like religious, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
all served fucking propaganda and wealthy aristocrats. Yeah, exactly. And and now everyone gets to enjoy it. Oh, so cry me a fucking river.
Studios reducing creative work to commodities that are structured to maximize profits and shaped to fit as mainstream an audience as possible, and reviewers who are overly concerned with franchise integrity and see the audience as customers to be served. It's the inescapable capitalism brains that poisons our appreciation of art.
But see, this isn't even true. What he's saying isn't even fucking true. Because if it was actually true that the studios were like hyper concerned with making money.
Yeah.
And that was the bottom line.
Fucking TNA. There'd be more fucking cleavage.
Exactly. They wouldn't be fucking falling into these pit traps of like woke nonsense.
Yeah.
Remember, like when Game of Thrones came out and it was super successful. Okay. Well, I think it took like a season or two to catch on, but when it was super successful, they literally created a term that was for a type of situation that only existed in Game of Thrones. It was called sexposition. Okay. It literally had like there's scenes of exposition where people are fucking in like the background, right?
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's just like ridiculous. Like I'm supposed to believe that like having all this super hyper progressive bullshit is like that's what the audiences want. That's what makes all the money.
No. They're going against what the audience. They're trying to social engineer people, and it's costing them money at the same time. This is full on ideology is taking over. Yeah.
Well, and I think the problem is like Rings of Power is such a good example. The people that are making the show are just so detached. They're so they have their head so far up their own ass. Same thing. The people who made the Netflix Cowboy Bebop, who literally decided, like, when the person who created the Netflix Cowboy Bebop, and they make the decision, they say, well, we cannot have the character of Faye Valentine be the femme fatale that she was. We cannot have the character of Julia be, sort of like just the flat character motivation that she was. We need to like make her the modern sensibility characters. They have that decision not because they think, maybe they rationalize it themselves and say, well, that's what audiences will, won't accept it. But then the show fails. It's like, well, no, fuck you. If you just kept it the way it was, then fans would have actually liked it. So it was their sensibilities that ruined the product. It wasn't capitalism.
Yeah. You've got the perfect opportunity to hire the hottest actress you can find and put her in a skimpy outfit. And you're like, no, fans will hate that.
Yeah.
Right. Like, remember what I said about delusional people are ruining the world?
Yes.
These are those delusional people.
Right.
And unfortunately, they're in positions of power now.
Right. If it was all about money, the safest thing to do would be to follow the story as closely as possible and make the women and men look as fucking sexy as possible.
Look, and you got the perfect excuse. You can say, look, this wasn't our idea. We're trying to maintain the source material here. We're doing it out of respect for the original artists.
Right. Right.
It's not our fault. Jeez. But doesn't she look good in that tight top?
Yep.
Even in these confines, there are examples of movies and TV shows that make very powerful and moving artistic statements. But at the end of the day, we're talking about productions that are produced by giant entertainment companies that are concerned chiefly with making a lot of money. I'm not going to pretend that this whole capitalism brain thing hasn't impacted me either, and my appreciation of some of these works.
Well, that's
but
good.
As someone who engages in a bit of media criticism now and then, I try not to get so swept in as to think that this is all normal, or that my voice is representing the masses. Even if
he literally just said like 20 seconds ago that his voice is representing the masses and the massive fan base, and Drinker is just like some subset of small, vocal fans who just won't go away, who are bigots.
Yeah, he literally said that, but he didn't provide any evidence, even though he's saying Drinker needs to come up with some evidence.
A few of my videos get over 1 million views on YouTube. Although Drinker's critiques are a hollow echo of...
Look, every single one of Drinker's videos gets over 1 million views. How's that make you feel, Jose? How's that make you feel, Jose?
Right.
Conservative fan outrage, in spite of how he tries to present it as something new, there's part of his work that I find even more bothersome. In the "They Hate Their Own Fans" video, he almost seems aware of his role in all of this.
Actual fans get so burned and pissed off with the treatment of their franchise that they go into it with the worst possible outlook, determined to find problems and unwilling to even give it a fair chance.
Drinker is the one fomenting this when he spreads this endless negativity to his audience with his reviews, reinforcing a politically conservative reading as more acceptable than any sort of leftist or progressive one. His criticisms often don't amount to more than a few superficial observations tied to a thumbs up or thumbs down.
That is such fucking bullshit. Oh, I hate this guy, Sitch. I hate him with every fiber of my being. Like, maybe you can say that about some reviews that are just calling everything woke. There's a black protagonist, right? It's got to be woke, right?
Right.
Critical Drinker does not do that. He obviously he understands story, he understands structure, he understands character conflict, like everything they will teach you if you get your fucking PhD in screenwriting, okay? None of his analysis is superficial. I can't stand the fact that he keeps comparing this to some made up reviewer that just does a superficial look at these movies.
For all his complaints about heavy-handed messaging in modern movies, his videos are just as guilty, and it becomes so much more apparent how this works with his buddying up to the conservative media outlet, the Daily Wire.
Look, oh my God, he talked to someone at the Daily Wire, Sitch. Obviously, he's guilty as fuck.
He's butting up with them, Adam. He's butting up with the Daily Wire. He talked to Ben Shapiro one time.
How many invites do you think Critical Drinker gets to guest appear on MSNBC?
Okay, let me guess. I was just speculating. I'm going to guess 0.
Yeah, exactly. What media outlet on the left is like, Critical Drinker, come on and talk to us? Obviously, he wants to grow his brand. He's going to go to the biggest outlets that are actually going to reach out to him. So it is what it is. I don't like it. I wish he got more media coverage in non-political atmospheres, but just in this day and age, that's not going to happen. Especially with hit pieces like this, Mr. Jose. Obviously, you're the one pushing him that way. Remember?
Yep.
For the unfamiliar, the Daily Wire is a conservative media outlet, perhaps most well known by its top host, Ben Shapiro.
For those unfamiliar, for those of you new to my leftist channel who have never heard of the Daily Wire, which I make fun of every day in every single video, disingenuous people.
They've entered into the world of entertainment to less than impressive results. I've made plenty of videos on that subject if you're curious. Drinker has reviewed several of the Daily Wire's movies, including Run, Hide, Fight, Terror on the Prairie, and Lady Ballers. For a channel that largely focuses on major releases from big studios, it's a wonder why he would waste any time at all on these much smaller releases. He's also far gentler on these movies than he is with mainstream.
Well, with Lady Ballers, it's actually not, and he even says in the introduction, which is that if he is a person on YouTube who does complain a lot about, modern sensibilities and wokeness ruining movies, and especially comedies, then it would make sense for him to review Lady Ballers, which is supposed to be like an antidote to that, right? That
makes competitor in the marketplace. Yeah.
Right.
Of course. Yeah. Look, and we talked about Lady Ballers, and I just like Lady Ballers doesn't live up. Like they make the exact same mistakes in the opposite direction.
Right. Which, by the way, he says that.
Jose does?
No, Drinker says that.
Oh yeah. I think obviously Drinker's a smart guy. He's going to notice that. He's going to be like, look, ideology kind of stood in the way of you making a great movie here.
Is with mainstream titles. Here's how he described the Daily Wire's Lady Ballers.
It's not on par with the mid-2000s classics like Dodgeball, Anchorman or Tropic Thunder that it seems to want to emulate. This movie is very much a rough gem, the imperfect first attempt of a company that's still finding its feet as a movie studio.
For anyone familiar with this movie, which yes, I have watched, the term rough gem is incredibly charitable. But the content of these reviews is almost irrelevant. To review them at all is to insert these movies in front of an audience attracted by the mainstream coverage of other reviews. One of the major strengths of...
So, okay, this is how you know, like, this is so dishonest, right? He plays one, like, literally, like, 2 words from it, and then says, I'm not going to play... You don't even need to hear the rest of it, right? Because if you actually listen to it, first of all, it's like 5-minute review. He doesn't say... He says it's bad. He says it's not good.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay. Well, it's so ridiculous. And I want to play just the end of it because it's funny because he makes the exact point that you just said about like the politics of it.
Interesting.
When interviewed about his work,
it's at 5:20.
Rough gem, the imperfect first attempt of a company that's still finding its feet as a movie studio, trying to take on multiple different genres all at the same time, and probably finding out that it's a lot harder than it seems. And it's kind of a missed opportunity when I think about it. Like, if your aim is to crack the Hollywood echo chamber and capture that all-important middle ground of general audience appeal, you're unlikely to do it by creating one of your own.
And he talks about earlier how it's all just like, it's just making like points, like right-wing points, essentially. So what's the point of it?
Yeah. You're making a movie inside your echo chamber.
Right.
Yeah.
Jose doesn't, talk about that, play that part. He just says, listen, he did one interview with Ben Shapiro one time and he talked about Lady Ballers. So,
Jose doesn't understand that.
Some opinions need a shout, others a whisper, and YouTube has space.
Oops.
Oopsie.
It's okay. I got it.
For anyone at all is to insert these movies in front of an audience attracted by the mainstream coverage of other reviews.
Look, and he's basically saying that he's promoting Lady Ballers. That's the only reason he covered it. Well, if that's the case, why did he say it sucked? Why didn't he say it was good?
Well, and also it's interesting that he's like, how dare he even talk about Daily Wire doing movies? Because that's putting it in front of an audience. People will know about it. They might watch it. They might actually like it.
Yeah.
They might become conservative. I'm not talking about politics. I'm reviewing movies from a more objective standpoint. Oh, wait, there is no objective standpoint.
Ugh. Just saying standpoint reminds me of standpoint theory.
I know.
One of the major strengths of conservative media isn't just generating bogus stories, but creating bogus narratives and inserting them into the news cycle.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All conservative media does is lie to you.
I mean, listen, I don't know about you, Adam, but non-conservative news media has never created a bogus story ever. I've never heard of that, right?
Yeah, of course. We cover them all the time on the show. Look, they're all fucking liars.
My God.
It's the difference is Jose likes those lies. Those lies, oh, they're so sweet to his ear. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Tell me about how Biden is not old or incompetent. Oh, please. Tell me how inflation is not out of control. Oh, lie to me, sweetheart.
Making so much noise about an issue that mainstream outlets have to pay attention, and suddenly we're debating an issue like trans women in sports like this is a national crisis.
Oh my God.
Wait, you have to wait till you see what he compares it to.
Right next to real news stories such as the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so funny. It's like, we have to fight stereotypes by being the stereotype of a leftist.
I know. How dare you talk about this thing and you're not talking about the genocide in Gaza?
Right. Didn't he mention something about right-wing fear-mongering? Genocide!
I know.
Oh, yeah. The left would never fear-monger about anything.
No.
Climate change!
I know.
By covering the Daily Wire movies alongside mainstream titles, it's doing something similar. There's a big audience for other movies by Netflix, Disney, and other major studios. These movies are very popular, and that's why.
I mean, frankly, I think that Critical Drinker, as a movie reviewer, is doing a massive disservice not spending more time talking about the genocide in Gaza.
Oh, yeah, of course. What would be the context for that? Look, he managed to lug in the genocide in Gaza into his fucking video.
Right.
Like, why?
Yeah.
And it's ironic, too, because he lugged it in, not by talking about it himself, but by complaining about someone else not talking about it. Well, touche.
Yes.
Them. So there is a huge number of people on YouTube looking for any sort of reviews about these movies. When they stumble upon a channel with a cute name, like The Critical Drinker, they're getting a review infused with his conservative worldview. If they stick around, they're being directed towards smaller movies like The Daily Wire, already primed to like a mediocre at best production because it wasn't produced by left-wing activists.
And there you have the right-wing pipeline.
No, not the right-wing pipeline. No.
Right there. There it is. Yeah.
It starts with Critical Drinker and it ends with
Hitler.
Genocide in Gaza. Listen,
oh my God.
I don't want to be hyperbolic. Because Critical Drinker's hyperbolic when he talks about like movies influencing society, you know, and teaching people the wrong lessons. I don't want to be hyperbolic, but when you watch Critical Drinker, you end up perpetuating the genocide in Gaza. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't want to be hyperbolic, but that's what happens.
Next thing you know, society's falling apart. Too many right wingers.
There you go. People are literally dying in Gaza right now because of Critical Drinker's movie reviews.
Yep. It's all his fault. Damn it.
I'm sure there's part of Drinker's audience that does care about the Daily Wire, though, and to them, these movies are a big deal. And he has mentioned that there has been a demand from his audience to cover some of these movies. But if so, that says everything about the persistent audience he has. Reviewing a new Star Wars show brings people in from everywhere, but the ones who stick around either share Drinker's conservative leanings, or more worrying, are being pulled rightward because of his deeply slanted reviews and uninformed commentary.
Oh, it's so worrying, Sitch. He's losing sleep at night over this. Oh my God, it's terrifying.
Wait, I thought everything was just subjective. Why is he worried if people are being pulled to the right?
Yeah, good question. Good question. I'm sure Jose will never answer that question.
I don't know.
There's a great example of how this works with the video titled A Tale of Two Snow Whites, which is more or less an advertisement for the Daily Wire's version of Snow White. For those blissfully unaware of this supposed controversy, Rachel Ziegler was cast in a live-action version of Snow White. During an interview about the movie, Ziegler made a comment about updating the 1937 original to be less about Snow White being rescued by a prince and more about her becoming a leader in her own right. This, along with a few early production pictures, has produced dozens upon dozens of outrage videos on the subject. It's a bit of a stretch to think these are all simply passionate Snow White fans expressing themselves, and instead the same group of reactionary fans who are upset about representation in a movie that doesn't even have a release date. Drinker himself.
So, okay. First of all, again, Jose is just lying. The people that were covering this, they didn't care about representation in a movie. Okay. People were not complaining about representation. They were complaining about, first of all, that she was shitting all over, like, again, the original, that the dwarves weren't even dwarves, which should be that's like the opposite of representation, isn't it?
Right.
So like we literally can't even have dwarves in the roles that are specifically for dwarves anymore. But it's interesting because again, like he's such a hypocrite because
I know
a lot of like when people like when they're complaining about like wokeness and all this shit being shoved in the movies, they're like, why is this sort of like far left-wing sensibility being shoved into media, which is designed to try to make people become, left-wing. And that's what they're complaining about. And yet he literally just complained that Drinker is pushing people to the right.
I know.
Okay. So he has the exact same critique as all those people, just in the other direction. And he's acting like he's somehow different, that he's above it, that he's completely above the fray here. When he's just doing the same thing in the other direction.
It's insane. It's totally insane. It's like, look, we got to be worried about this conservative propaganda in movies because we need leftist propaganda in movies.
Exactly.
Obviously.
Exactly.
Why are these people mad about it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's like, and also, I mean, it's this whole the Snow White thing where she's like, oh, it's, I'm going to be about like becoming the queen myself and seizing power. It's like, why does no one, who the fuck wants this? Nobody wants this shit.
It's even did Frozen meets Snow White.
Like, it's terrible. Yes. I mean, they literally did that. They already did that with Alice in Wonderland and it was trash then.
Right.
I mean, the Alice in Wonderland was trash for a lot of reasons, but that was part of it too. It was weird. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Remember the part in Alice in Wonderland where she dons plate mail and fights a dragon? You're like, I don't remember that.
Wow.
Wonderland, but okay.
I guess I missed the updated Alice in Wonderland.
Yep. So it's just so stupid.
Yeah. Look, it's kind of deceptive, isn't it? To put this left-wing messaging into children's movies. I mean, some people think children are, impressionable.
Yep. They did the same thing too with Aladdin, which is like, so the original, like in the original cartoon version, even that, it had, feminist themes where Jasmine is like, I don't want to be bartered off like a princess. I want to marry someone I actually love, who's like a person who has like strong moral character, right? And that was the strong, female protagonist or strong female character, I should say, from the 90s. And then they had to update that in live action version and be like, no, she's going to be like the Sultan herself. She's going to be the ruler herself, even though she existed in a time period of literal patriarchy where women couldn't rule.
That's hilarious.
Has already produced several videos on the subject, and the topic sneaks its way into other videos as well. It's very clearly one of those hot topics for a certain audience, much like the furor over Captain Marvel a few years back, a reaction to Brie Larson that was so volatile and extreme in its negativity that the movie only made $1.1 billion at the box office, unlike many predictions of the controversy that these statements from Brie Larson were somehow going to take down the production. A Tale of Two Snow Whites.
Well, it did kind of set the tone that destroyed basically the entire, all the Marvel movies that are coming out now. So they were definitely banking on like Captain Marvel becoming the next big tentpole sort of hero to carry the MCU post Endgame, and that all fell apart.
Yeah, look, her part in Endgame was like reduced to nada.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great point.
She was supposed to be a big. She's like, I'm going to go way out into deep space for this entire movie. Nobody noticed, all right, but I'll be gone.
You're right. That's a great point. Yeah, they literally had to like write her out because people didn't like her so much.
Yeah. But never mind, it made billions of dollars.
Yeah, there you go. And by the way, like I know Brie Larson, had a lot of bad interviews and said some stupid shit, but I don't even blame her. I blame the way that her character was written.
Well, I mean, she is like a rabid, like she's indoctrinated.
I'm sure. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm sure she is, but like, I'm sure she could.
She's in the cult,
right? But I'm sure if it was written like not shit, she could have done the part decently enough.
Sure, look, actors. Not a lot going on upstairs.
She was in 21 Jump Street. She was in Scott Pilgrim.
She was excellent in Scott Pilgrim, man.
She was good in those
Yeah.
movies, so I feel like she could probably pull it off if the character was written not to be terribly.
This is the religion of Hollywood, though. This is like these actors and professionals. I mean, they joke about how stupid conservatives are as a way of bonding. Like this is conservatives are their Satan in their religion.
Yes,
so,
that's true.
Yeah, this is just in the water, and they can't help themselves. They honestly think like all the world is this same religion as them. They're just so delusional. Yeah.
No, why
they do. A lot of them do fucking hate their fans. They do. I wouldn't be surprised.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Just that's when the mask slips. They're like, the mask is, oh, we love our fans. Wink, wink.
Capitalizes on the similar Ziegler outrage, recycling the same tired interview clips while also serving as an ad for the Daily.
Look, he's making it sound like this is like some manufactured outrage. I don't know about you, but why would you want to patronize a movie with the lead literally fucking hates you? Why would you do that, Sitch?
You wouldn't.
Some people would say you're a fool for doing that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, but it's a good movie. Yeah, but they fucking hate your guts. They think you're evil.
Yep.
Yeah, but this movie's good. Like, okay. I mean, there are other choices that you could make. Dumbass. If you're watching a movie with a star that hates you, you are a fucking cuck.
Agreed.
You're sitting in the corner. Here, take my money.
Daily Wire production. It's the sort of video I hope Drinker got paid for by the Daily Wire to produce, because aside from squeezing more juice from a very old and tired story, it has no reason to exist other than as an ad.
I actually want this one to succeed, partly because I think it's being made with exactly the kind of attitude that's sorely lacking in Hollywood today, and partly because the anarchist in me wants to see the absolute meltdown that'll engulf the mainstream media if this film somehow outperforms Disney's excretion. I mean, let's be honest, it totally isn't going to, but it's funny to think about all the same.
Look at that. That's complete non-delusional perspective there. Because it's so wrapped up in the politics. Like, it could be an amazing movie, but you would have the entire mainstream media come out and paint it as something that it's not.
Sure.
Because they'd all be against it. Yeah.
Now, I'm not really confident in the Daily Wire's ability to produce.
Well, I'm not either. I'm not either.
But yes, I'm
not either. Sure. Look, yeah, but theoretically, they do a great job, and it's totally amazing. Fucking everyone on MSNBC would be talking about how, oh my God, these fucking racists. It's Snow White and the 7 white supremacists. That's what they would call it.
Right. And he actually did a whole video shitting all over Brett Cooper recently.
Shitting all over what?
Brett Cooper.
Who did?
Jose.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. He hates Brett Cooper, huh?
Yeah.
How mean.
Drinker's criticism, a very bitter anti-Hollywood sentiment that a company like the Daily Wire is ready to capitalize on. He's the sort of collaborator you don't need to tell what to do because you know he'll do it anyway. Complain about Disney and modern.
I wish you could just talk to this guy about the idea of Hollywood planting these messages kind of dishonestly in front of young people. Like, there is a subversive, dishonest element to that, right? Like, obviously he'd be against it if it was the other way around. Like, conservative Christians were packing messages into movies for young people. Then he'd be totally against it.
Yep.
But it just seems like he's totally in favor of it because it's the ideology that he likes. Even though, I mean, that's not cool. That's what the Daily Wire's upset about. They're like, look, these are your kids. You want them to learn your moral framework. You don't want that being subverted by a bunch of Hollywood executives.
Yeah.
And Disney used to be on board with that. They were fine with that.
Yep. But this is what's so disgusting about all these bread tubers, especially the ones that do media reviews, is that for all the whining about like drinking and all these other people, the only politics that I've ever really seen Drinker partake in is just complaining about like how wokeness is ruining story. I haven't really seen him push some sort of like, pro-Trump, pro-conservative, social conservative worldview. I don't know. Maybe he does it some other place, but I've never seen any of his like video in any of his movie or media critiques or reviews. And this fucking guy and all the other bread tubers, they all pretend, and it's so funny because he's like literally criticizing Drinker for pretending like Drinker is sort of the voice of like the norm. This guy is pretending like he's the voice of the fucking norm when he's not. He's a radical extremist. This guy's a socialist. That is a extreme position in America. That is a wildly extreme position from the norm in America.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't care.
Modern movies while pretending your low-budget conservative competition deserves to be considered in the same breath. Like I mentioned in a previous video, low-budget ripoffs of major movies have existed for decades now, including live-action Disney ones. The Daily Wire isn't doing anything new or different here. But the reason Drinker is highlighting their Snow White and not the inevitable Asylum Pictures version is because it aligns with the conservative worldview his channel is pushing. Or I could be wrong and they're just paying him, and if so, he should probably disclose that in the video. There's a clip from an interview that Drinker did with the podcast Trigonometry a while back I want to highlight. And yes, the podcast is called that. I think it's supposed to make people on the left angry when it's actually the most embarrassing shit I've ever heard.
You get a new movie or a new TV show by Disney, whether it's Star Wars or Marvel, whatever, that will have an old character in it, but it will usually have a couple of new characters, and then they get their own spin-off movie or spin-off TV show, and then that will in turn create more spin-offs, and it's just this ever-expanding tree of more stuff.
It's moments like these, or when he acknowledges how CG animators are overworked and underpaid, are other small glimpses of him nearly getting to the heart of the problem. None of the complaints Drinker highlights, whether
What's going on?
Capitalism. That's the problem, Adam. It's capitalism.
Okay.
He's almost there. He's so close to blaming capitalism. Why can't he see it?
That was the implication? What is
Yes.
this guy?
real or imagined are new. That he pretends they are reveal that he has no desire to consider that the movies he loved were produced by the same cynical corporate machines that produce movies today. It's how he can, intentionally or not, miss one of the major themes of a children's movie like Mulan, or make complaints about women in movies that he assumes are original, but actually go back decades. He's gotten old enough to see the modern political world reflected back at him in entertainment, but refuses to consider entertainment of the past was produced in the same way. That's why changes to the source material to reflect changes in taste seem like some sort of attack. He's taken the political context of the past for granted as generally good and normal.
Wait. Jose literally has to agree with that. He's being wildly dishonest here. Again, he has to agree. If Jose's point is that everything is changing, he's literally making the Mensch-Small bug argument. He's making the Cthulhu swims left argument, only he just agrees with it because he's a fucking far left socialist. Okay. Since he's making that argument, he has to agree on an ideological level that Hollywood updating films, quote, updating films to match modern sensibilities is them attacking the older sensibilities and saying that they're not valid anymore. He has to agree with that.
Right. Yeah. It's implicit in his argument.
Normal, and changes to that normal must come from hubris or arrogance or some other imagined nefarious intent. Because if it was people honestly trying to reinterpret a story to reflect what they consider positive changes in society, what does that mean about someone who never thought there was a problem to begin with? It's okay not to have realized that there were some problems with society when you were younger. You were a kid, you weren't expected to know, but now that you have the opportunity to learn, it seems like the onus is on you to educate yourself on how movies were made in the past and how that reflects similar trends in the present. There's nothing wrong.
It's just this bizarre psychoanalyzing of like, you're not on current year, but we're on the right side. why you not updated your programming to be in current year on the right side of history, bro?
It's like total cult mentality.
I know.
And it makes him a horrible media reviewer because it makes him a totally bad at just analyzing the real world as it exists. Yet he's completely throwing all of that on Critical Drinker. It's like, dude,
so funny.
Critical Drinker is not even making political videos. You can't make it a video. You can't even watch a video without putting a political spin on it.
Yes.
Fucking it's ridiculous.
I mean, it's funny. We've had basically like storytelling ideas. Obviously, stories have levels of sensibility and cultural attitudes that change with time, obviously. But when he's talking about like a deeper thing, like the fucking hero's journey, you know, you've had this sort of concept for stories that existed for hundreds of fucking years. And it's like, Jose is like not even addressing, you know, the actual argument of why Drinker is wrong, that you have these stories that are throwing out the hero's journey and trying to do this like weird woke strong female character model.
He would not have the right equipment to even make those analysis, because sooner or later, like you drill down to, okay, well, why is the hero's journey something that people find interesting, right?
Right.
Sooner or later, you're going to hit on evolutionary psychology, and I guarantee you, he's not going to like where the evolutionary psychology stuff goes, because it's going to run smack into all of his beliefs on gender ideology.
Yeah, I think it's that, and I think it's also just the whole, like, the left always complains that the right focuses too much on personal growth, and so they allow, you know, societal inequities to flourish because they don't focus on those enough.
Right, yeah. I mean, there are movies that are about societal transformation, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, most movies I think are about individual growth, because it's like, how do you have a character arc for a society?
Sure. I mean, it's obviously like, it's much more difficult, not impossible, but it's much more difficult to have like a fleshed out movie on like a systemic societal change. That's not something about like something historical that you can kind of just jump around the cliff notes because people understand. It's like, you know, movies about civil rights movement or something. Or you have kind of a simplistic situation like the original Star Wars, where it's very clear there's like a good guy and a bad guy, and it's, you know, that's it. I mean, you can do it now easier with like long form, you know, television and long form anime and things of that nature, because there's a lot more time to flesh things out.
10 hours.
But, right. And, you know, but even like you say, kind of do that, I guess, to some extent with Game of Thrones. But even those stories, they still, you have to focus, I think, generally on individual growth. I mean, I guess you don't have to, but like 9 times out of 10, you know, you're going to want to focus on individual growth and character.
Yeah. Why are humans so interested in stories of problem solving?
Because we all have problems to overcome in our own lives.
Seems obvious, huh?
Yeah.
Definitely seems obvious.
And I mean, we want to have role models that either to emulate or just make us feel like we can overcome the problems in our life too.
Right. Look, we're watching a protagonist who's engaged in solving a problem. We think, well, we might have a similar problem. This might help us.
Right. Yeah. Or they inspire us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with enjoying an old movie or TV show that has certain things that haven't aged particularly well. It doesn't make you a bad person. And by not holding on to those old ones, maybe you'll be more open to a modern take that provides new ways of telling those old stories that a modern audience might appreciate more, like with Battlestar Galactica. And sure, sometimes these modern updates can stumble or outright fail in their own right. The live-action Mulan isn't as good as the original, at least to me, but its existence doesn't make the animated version vanish. Disney is more than happy to sell us 2 versions of the same movie. Drinker's analysis...
I mean, I don't remember Drinker saying any of that, so I don't know why it's relevant to the video, but okay.
It's capitalism. Look, it's just a different version.
Right.
Is not a new or interesting thing. He gets details wrong, he makes up stories about the production, and he rarely goes deeper than the superficial. But it's
Something that I showed Jose does all. Yeah, first of all, laughable. Something Jose has done throughout this whole video.
Yeah. I've never heard Critical Drinker be incredibly dishonest in his videos.
Right.
Which this entire video is like an hour of dishonesty.
Yep.
Conservative character has ushered the channel into massive success. He credits the rise of his channel to talking about Captain Marvel in a video while sounding a little drunk. And so he was the beneficiary of finding success riding the wave of conservative outrage. I guess it only makes sense that he gives back by continuing that cycle.
It's so weird. It's like, how the fuck is... So complaining about Captain Marvel being a shitty movie that doesn't follow conventional hero's journey makes you a conservative.
Yeah, look. Why is the hero's journey a conservative storytelling method?
I mean, I guess it theoretically is because it's like a more traditional format. So just that makes it conservative because it's traditional, I guess. Like, this is so stupid. Only conservatives didn't like Captain Marvel.
Look, if you tried to break, look, there are plenty of stories that are written non-traditionally, right? They're generally art house movies and they don't make any money and hardly anybody sees them, right? There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever, guy.
Cycle of outrage himself. His channel is not really a problem, but rather reflective of a larger reactionary backlash to certain types of media. So,
but I thought you said it was like a tiny minority. How'd he blow up like that? Makes it seem like it's a lot of people.
Yeah. Right.
I'm not trying to highlight him as some sort of exceptional bad, but rather representative of a much larger whole. And just know that if you're someone who's watching the Drinkers videos, you're not watching the everyman expressing his outrage at modern movies. You're watching a conservative guy expressing tired reactionary takes that have been leveled at movies for decades. While working on this...
Okay, well, just know if you're watching Jose,
takes, huh?
You're watching tired socialist who can't get over the fact that their failed fucking ideology sucks ass and has never succeeded at any fucking thing except causing misery and pain in the world. They just fucking can't get over it.
Yeah, where's the movie that has the socialist backdrop that's completely successful? Where's that movie? What movie's that?
I don't know. Where's the country that has
look,
the socialist backdrop that's been successful? That's what I want to know.
There's not enough willing suspension of disbelief in the whole fucking world to make that movie.
Right. Exactly. So funny. I'm tired of the tired old socialists whining about fucking socialism, despite the fact that they can't ever get shit done and fail at everything. And every single fucking country that they infect and that they turn to be their socialist fucking experiment ends in a tragedy.
Yeah. Ends in some sort of Holocaust or ethnic cleansing or fucking starvation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. How's China looking these days, huh? They want to invade Taiwan. They're becoming very quickly the George Orwellian 1984 Big Brother state with social credit score. They're disappearing women that accuse their politicians of sexual misconduct. There's no free speech. You can't criticize the government. How's your socialist utopia doing now? I'm just curious. Curious.
Communism failed Russia so badly that they're trying to foist communism on us so that we'll implode. Like, fuck.
Exactly.
Shit.
Okay. Well,
all right.
Video.
That was maddening. That was infuriating. That was great.
You did it, Adam.
I know.
You did it, chat. You
finally made it to the end this time.
I know.
I swear to God, that just it's just so dishonest. But look, they think that's okay. They think that's okay. Look, he thinks Critical Drinker is dishonest. He thinks Critical Drinker's like maniacally twirling his mustache, thinking, "How can I convince these people to be more conservative so that we can win the next election?" When look. All Critical Drinker wants is the same thing everybody wants. More kick-ass movies. Like, wouldn't it be great if every movie you went and saw was like a 10 out of 10? If you were like, oh my God, I'm seeing like Fight Club every single week. It'd be fucking amazing. Yeah. Why can't we live in that world, Sitch? Why do we have to have
Right.
all this fucking trash? Why do we have to like, oh, I can't wait for Tuesday so we can review the newest Star Wars tragedy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why? I want more Matrix, not Matrix 4. No.
Yep.
I want Matrix 1. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, it would be I wish it would be so much nicer if we lived in the alternate universe where Marvel movies were still good, where Star Wars was still good, where Star Trek was still good. I don't want to live in this world where all these properties are like shit now.
Yeah. It's a sad look.
Yeah.
It's a sad world.
Though I guess the benefit is someone who got into anime early, I'm totally happy that anime is popular now. It made stream, so good on anime.
Well, because it's traditional gender roles. Or at least a belief in traditional gender roles. So,
well, it's also just the story doesn't have to conform to woke sensibilities at all.
Right.
It can just be about whatever fucking crazy shit the guy, the main co wants.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm one of my favorite animes, and they have the new season on right now is Konosuba. And Konosuba is a show about a sort of lazy, lecherous man being reborn in a fantasy world surrounded by 3 women who are like all have different levels of personality disorder.
That sounds awesome.
And it's hilarious, and I love it. It's so funny. That show could 1000% never be constructed by a Western studio in any capacity.
That's an anime? What?
Yeah.
What's it? Is that on Netflix? Where is that?
No, it's on Crunchyroll.
Oh, I gotta go to Crunchyroll.
I don't think you have access to Konosuba. Konosuba's great.
Damn
I don't know
it.
if is there an English dub of it yet? I've always watched it in subtitle. So, but oh yeah, no, there's a dub of it because I remember I posted the clip and I made the joke about how Darkness was best girl. But it's literally Adam. There's literally a character who is like a giant tittied lady from a royal family. Okay.
Wow.
Who is a knight? Who her like base character trait is that she's a masochist who gets off sexually to being like beaten up and abused physically and psychologically.
This sounds amazing.
And like, so she's like the perfect like frontline warrior because she just wants to like tank all the damage because she gets off.
Wow. Wow.
And it's like kind of like the main character is like always like making fun of her and calling her like a disgusting pervert for getting.
So she's like winning and she's like, oh, I gotta lose a little more so I can get off.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the perfect character right there. That's awesome.
No, it's a hilarious character. So great. Grendel of that for $20. Thanks so much. Says amusing as Joe's delusional bad faith is have to bow out for season 2 of House of Dragons. So I'll catch the replay. Hope to see you at Gary and Mala stream after. Happy Father's Day to all the dads in chat. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, we should probably watch that. I haven't actually seen any of the new House of Dragon, but I didn't like it as much as everyone else did. So
I liked it a lot. So yeah. I was trying to find out. I was getting jealous of he has so many patrons here. But we have, I don't know, it looks like 800 patrons. So that's not too bad, right?
We have 800 patrons.
It looks like it. I was looking for where to find.
Well, thanks, guys. So hit the Patreons, hit the channel, join the channel, subscribe to Patreon.
Oh,
give us more money. We need to make more content.
Let's see here. We have 775 active members currently. So
nice.
Hello, members, and thank you.
You mean we have 775 members, not patrons on Patreon?
On Patreon, I think we have like 4 patrons.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
But look, I'm going to go, while you're reading Super Chats, I'm going to go to Patreon right now, and I'm going to shout out those 4 people who are patrons, and maybe we'll get a couple more patrons. Who knows?
There you go.
Right?
Subscribe to our Patreon, everybody.
Yeah, look.
Thal for $20. Thank you so much. Says, oh, he found the article that I was talking about. Okay, the bomb threat thing was claimed by Garrett Wang, and it makes no sense. They were having the actors be less emotional when recording because Paramount was getting death threats, and somehow this would counteract them. Yeah, he made this like weird comment, if I recall, in the article about how like he was complaining about the directive of, because in Star Trek, they always had the directive that like the human characters have to be not super emotional because that was Gene Roddenberry's kind of like vision. And he was sort of making this like weird point about how like that's why they're getting bomb threats, or the studio was like wanted to make sure that they maintain the integrity of the original, idea of Star Trek to prevent getting bomb threats. It was a very weird comment, so I'm kind of sus on the whole thing, but JMac or Serga Farr, thank you so much, Daddy JMac, for the $50. Says Brie Larson, I think, coined the term "it's not for you," at least in current day online discourse. She's a pioneer, I tells you. It was about the big opera movie, A Wrinkle in Time, which is honestly one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Oh, did Brie Larson really do I didn't know that's where she started the whole "it's not for you" thing.
Yeah.
That's fucking
she
hilarious.
did. You don't remember that?
I don't remember it.
I'm sick of 40-year-old white men giving me their opinion on Captain Marvel. Okay, it's not for you. Yeah, look it up.
Oh,
it's
okay.
great.
That's funny.
So look, we have Peggy Hill, Kyle Hooten, Tom Moore, and look, Reed Nicewonder. So we have
There you go.
We currently
Thank you,
have
Reed.
4 patrons on Patreon. So
Thank you for being our patrons.
yes, thank you so much.
There you go.
Do we bring up the "for you" clip? Pretty funny.
If you can find it, sure.
Sure. It's like a classic. I can't believe you've never.
We did,
Never
we did the
witnessed it.
voices for that horrible right winger Freedom Tunes
We did, yeah.
for the "it's not for you." Yes.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, our surrogate father, JMac, on Father's Day for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Wow, look at that. Well, that's going to put us over 775.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Look, we're over 800 now. 825 members. Welcome new members.
Welcome new members, everybody.
Right. Welcome.
JMac
welcome.
says it was not about Captain Marvel. He says it was about A Wrinkle in Time.
Oh, you're right. It was.
Which I've never seen. So,
Okay.
'cause it looked trash, like trash.
A Wrinkle in Time. Like who would even make such a trash movie? Oh, women. They love those trashy relationship movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they just leave the action movies to us, Sitch?
Wow.
Why? Although Hurt Locker was pretty good. That was a female director, so not impossible for a female director to get a action movie right.
It is.
The Acolyte. So that's a female showrunner. Are you looking for the clip?
Yep.
Oh, you are?
I
Search
was, but I
Wrinkle in
can't find
Time.
it. So
I'll search it. I'll find
you
it.
find it, yeah. There's a lot of people saying she didn't actually say it, so I don't know what they're talking about.
Who cares? I'm going to blame her.
Oh, here it is. Larson commented on the discrepancy. Let's see.
Oh, I found it. What are you talking
When the
about?
film A Wrinkle in Time was released, it received mixed reviews. And people noted that the reviews seemed split among gender and race. In other words, in general, its most vocal critics were white male critics, and its most vocal proponents were, not white male critics. So they're not even talking about fans. They're talking about the critics. Larson commented on that discrepancy of the event, noting, quote, "I don't need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't
and
work."
one more question. What does it mean to be a woman in film?
It means it's really hard. And if you're a woman of color, then it's really, really hard.
What is this?
So
I don't know.
earlier this
You
week,
put it in here.
USC Annenberg's Inclusive Initiative released findings that 67% of the top critics reviewing the 100 highest grossing movies in 2017 were white males. Less than a quarter were white women, and less than 10% were unrepresented men. only 2.5% of those top critics were women of color. So you're probably thinking right now, like, wow, that super doesn't represent the country that I live in, and that's because that's true. This is a huge disconnect from the US population breakdown of 30% white men, 30% white women, 20% men of color, and 20% women of color. On top of all of this, am I saying that I hate white dudes? No, I'm not. But what I am saying is that if you make a movie that is a love letter to women of color, there is an insanely low chance a woman of color will have the chance to see your movie and review your movie. Other people besides white dudes like Star Wars and would love the opportunity to do a set visit. And I'm also saying I don't hate white dudes. I'm just saying we need to be conscious of our bias and do our part to make sure that everyone is in the room. Good reviews.
I'm sorry, I kind of zoned out. Did she say that she thinks 20% of the population in America is black women and 20% of the population in America is black men? Does she not? Okay. So black people only make up 13% of the population, so I don't know where the fuck she got these numbers from. What is she talking about?
It's a bit weird, right?
Okay. I don't. 40% of the population is not black. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
60% of the 60. Get it right, okay? 60% of the population is white.
Yeah.
And 40% is black.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's okay. That's interesting to me.
Sitch.
Okay.
It's just math, okay?
Okay. Wow. All right, I'm learning things.
I know.
Festivals give small independent films a fighting chance to be bought and seen. Good reviews help films gross money. Good reviews slingshot films into awards contenders. A good review can change your life. It changed mine. We are expanding to make films that better reflect the people that buy movie tickets, but they are not allowed enough chances to read public discourse on these films by the people that these films were made for. I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him. I want to know.
40-year-old white dude. I mean, that's half the audience of A Wrinkle in Time, right? I mean, let's be honest here.
Well, shouldn't you make a movie that can appeal to everyone, regardless of their race?
No, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Look,
I'm sorry.
People only like movies if they see their face on the screen, okay?
Gotcha. I understand.
It's called racism. Why don't you learn how it works?
I feel like I want to watch this movie now. This
A Wrinkle in Time. Oh my
Yeah.
God. This is the Oprah movie. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wrinkle in Time. Well, first of all, I mean, 4 out of 10 is not bad, right?
That's all the 40-year-old white men, all right?
After the disappearance of her scientist father, 3 peculiar beings send Meg, her brother, and her friend to space in order to find him. Well, look, at least there's a clear goal, right?
There you go.
Gotta get her father back. It's the same goal as Fallout.
Yeah, there it is.
Fascinating. This movie just looks atrocious. Oh my God. Oh my God.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much. Says A Wrinkle in Time is not a love letter to black girls. It's hate mail. Like whoever wrote that movie had a vendetta, not a vision.
That's hilarious. Have you seen this movie?
He has, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I gotta check this out. I really want to watch this now.
I'm just looking at stills and I'm going, wow, okay. I'll bring up some of these stills.
Oprah Winfrey as Miss Witch, an astral being as old as the universe. I mean, that's fair, right?
Never ask a woman her age, especially when she's as old as the universe, right?
There you go. I'm curious.
How old are you, witch?
Gotta check out this movie. See if it's a love letter to girls of color.
Oh my God.
JMac for $10 says, watch the EFAP movies on it, way more digestible than the actual movie. I gotta feel like the rage inside me, okay?
Isn't that so sad?
JMac for $20. Thank you so much. Says Hurt Locker was horribly inaccurate, Adam. When I was doing EOD training, it's all the instructors talked about. Oh, really?
Oh, really? That's hilarious.
That's hilarious.
I like that movie though.
It was a good movie though.
I don't care.
Yeah. It was a good movie.
Look at this hairstyle. Wow. I brought up the still of Oprah Winfrey from A Wrinkle in Time with the crazy.
Nice.
It's pretty unique.
Yeah. Carl Sarah
like
for
it.
26 months says, I'm using my membership chat to tell you can no longer send super chats as your boy Zach has informed me that super chats are gay. Sorry.
Who said that? Really?
Your boy Zach? I don't know why. What was his rationale there for that one?
Yeah. That's not
It's sad.
cool.
Sorry to hear that, Goro. Listen, here at Sitch Adam Show, we're good, moderate liberals, okay?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being gay and sending super chats, as we are late constantly to the stream.
Right.
So
We like gay super chats. We like straight super chats. We like, well, Sitch particularly likes transphobic super chats, but
what? No, during Pride Month, I specifically
he won't
deem
read
that
them.
all super
Never
chats are
mind.
gay and trans and queer. So
Never mind. He won't even
Yeah.
read the transphobic super chats.
right.
He can't do it.
JMac $5 says Mindy Kaling does a bumblebee from Transformers except horribly cringe. Okay, I have to watch this movie now.
Why don't? Yeah, look. Why haven't we evaluated this cringe movie?
I've got to watch this. You've made me. I have to watch this fucking movie.
What that film meant to women of color, to biracial women, to teen women of color, to teens that are biracial. And for the third time, I don't hate white dudes.
I mean, I don't even think, did a Wrinkle in Time really penetrate the collective consciousness of America or something?
I don't know. And does it even, I was like, kind of like reading the plot. It has nothing to do with, does it have anything to do with like race?
Yeah, I was like, I mean, you could probably make this argument about Black Panther. Like, I'd say, okay, yeah, Black Panther was kind of a cultural phenomenon that everyone was on board with. A Wrinkle in Time? Fuck.
Right, but like in Black Panther, obviously, it had like very heavily tied into like race.
Of course.
What, did Wrinkle in Time have anything to do with race? I'm just like reading the plot. It looks like it's just like some weird kids movie that has nothing to do with that.
Right.
Why is she is it just because there's like a black chick in the movie or something? Does that mean it's like a movie for black people because they got a black person in it?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe she's from a planet with like 3 suns.
I don't know. Is it the father they're trying to find, Chris Pine?
Oh, nice.
Not exactly a black person. So
Right. They gotta, but look, they gotta save the white dude.
JMX says, no, the family is mixed, but I don't remember race coming up at all.
Oh.
Okay, so this is just like a total, so this is like classic fan baiting. This has nothing to do with the race at all.
I just like that clip. It's
What
not
clip?
for you.
Not for you.
Do you think I want to hear a 40-year-old white dude tell me about A Wrinkle in Time?
Twitter sucks for 17 months. Thank you so much. Says if anyone is watching the anime Mushoku Tensei, happy Father's Day. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Zombie Squad for 23 months says drink a shot when someone says media literacy. Yeah, listen, I am shocked. Shocked that he didn't say media literacy.
Nobody heard media literacy once.
I
did
am
we?
shocked, yeah.
Media
Sean
literacy.
McWillems for $10 says Disney has reduced hundreds of millions of children from repeatedly running around the house with X-Wings in hand in the house, pretending to be Luke Skywalker on Death Star attack to 0. That is true. That is true. It's amazing how Disney has ruined its what could have been such a successful cash cow for them.
Damn it.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says Japanese media doesn't generally have woke influences, but it's sometimes inserted by the translators and localizers. Now that's true. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says conserving reality might just be conservative.
Ooh. True.
Neil Johnstone for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says, I love One Piece. It shows off Height's moral intuitions throughout. Bellamere can save her own life or uphold the sanctity of motherhood and chooses death. Wow. Interesting.
Wow. It's great. Passionate. Love it.
Equishadox for $2 says, male Karen passive aggressive vocal fry.
Oh, yeah. Total male Karen.
You're right. He did kind of have a vocal fry.
And he had the Karen vibe all.
Yeah, he did.
Let me talk to your manager about this conservative YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to cry to your manager over this guy who's far more popular than me.
Lithan Does Well specifically for $5 says, regarding the it's not for you thing. That's perfectly fine. A Wrinkle in Time doesn't have to be for me. Just give us the rest of our shit back, please.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty good.
Like, Star Wars is a quintessential franchise for a 40-year-old white dude. Come on. Let's be real here.
How dare. I know. Not allowed. What was
So
weird is
lame.
like there's all this shit that like wasn't really like it was a coincidence that nerdy white males like something like Star Wars or Dungeons and Dragons or something. Like there wasn't anything inherently in Star Wars or Dungeons and Dragons or any of these other like nerd shit that was like like that you had to be white or male to like, or that was even political. And then we had a bunch of people come in who were like, we need to make our identity about everything. We have to come in and change all of your shit to match our weird, disgusting racism, sexism, because we're obsessed with everything being about race and gender. And you're like, what the fuck? Can you not? And they're like, oh, you're reactionary. Reactionary. How dare you?
Mm-hmm. I mean, but weren't they the ones reacting to the stuff not being progressive? Aren't they the reactionaries?
Yeah, they are, literally, because they wanted to come in and change it.
Yeah.
The original. And then when you react to them reacting, they're like, oh, well, you're the reactionary. Like, oh,
No,
okay.
they're the reactionaries.
Right.
Their reaction was the original reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Can't fool me.
J Mac, our circuit father, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Says the cosmic horror big bad evil guy is actually embarrassing to watch. The acting is horribly paced. The acting is horrible. Pacing and editing is all over the place. Only positive I can say is they managed to have a quote, shut up, Meg, organically. I expect a full review from you guys now. I'm going to watch it. Okay.
This is still a Wrinkle in Time, right?
This is a Wrinkle in Time, yeah.
Okay. Can I watch it on Netflix? Do I have to like...
It's on Disney Plus.
Oh, it is? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Which I know you have.
Yeah, because we're watching that fucking garbage Acolyte show.
Yes. Fondue for $5 says, is that really the way to get Sitch to watch a show? Quote, oh, you know that show, Fearin'? Yeah, super cringe, don't watch it. Reverse psychology, shaking my head.
Oh.
I'll get to elf ears eventually. Okay. I'll get there eventually.
Look, we're the connoisseurs of the cringe here. What are you talking about?
That's true. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, what Netflix did to Radical Edward Abomination. Yep.
Oh.
M8566 for 7 months says, S-Class is streets ahead while A-Team is streets behind.
What does that even mean?
Like streets ahead means you're cool. Streets behind means you're like,
oh, okay.
You're slow.
Maybe I'm taking my time.
Oh, okay.
Who won the race? The tortoise or the hare?
That's pretty streets behind analogy.
Take that,
Yeah.
bitch.
That's what a streets behind person would say. Not Alferis for $10 says, wonderful. Another quote, why conservative X is bad video that CrumbTubers seem to have collectively decided to make lately. I wonder if anyone's been convinced by these or if it's just for their audience.
Just for their audience. Yeah. The audience of cult, NPC, backslapping retards.
Yes.
Yeah.
True. Clown Moosebean, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 15 months. says S-Class is obscure reference. A-Team is another obscure reference. Insert your favorite Sitch and Adam battle cry here.
Nice.
There you go.
I love obscure references.
We love them here at the Sitch and Adam show.
Yeah. Always time for an obscure reference.
There was this like really weird tweet in this. I guess maybe this was engagement bait or something. The guy was like, "Oh, millennials will never understand this," and it was a picture of Blockbuster. And I was like, does this bitch not know how old millennials are?
No, what the fuck does that mean?
I was like, millennials like grew up like in Blockbuster, right? Like the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You think it's so weird. People think millennials are like Zoomers. No, bro.
Right.
You can say that about Zoomers, but
yeah, Blockbuster was still around.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which actually it made me think of, Blockbuster back in the day was a shit because I used to be able to go in there and they had like an N64 set up, which I didn't own. And I could play Mario 64 and it was very exciting. And then that made me remember the worst video game system ever crafted by a human. Okay. Called the Virtual Boy. Do you remember this?
No.
It was like this weird fucking stand that Nintendo made and it had like these goggles. You could like bring up a picture. If you type in like Virtual Boy,
I'll do it.
Wario Land. Okay. And you could see what the gameplay of this fucking monster looked like. And you will just wonder in shock as to what kind of psychopath would make such a device. Okay. It was like it was like this little visor that you couldn't strap to your head.
Oh my God.
It was on a stand. So you had to like bend down and like destroy your neck and back, like staring into this thing, which by the way, like fucking hurt your eyes after doing it for more than like 5 minutes because it had like this weird technology of how it worked. And it was all like the graphics it was a black background with like bright red lines on it. It looked like the most garbage fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. Oh my God. Like, why what was the thought process? I'm just sitting there wondering, like, what the fuck were the people smoking at Nintendo when they came up with this fucking travesty of a device?
Yeah. How many people got eye cancer from this thing?
I have a picture of the device.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What was the game? What's the game I'm supposed to look up?
Here, I'll just send you a picture.
This one doesn't have the stand. This guy's like fully, like, I guess hanging it off his head.
So here. I don't believe it was ever sold with the weight, like with the strap for the head thing.
Okay. So he just kind of put that together for himself.
No, it was, I guess you could, because they were worried that like kids would wear it and then they'd like trip and the Nintendo get sued or something.
Right. So they gave it a stand. They're like, sit down, kid. Put the stand on the floor.
I sent you a picture of what a game looked like. So I want to imagine this being like projected into your eyeball.
All right.
Fucking disaster. Like, oh my God.
Was it in 3D?
So it was weird. Like it did have this like, it was like two different screens, I think, that were like reflected into your eyeballs. So it did have like this weird depth that doesn't show up in like a picture.
Right.
That made it look kind of 3D-ish.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can, obviously it's over both eyes, so.
Right.
Wow. Very good graphics in this game.
Oh my God. This is so fucking terrible.
Yeah, you played this game?
Yes, because they had it at Blockbuster.
Oh, okay.
And you could try it out. And
you'd camp out there?
No, I would play this for like 5 minutes and just be like, I would like play it and be like, this is trash. And I go up to the guy and I'd be like, can you bring it back the N64? Like, I don't want this trash. I don't want this garbage. It was so bad that Blockbuster, they actually had a deal with Nintendo where like you could rent the system for $10. No one wanted this fucking thing.
That's hilarious.
It was so trash. God. Oh, so bad. Equishidox for $5 says, I remember playing the Sonic Adventure demo on Dreamcast at my local Blockbuster. It's a key nostalgic memory. Now that place is a hair salon. That's my Blockbuster never had a Dreamcast. That's interesting. It only had the N64 and the Virtual Boy, but that's cool.
We had Blockbuster at the same time. Well, we had Netflix for a while, but then Blockbuster set it up so you could have movies mailed to your house like Netflix did, but you could take them back to the Blockbuster. So you didn't have to mail them back. You could just turn them in at Blockbuster.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I do remember that now. Wow, I totally forgot that. Yeah, but they still never could compete with Netflix. So.
Yeah. Netflix kind of put them out of business, but.
Yep. I remember going there when all the Blockbusters were going out of business and they were selling all their product. Like everyone was like rushing to buy all the DVDs and shit. Adam Unfriended for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'm highly disappointed in Sitch. No face reveal as Sitch-chan wearing a maid outfit. Come on, Sitch, it's Pride Month. It's okay to use your femboy energy to its full power. Your fangirls will love it, LOL.
Yeah, what are you doing?
You guys
Where's
know
the dress?
You guys know the price.
No.
Okay.
It's too expensive.
The price for me to do the face reveal on a dress is 100 grand. All right. You know the price.
Ridiculous.
You wouldn't. What do you mean? How's that too expensive? You literally wouldn't even do it for 100 grand.
Yeah, but that's different.
Oh, how was that different?
Well, you're overcharging. You're gouging people. I'm just saying, look, I'm not going to do it.
You said that that's not even enough money for you to do it.
Yeah, but you're gouging people.
Oh,
you said you would do it.
Said. All right.
I said I'm unavailable.
Okay. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, anyone remember the Pokemon Snap sticker printer machine they had at Blockbuster when the first came out? Little kid me thought it was the coolest. So the Blockbuster I had, or the Blockbuster near me, did have Pokemon Snap, and I did enjoy playing it. I've heard tale of this magical sticker printer machine. They did not have that at the Blockbuster I was at, and I feel like my childhood was not complete now. There was no sticker printer. I don't know why.
We had a little, like a gumball machine, but it had these homies in it. You remember the homies? They're like a little figurine of like a gangbanger or like a Latino like girl or guy.
No, I've never heard.
I mean, it seems pretty politically incorrect now, but
yeah,
I have dozens and dozens of these little homies. They're pretty cool.
Is it this thing?
I should find my homie collection. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's probably out. Look, there's the internet here. I could just look it up.
I sent you a picture. Is this the thing you're talking about?
Let me see here. Yes.
Okay, I've never heard of these, or these is my fucking life. So I've never seen these before.
Series 13. Okay, look, I have dozens and dozens of these because at the Blockbuster, they had a machine and you could put in 50 cents and you'd get like a homie. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to collect these.
Oh my God, the homies.
Yeah. So I have a big old collection of these homies. Look, I have this girl.
Wow.
Actually, I think I might have blew that girl up in one of my fire videos.
Oh my God, that could have been worth a whole $2.
Well, no, I have some doubles. I think I have 2 of her. That's why I used her for the fire video.
Yeah, but how much do these go for on Amazon? This package goes for $20. That.
Oh my God.
$20.
20. Then there's 6 homies in here.
I know.
Look, I only paid 50 cents for mine, so.
Homies are a series of 2-inch plastic collectible figures representing various Chicano Mexican-American characters. The line of toys was created by David Gonzalez based on the comic strip that he created, featuring a cast of characters from his youth.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the comic that this is based off of?
I am not. There was a little gumball machine that you could get homies out of at the Blockbuster, and I started collecting.
Adam's like, give me the homies.
Look at bottom left in the thing that you sent me. What's going on with this guy? He's got like a bandana over his face. He's got a toolbox and a hammer.
Well, it's weird because he's dressed like a mechanic.
Right.
And he's got the toolbox, but the bandana over his face makes it look like he's gonna like rob somebody with a
Yeah,
hammer.
it does. This is like a little B&E action, right?
Right. So I don't know what's going on there.
That's pretty funny.
Right. Interesting.
These are awesome.
Never heard of these things.
Well, somewhere in the house, I have a bunch of homies hidden away, but I haven't found them yet.
Mm-hmm.
When I find them, I'll report back. You guys can take a look at them.
We want full pictures of all your homies.
They're badass. Of course you want pictures.
M8566 for $5 says, do you like anime, Sitch? Are you a fan of anime?
Anime?
God, it sounds so obnoxious.
Anti-may?
Anime? However the fuck he was saying it. Say anime. Jesus Christ.
It's like a leftist, right?
I know. Anime. Albert, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Fire everything for 22 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says, I have not and will never watch the Cowboy Bebop live action to make sure my memories of the anime are not tainted. Cowboy Bebop for me is the GOAT. Yeah, that's probably was.
Yeah, good for you. Cowboy Bebop was on Adult Swim all the time. That was like the go-to show on Adult Swim.
Mm-hmm. Other side of the fence for $2 says One Piece is woke. Dun dun dun. Well, I think all the One Piece fans are going to be mad at you. How dare you?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, what price to voice act the homies comic on stream?
Oh no. I don't know. Is it bad? Are we going to get in trouble?
Probably.
Are they dropping M-bombs right and left?
I bet. I never even heard of this comic.
Mm-hmm.
Or seen it. See if I can find a picture of a panel here. It's too much words. Too much words on this comic strip, okay?
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it's like a leftist meme. What am I looking at? Okay. Ronaldo A. Ramirez for $5 says, yeah, Gulia went, I'm the Cowboy Bebop now. True.
Ooh.
True.
Thal's giving us a bunch of money today. Thanks a lot, Thal.
Thank you,
nice
Thal.
to see you. Yeah.
Oh, did I miss this one? Thal for $20. Says, Sitch, how dare you not wish Jose happy Father's Day? I'm sure many people at Catboy Ranch call him daddy. There you go.
That's funny.
The Butter Amble for $5 says, critical drinker is absolutely right coded. Watching an open bar episode without an anti-Biden or feminism or whatever joke is impossible.
Really?
They're making anti-Biden jokes. Interesting. Okay. You can definitely shit all over feminism without being right coded, I think. At least should be able to, but
look, and I don't know what the Biden jokes are, but I mean, I've heard plenty of people who call themselves progressive talk about Biden being old and stuff like that.
That's true. That's definitely true.
So I don't necessarily, I have to see the context.
That's true. JMac for $5 says, I can do a Chicano accent and I'm half Hispanic, so you guys would get a pass.
Nice. Okay, well, if you want to come on and read it, I'm game, definitely.
Yeah, there you go.
As long as I don't get in trouble. That's the whole goal of this show is Adam doesn't get in trouble.
There it is. Bacon Vor for 8 months says, heard drinkers say point blank, quote, woke media can be good. It boils down to the writing, but writing so far has played second fiddle to the message. Very true. Very true. Sion Arcale for $10 says, G-Witch is only popular because of the lesbian protag. Its plot is thin and the world building is a mess. There you go. Mr. Borelli for $10 says, do you think production executives insert wokeness because they themselves are woke, Or are they just following DEI policy mandates and being risk averse to avoid blowback from activist organizations? What do you think, Adam?
Where's that super chat?
Mr. Borelli.
You skipped a bunch.
I read them.
Oh, you read them earlier?
Yeah.
Do you think production executives insert wokeness because they themselves are woke? Or are they just following DEI policy mandated and being risk averse to avoid blowback from activists, organizations? Look, I think it's just they're kind of all caught up in this culture. This is kind of the progressive culture that everyone who works in Hollywood and works on these projects kind of swims in. So they just have an aesthetic that they think, oh, this will appeal to people because I know this would appeal to my friends. It's kind of like, look, on the show, Sitch and I are always cracking jokes. We're just trying to make each other laugh. Like, we know each other's sensibilities and we're trying to, ham it up to make each other laugh. And we figure, you guys probably have similar sensibilities. And if we can make each other laugh, some of you guys are going to laugh. That's kind of what's going on with the woke stuff. They're like, this is the sensibility that my friends like and other people will like it too. So when those crazy gay witches in the acolyte are like pulling the thread and dancing and saying, we are one, we are two, we are many. They're going, yeah, based. All my friends are going to love this. This is amazing. And unfortunately, the rest of the world is not woke Hollywood. They're all cringing. Like, whoa,
Yep.
What's happening here? But them, I mean, they got this inspiration in their yoga class, and they're like, oh, fuck, this is awesome. Doing yoga with my friends.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
It's so crazy.
Orca,
you should go to a
thanks so much for
yoga
joining-
class with me next time you're out here, Sitch.
Oh, really?
We'll do a little research.
Only if I get to wear the really tight pants that show off my bulge.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Orca, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seeker. Wheezy Bird for $5 says, this guy says One Piece is leftist, but a future villain tries to commit mass murder on a good monarchy to create a utopia. There you go. You don't like that freeze frame of Brie Larson? I really like the...
No, she
I thought
looks
I
like that's the ultimate Karen look there.
I know. I thought I did great, like getting the perfect, expression.
Not for you.
Yeah, you could hear her saying that, right?
Yeah, it's great. Who's complaining? Awesome.
Orca for $10 says The Boys season 4 is so cringe. They name drop Pete Buttigieg. They did a Pizzagate in an episode. An antagonist says, quote, we need to ban critical super theory. Also, main character gets saved by Pink Eye. Meow. Jesus Christ, that sounds awful.
I was listening to Alterio. Is it Alteria? Alterio? Her video on The Boys today.
Mm-hmm. I know, I kind of lost interest in The Boys in season 2. So I guess I've dropped off. But that's hilarious that it's so woke now. Demon Bunny, thanks so much for 23 months. Says, happy to spend time with my favorite gay internet fathers after spending time with my real father. Well, that's what we're here for.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. We were
We're here
especially
for.
late today just for you.
That's right. I think actually we should take that Brie Larson face, make that like an emoji. It's a not for you emoji.
This would be a good one, huh?
Whenever something's not for you, okay. Put that little Brie Larson face. I think I don't know if I read this one. JMac, our surrogate father for $400 for $2 says, "Happy Surrogate Father's Day, my Suro sons." Well, thank you. Azriel for $2 says, "Have you guys seen X-Men 97? Pretty good." I haven't. I kind of wanted to. I just saw that opening fight scene with Cyclops being pretty based in badass, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool. I should watch it." And then I just never did. So
Is it a show or a movie?
it's a TV show. It's on Isn't it on like Disney for some
Oh.
reason? It's like a weird remake, or it's not a remake. It's like a sequel to the 1997 X-Men cartoon show, which I liked growing up.
Oh, cool.
Matt for $10 says, yes, they may write a likable character, but contemporary writers have far more problems than just that. The dialogue is generally atrocious, and Hollywood can't write good villains anymore, period. I would agree.
Yeah, true.
Pio1524 for $5 says, have you guys ever seen the video on Dan Harmon's Story Circle? It's a modern way of how to structure a story, and leftists still don't buy it, but why?
I have, and yeah, it's good. It's aimed at TV though, not necessarily a movie. It's aimed at episodic television. The Story Circle is. You've seen
but
that,
Dan
right?
Harmon is like a bad person, isn't he?
I mean, theoretically.
He's a baddie, so, you know.
Is he? I mean, seems pretty
I mean, he
leftist
made
to
fun of
me.
woke people in Community, so.
Did he?
Yeah.
You should check out the Story Circle if you haven't already.
I think we watched it on stream once, didn't we?
Did we? I don't
feel like we did.
No, I think we.
No?
It's like a blog post, right? Storytelling 101. Is it on the Channel 101 wiki? It is.
There's a short Adult Swim version of it, but I don't know if we play it, we'll just get hit by the Adult Swim. So. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, my favorite book series is Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, whose main character is Lizbeth, a deeply flawed person trying to overcome her past. I haven't read the book. I saw the movie, though. It was okay. I liked when she kicked the dildo into the guy's ass. It's a good scene. Have you seen that movie?
What is it?
Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
Oh, yeah. That's a great movie.
Remember
I
when
love
she
that
kicks
movie.
the dildo in the guy's ass? Because he
She
sexually assaulted her.
I don't recall that, but
You don't remember that scene? How do you not remember that scene?
oh, she inserts it and then kicks it.
Yes.
Okay. I thought
It's the guy who was
I
like,
imagined her kicking it from across the room and it like
No,
flying across the
no.
room and like 3 points.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Her therapist or whatever sexually assaults her and she gets even.
Yes.
Yeah. The end of the
That
movie
has
is
that
great.
good. Well, it's like one of my favorite scenes with Daniel Craig and Stellan Skarsgård.
Yeah,
he's
the
talking
ending.
about how like the courtesy
Convention.
basically dooms him to like almost dying because he's trying to be courteous.
Yeah. So many dumb fucks, man.
Yeah. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, if you want a discussion on realism in media, mostly video games, consider a semi-recent video by YouTuber The Butter Anvil.
Sweet.
TLDR, consistency is more important than realism. Consistency. Well, I mean, in video games, sure. Yeah. I guess that's true. I don't know. I have to see. I'll watch it. I have to see your video, what you mean by that. So. Oh, wow. Butter Anvil, your video on this got 400,000 views. That's great.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Look at that. That's awesome. Good for you.
Very cool. What's the video about?
Realism doesn't matter, but it isn't useless. Well, good for you. That's awesome. Sick. An alien for 7 months says, fun fact, most countries have Father's Day on different days from each other for some reason. Here in Australia, it is in September. That's funny, I guess. I mean, I guess because it's just like a made-up holiday. So that's why. I mean, it's not like...
It's funny that everyone makes it up, though. Should be like Christmas.
Another made-up holiday, right?
Yeah. Why not
There
make
you
it
go.
all on the same day, though?
There you go, yeah. Right. It's a good point. M8566 for $2 says open bar number 100 this Thursday. There you go. Thought for $5 says wanna see Adam's soul cringe? The C is always right. Gwahahahaha.
What's that?
The C is always right.
Oh. How's that making my soul cringe?
Wasn't that part in like Rings of Power or something?
Oh yeah. That is cringe.
That was like the
Oh.
male version of the witches and going the power of one, the power of many.
Oh yeah. Oh
the
yeah.
C is always right. Yeah.
Oh.
No, I think they only said it like
was so bad.
once or twice. So. Thal for $5 says the power of one, the power of two, the power of 18.
Oh my God. Thal, don't make us ban you from chat, okay?
See, you said say it, Sitch, like it was gonna be bad for me, but it's bad for Adam. Okay, we're associating 18 with cringe.
Please.
The power of one, the power of two, the power of 18.
That's so awful. What level of cringe is going to be achieved this week, Sitch?
It can't be. Nothing can be as bad as that. There's no way.
When are they just going to come out and say like the Jedi are homicidal killers?
It's going to be a mistake. It's not going to be intentional. Like they told the Jedi to turn off the generator for some fucking reason, and he just whoopsied it, and it blew up and killed everybody or something stupid.
Why would they tell the Jedi to turn off the generator?
I don't know. Why did the Jedi give a fuck about them on the planet in the first place?
We thought this planet was uninhabited.
Yeah.
But it turns out you have Force users here.
So?
It's just so stupid. We were
heard
just
you're raising
randomly tooling around through the universe.
Right.
And we stumbled on this giant planet and just so happened to land where the only life forms are. What a coinky dink.
I mean, they just use little scanners. Scan the planet and they say, oh, look, there's a giant fucking castle on a mountaintop.
We thought
people living in it.
We thought this planet was uninhabited, and then we
Right.
found you here.
Yeah.
Do you think they scan from space? It's
do
just
they
so
have
weird. Nothing makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I know Star Trek they scan from space all the time. Do they have that technology in Star Wars? Can they like scan an entire planet and determine where there's life? I don't actually remember.
Why are they there?
Because they're running away from the Jedi.
No, but why are the Jedi there?
Because they were running away from them.
No, they never say why the Jedi are there.
No, the
Like
Jedi are there because they were looking for them.
No, they said they thought the planet was uninhabited. The Jedi definitely say, we thought this planet was uninhabited.
Yeah, right.
So why are you there? Are you looking for rare minerals?
They were
are
looking
you there
for
on
them.
vacation? Are you pulled over?
Trinity was
to
lying.
film a porno? Why are you there?
So when Trinity Jedi said that, she was lying.
Oh, she was?
Yeah.
When she said, we thought this planet was uninhabited?
Right.
Well, they imply that they're lying, but I don't trust the witch. I don't trust any of these people.
Oh yeah, you guys are right. In Empire Strikes Back, they had that little guy scan Hoth. That's how they found the rebels. They found their little, but they didn't find the life forms. They found the little the generators. I thought the little disc things. But yeah, they have. Well, it wasn't from space though. It had to
probes.
land on the planet and scan it.
Yeah,
right.
They had little probes running around.
Yeah,
on
it's not
Hoth.
as good as the Star Trek level. Like they can just scan everything from space thing.
Look, you're 4 Jedi on an uninhabited planet. Why are you there? What the fuck? That's an essential part of the movie.
Because they're training children.
Look, if it's a good training base. No, not the witches. Okay, the witches are there. We know why the witches are there. The witches are there to run away from the evil Jedi who want to ethnically cleanse them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the Jedi just randomly show up. Why are the Jedi on the planet?
No, they scanned from space to see the base's shields were active. Oh, okay, fair enough. There's no answer to the question. They don't answer the fucking the central conflict in Star Wars Acolyte is that these lesbian witches had to run away and hide on a planet by themselves to impregnate themselves with Force babies for some reason. Because the Jedi didn't want them to do this. And they never fucking explain why the Jedi give a fuck that anyone is doing this at all in the entire story. The entire conflict about why these witches are in conflict with the Jedi, which is why the woman is killing the Jedi in the first place, is never explained. We don't know. They don't give a shit. The writers were too fucking lazy to actually come up with like a story in the first place. They said, it doesn't matter. The Jedi are just bad. Lesbian, which is good. Just shut up, suck it down, fucking sheep, and swallow it.
Power of one, power of two.
Yeah, exactly.
Power of many.
Exactly. Right. Like, shut up, swallow this nonsense. Okay.
I can't stand it. This is why, why am I watching this?
I don't know.
We have one character that May is the only one with a goal. She wants to kill 4 Jedi. And we don't even know why the fuck she wants to kill them.
I'm guessing she blames them for everyone dying, even though it looked like it was her fault.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we don't have a clear picture of why she wants to kill the 4 Jedi.
It's true.
But we also don't know how the Jedi ended up there in the first place. Like, did their spaceship crash?
No, they were looking for them.
It never says they were looking for them.
Well, that's the implication.
Yeah, but if it's not, it's you can't look. We can't just go off an implication.
I don't know.
So let's just say they are looking for them.
Right.
Why?
I don't know.
Why are they looking for them?
Because they're anti-lesbian Force witches. Okay.
Oh, okay.
They're bigots. The Star Trek hate the gays.
I'm sorry, but the entire Empire / Republic has outlawed gay marriage.
I know.
We heard there were some gay married witches on this planet, and we have to talk to them.
Right.
It's the Republic, right? The Jedi are with the Republic?
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, the Republic was voting for gay marriage. I'm sorry, not gay marriage, for whether gay people could adopt Force babies. And they said no.
Right.
Gay people cannot adopt Force babies in the Star Wars Republic. And so they had to run away and hide from the horrible homophobes of the Star Wars Republic and go on a planet themselves to adopt their space babies.
What space year is this? All this is happening before the prequels, right? The Republic is before the prequels.
Well, the prequels are when it's a Republic, but this was supposed to be, I thought, significantly before the
prequels.
Yeah.
And then the Empire is the original trilogy.
Yes.
Right. Where are the sequels at in that time frame?
It was the First Order, and I don't remember what the fuck the New Republic was called.
Right.
If there was one.
So this was back when the Jedi were on their ethnic cleansing arc.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes.
Actually, it's not really ethnic cleansing. It's more like homosexuality cleansing. I don't.
Right.
What would that be called? I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
Their homophobia arc.
Yes.
Damn it. These writers are so brilliant. Oh man.
Okay.
Great stuff.
Somewhere guy for $5 says, Adam, what are some of the best and worst scripts that came across your desk at Deadline Junkies? What advice would you give to script writers?
That's a tough one. It's been a while. There were a lot of really good scripts. The whole thing was structured around comedy scripts, so it was all comedy, but I like comedy sci-fi stuff. There was one that I remember that was particularly good that was about this society of people that were basically in prearranged marriages that were pretty funny. It was pretty funny. But well, let me see here. What advice would I give to script writers? That's a tough one. I don't know. Learn maybe read Save the Cat. Save the Cat is like a really basic place to start. Most of it comes down to like starting with an idea, and log lines is definitely the way to go. So start with a log line that has a lot of conflict in it and kind of branch out from there. Do a log line, write a treatment, turn that treatment into a script. Most people, they start a script basically with some idea that captures them for like a scene, and then they kind of try to build a story around some scene that they find interesting. That is not the way to write a script. The way to write a script is to start with an idea, like a really strong log line, then a treatment, which basically you discover what the ending of your story is, the most compelling ending of your story is going to be, and then basically write scenes to go to that end. And then once you have that treatment, flesh it out into a script. How's that, Sitch? Do you agree?
That's pretty good. I agree.
Yeah.
So I know Philosophy Tube was in that episode.
Mm-hmm. The Acolyte.
And had some pretty cringy lines. Did you catch that was Philosophy Tube?
I did not. No. Yeah.
No, okay.
What were the great cringy lines?
They were like, it was during the scene where they were in two scenes. They were in one scene. They're like, the Jedi are here, like when the Jedi showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other scene was when they were arguing about what to do. They're like,
the Jedi are here.
Yeah, that was like, that's all they said.
Oh.
It's just some, throwaway. But I don't know. Tree Surgeon says that they were involved in writing. Is that true? Were they actually involved in writing this fucking trash?
Well, that explains why this is such garbage then. Why this is garbage tier content.
I mean, that'd be hilarious if that's true, but
mm-hmm. They were floating ideas and they're like, how does the trans community feel about this scene? Philosophy Tube, tell us. Remember what I said about the problem being just everyone is kind of in this woke cult? They adopt each other's sensibilities. Oh, this will be amazing. Everyone will love it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, people in Texas watch it. They're like, what the fuck is this? Couldn't that just be avoided if they brought some people in that had a decent cringe detector?
You would hope.
Why not just have those people in the writer's room?
You would hope.
Yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says, did the Jedi violate the Galactic Fourth Amendment? Wouldn't it be interesting show if Star Wars had to think how Jedi mind reading fits with civil rights?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of what's annoying too, is that there could be some like interesting thing if you actually fleshed out the world, even if you wanted to make your weird political statement, you concocted some kind of like, civil rights political controversy of how like the aliens are fighting with each other or something. And you're like, well, how would the Jedi fit in this situation? Like, that could actually be an interesting show.
This thing has 8 episodes. Look, Sitch and I are gonna be able to do the best breakdown after we see all 8 episodes, because it's really difficult to tell, what they're going for here and what is just like inept filmmaking. Like there's a scene in the last week's episode that it's impossible to tell if the Jedi are lying about everyone dying in a fire, because obviously
right.
It looks more like everyone drank poison, and they have brought up poison. So maybe they all drank poison and the Jedi are lying. Or if it's just completely incompetent filmmaking and they really did die in a fire, but nobody knows how to make people look like they died in a fire or shoot it correctly, or right. I mean, that could be the case. Like they really could have died in the fire and they're just inept filmmakers.
It's always bad when you're in the situation where you're watching a scene from a movie and you're like, okay, are they just incompetent?
Or is this part of the story? Yeah.
Or is this part of the story? And you're like, I don't know. I'm kind of confused here.
It's a game I like to call incompetent writers or incompetent filmmakers.
Right.
Which are they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it sucks. Yeah, but once we get to the end, we'll know if they're kind of hinting at something. I mean, your analysis was right on the money when you made the observation that the bad way to do mystery box is where the audience is completely in the dark, but the characters actually know everything that's going on. Like,
yeah,
right now, like as the Jedi are running past the bodies that look like they're poisoned, the Jedi know what's going on, right?
Yeah. But we don't know.
Like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's such bullshit. And there's not enough interesting. There's the way to do that right is like to have some kind of misdirection. Like Fight Club is obviously the perfect example, right? We're not looking at Fight Club like Tyler Durden is some manifestation of this guy's personality, right? We think Tyler Durden is in the room with him and interesting things are happening with that storyline, right? Mm-hmm. We're tied up in what Tyler Durden is going to do next. Like, we're following a story that we're engaged with all the way along. And then at the end of the movie, they show, oh yeah, well, it's actually a different story. Just as engaging, but they provide this new perspective.
Right.
In this, you're watching something and you're going, I'm not engaged by anything that's going on because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Right?
It's so mysterious, you don't even know what you're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not engaged by any of this because there's nothing interesting happening.
Well, you don't know enough information to know if there's anything interesting happening.
Yes, exactly. Look, a woman, a person who wants to kill 4 Jedi could be interesting if I know why the fuck she wants to kill them. Right?
Right. And that's just like the base. Because then after that, it has like that's not going to mean it's going to be interesting just on that alone. That's just like the fucking base requirement.
Well, look, I said it could be interesting if I know her motivation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Like if the woman wants to kill 4 Jedi because one of them, stepped on the back of her shoe and gave her a flat tire one time, I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'm not interested in this story, right?
Right.
Like, what the fuck? Look, if the Jedi killed all of her family, right? But it doesn't even look like that happened from the perspective that we have now.
Mm-hmm.
So look, they're giving us little pieces of information and they're like, okay, well, this isn't the accurate information. We don't want to give them the accurate information because that might actually be interesting. Let's give them this information that is not interesting. That, the crazy sister killed them all in a fire.
Or did she?
Right.
I know. Terrible.
And it's so, look, if a little girl falls into a pit, like the authorities are going to like find her body, get her out of there and find out what her condition is. Right.
Well, that's weird too. It's like, so the Jedi watch this temple explode and this girl falls in the pit and they just run away.
I know.
Why don't they come back and like, don't they like have to pull the bodies out to bury them? Like the Jedi are the space police essentially in the Republic. Don't these like lesbian witches have family members who would like want to know that, oh, your sister, your daughter, she died because she was part of some like cult and her thing exploded. They're like, oh my God, it's horrible. Like, can you give me her body so I can bury her? Oh, well, you're going to have to go to this deserted planet like 1,000,000 miles away and go pull her body out of the rubble because we didn't fucking bother.
Now, look, in the first episode, he's a Jedi, right? He says, I saw her die. I'm like, motherfucker, you didn't see her die. You don't know if she's dead down in there or not. He
Yeah, was
never
he
even
just
looked.
lying?
You fucking ran away.
I guess he just lied.
He did totally lie.
Yeah.
Can
'Cause
you
he's,
imagine?
Jedi, right?
Can you imagine search and rescue calling in? Yeah, we saw her fall in, so we're going to lunch. What of it? Yeah, we're done for the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. She might be alive in there. Well, you want us to go back and look? Not
That
only
seems
that,
difficult. I don't know if I want to do that.
even, I mean, Luke Skywalker had his little grappling hook. What the fuck? He can't grapple down in there? There's like a whole half of a bridge to hang off of.
Mm-hmm.
None of them have their little Star Wars grappling hook.
They didn't. They did not. Or they could. Why can't they just use the Force to like levitate the other one down?
Yeah, look. Why doesn't he just grab her with the Force and bring her right up again? Oh my God. This show is the worst.
That's terrible.
Huh. Can't believe we're like 10 movies and 20 series in here and still the Force powers are not illuminated.
I know. No one cares. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Corona Kid for 19 months. Thank you so much. Says Dungeon Menchie is a great show. Recommend everyone take a look. Great characters where no one could make alone with goofy characters, but real stakes. S-Class is best class. Yeah, it is kind of a very interesting mix of serious and like real stakes, but also light enough that you have these like goofy ass characters doing goofy ass shit. And so like,
what are the stakes?
well, he has to get to, so his sister, this isn't Delicious in Dungeon. His sister has been eaten by a dragon and he has to recover her body somehow, like from the dragon who ate her.
Oh, okay.
So that's the stakes. But actually, you can watch it. It's on Netflix.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Check it out if you want. It's called Delicious in Dungeon.
Delicious and Dungeon. With all my free time.
Well, I know. That's true.
Fucking.
Lucifer the Doorman for 10 Canadian. Thanks so much. The Sitch Elden Ring DLC drops on the 20th. We know you were scared of the game, but now is the time to face your fears. Also, A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo woo.
Well, there you go. Well, actually, all the Kingdom Hearts games came out on Steam.
Oh,
nice.
Nice.
I should stream those. I should buy them and stream them.
Do it up.
Joshua Scthules for $20. Thanks so much. Says, long-time listener, few times chatting. Love your takes. My wife has been in the ICU with severe pancreatitis. Sorry to hear that. Probably going in for surgery. Believers and atheists for Jesus, please pray for her. Can you share our give, send, go? Thanks.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, send it. Send it or something, and I'll link it. But yeah, I will definitely pray for her.
Yeah, that sucks. Life
Kirk,
comes at you fast.
I know. Kirk Dean for $5 says thumbnail looks like a soy latte Sargon. Ouch.
Oh, it does? Is that our thumbnail?
Guessing. EcoShadox for $5 says, to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Star Trek Picard. Most of the socialist subtleties will go over a typical Judd's head. There you go. Walter Mellon for $10 says, why are all these hit piece vids voiced the same? Sounds just like the praise of Shadow when he went after Wendigoon. It's weird. There's like it's like they all kind of try to emulate a very similar audio aesthetic. So I wonder if Jose also I wonder if he looks like Wendigoon, trying to do that weird like pedo stash thing. I wouldn't be surprised. Cameraman 502 for $5 says y'all should watch The Feral Historian. He did a video. He just did a video, The Federation's Cashless Society. Also, his videos on the domination of Draka rule. I'll check it out. I don't think I'm familiar with his content, so That is interesting. Star Trek, Jobs, Money, and Replicators. Check it out. They don't really explain that much about how the economy works in Star Trek because I don't think they wanted to bother figuring it out. So,
In Star
I know the Rick
Trek
and
or
Morty
Star
copy
War-
pasta.
Star
I
Trek.
got it. I got Equishadocks. I know. Too high IQ to understand Rick and Morty. I got it. Don't worry. Callisto for $10 says the MCU never acknowledges this. Oh, I read that one. Let's see. Toxic Monger of the Hateful Brew for $10. Thank you so much. Says there was that one moment in the show where the parents try to beg to see their kids who have been locked in their rooms, unable to leave this whole time, then just ask for death if she won't release them. Yes, that was the part I was talking about. Totally crazy. Steel Wrath for $10 says the comments on Jose's video are unhinged, and I suspect pro drinker comments are being deleted before the attraction. The commenters don't understand the criticism and conflate leftism with liberals. Not surprising, unfortunately, but
Yeah. Liberals allow you to make whatever you want, whatever decisions you want with your story, right?
generally,
That's what
yeah.
liberalism is.
Free speech. Hayden Dill, thanks so much for being 23 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says, this Father's Day, we praise Sitch for being the best dad of this work relationship. Adam, I hope you're ready as the work mom to give daddy his reward tonight.
Oh my God.
Make sure to check the closet for Sammy, though.
Is Sammy going to be watching?
He's going to be watching, taking notes.
Busily taking notes, busily doing figure drawing or whatever.
Yep.
Are you guys in the chat? Can you hear the background when I pull up that delicious thing? I don't know.
What?
I keep clicking on Netflix and it's doing some audio, but
I mean, I
if
can
they
hear it, but
can
I don't know if the chat can hear it. But
could you hear it?
I can hear it. I don't know if the chat can hear it because I think they're on a different
Did you really hear
sound
it?
thing. But
Did you hear it in the delicious and dungeon in the background? Hold on one second here. Listen now.
I don't hear anything.
Okay. I tried to set it up so I could listen to videos in a different window and it wouldn't go out. Seems like it's working now.
I don't know. Equishock says he doesn't hear anything, and then Gabriel says it's so loud.
I know they're
don't know if he's just
messing with
trolling you.
us. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trolling us.
Lucy says no, so I trust Lucy.
Yeah. Lucy's totally trustworthy. You know why?
Because she's a dirty sticker.
You can always trust someone who avoids
Mr. Borelli for
steal.
$10 says, just realized I'm spending my day off watching a stream of two guys critiquing a video of a guy critiquing a video of a guy critiquing movies. Do I need to touch grass? No! This is peak reaction. Okay? We're reacting to reacting to reacting. This is peak content.
Yes. Hey,
There
of
you go.
course.
Twisting Trading, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Fondue for Joe says, whoa there, Adam. I like Project ACO.
Yeah. I think I looked that up, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh, okay.
It's an anime.
It's an
Have
anime
you seen
thing.
it?
No, I never even heard of it.
Project ACO. A film focuses on 16-year-old Japanese teenage schoolgirl Aiko, who defends her best friend, Seiko, as they face off against her fellow classmates. Just what you like, Sitch. A
That's
good
what I like.
High school drama.
Yep. And 48 for 17 months says fan baiting is about advertising. Advertising costs have exploded. Make your show a cultural event gets the very existence of the show known. That's a good point too.
Yeah, but if everyone hates it, what's the point? Right?
Hailstro for $5 says, would Jose be okay with replacing female characters with male characters? Could we replace Ghost in the Shell with a white guy? Doubt it.
Of course not. Be impossible.
Cyborg for 26 months. Thank you. Says, Sitch, you totally missed the whole point of Eva. Why does someone's growth only have to be to become badass for you to find it a good story? Well, it doesn't have to be. I generally like to see characters in a weaker state become stronger people. I mean, it doesn't have to be the way someone grows. What is Shinji's growth in Eva? Because it's definitely not to become more competent or confident in his competency. So,
yeah, isn't like competency some attribute that's kind of always achieved?
I mean, one hopes, right?
Yeah, you got to learn from. You're going on a journey. It could be a physical journey, it could be a psychological journey, but the whole point of the story is to gain wisdom from your experience of the story. Like there's certain conflict, you make certain decisions to overcome that conflict. You have some successes, you have some failures, but there's some synthesis in the journey that ends in you becoming more competent. Like if you went on the journey and became less competent, I mean, now you're really pushing at what it is to be a story, right? Look, I started this story with a certain level of understanding, and now I'm a retard.
Flip it.
Success.
Right.
Clip that.
Yeah, clip it.
Go ahead. Clip it up.
Yeah. No, like if I like the concept of Evangelion. I like sort of putting the giant robot genre through the realism genre critique. And obviously it's very well animated. Obviously the opening song is a banger. And there's some cool action scenes and everything. But listen, I would just like it better if the character of Shinji, he could start off being the whiny, traumatized PTSD child that you would expect someone to realistically be at that age, but to just overcome it. If it was, not every story has to be about someone becoming a hero, but I happen to like stories like that. So I didn't really like the direction they went. I didn't watch any of the movies or sequels or any of that shit, but I just didn't like the direction the original series went with Shinji as a character. I didn't find him to be interesting character. I found him to be just kind of boring and whiny and pathetic and lame.
Awful.
Yeah. That nobody guy for $10 says, I watch all your stuff and off topic never happens. Well, fair enough. The US draft has only happened several times in our country's short history, so hand wave, we have potential service equals citizenship for men. Well, you could say we have potential service equals citizenship, and that's true-ish, I guess. It kind of seems unlikely to me. It's not impossible, obviously. There could be some sort of global catastrophe or some sort of catastrophic event, but it seems, bearing aside catastrophe, another draft seems unlikely, but I guess not impossible. So again, if you want to say that either they should get rid of the mandatory draft or make women do it, I mean, sure. I'm literally the person who thinks that, see, I don't like the way it's framed. See, it's weird to me. And I don't agree with the concept that you should be like, you have to serve in order to get citizenship. I don't agree with that whatsoever. It's not within the foundation of our country or our constitution or anything like that whatsoever. And I don't really see why we should have to have that. And yet I'm the person who does advocate that we should basically have mandatory service for everyone once they get out of high school. And my point for that, it's weird because my point from it isn't from like this kind of like service equals citizenship perspective, but more from the perspective of, I think if you have to have all the people when they graduate high school, either A, serve in the military, or B, serve in some sort of non-military, work core thing, across the country that it would help kids, A, become more mature, B, get a greater sense of the world before they go to college and try to make a decision about what kind of job they want to do. And C, I think it also help, young kids have a better, more unified American identity and help bring the country together.
The Sandwich Corps.
There you go, the Sandwich Corps. So that's how I would structure it. But I would never in my mind kind of frame it as like service equals citizenship. I don't know why that framing just rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, me too, obviously.
Because that's like, oh, well, if you can't, like, I mean, are we going to go full, like, if you can't serve for some reason, you just not get citizenship?
Completely gets voting wrong. Completely gets the distribution of resources wrong.
Yeah.
Completely gets how power works wrong. Even in the book, when they talk, like the book, it comes from the Heinlein book about the service equals citizenship. They make the argument, or Heinlein makes the argument, that the only reason people in the service should be able to vote is because they're the only ones that understand sacrificing for others. And I'm like, this is such fucking bullshit. Like, they're literally being paid to be in the service. Like, and you think service guys are going to be like, oh, look, I think we should vote this way because I want to sacrifice for the entire good of the country. No, they're going to vote their own fucking interests. They're going to vote military people's interests. They're going to be like, we vote, we control how power is distributed, how resources are distributed. Fuck everyone else. That's the way it always works out. The people who can't vote, they are put upon by the people who can vote. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. Look, if you're in a situation just, with 100 people and you're divvying up stuff, right? And 5 people are going to vote and the rest of people aren't. Like, where's all the stuff going to go? To the 5 people and their friends, right? Obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So fucking simple.
Fondue for $5 says, I think Jose has a point. Critical Drinker's audience got him to watch Arcana. Some other audiences could use that tenacity. Fondue trying to make us watch Arcana. I'm sorry, Arcane.
Yeah.
Sounds Muted for $10 says, one thing I don't like is the narrative, quote, he's being paid and shilling conservative media. Meanwhile, he's negatively reviewed Lady Ballers and I believe the Gina Carano Daily Wire film. Well, that's why Jose didn't want to actually play anything other than like a single sentence he said about Lady Ballers. So,
yeah, of course.
EcoShocks for $2 says, this Jose guy is the patron saint of midwits. There you go. Muggy for 14 months says, what is the better incest situation? Okay, that's never a good starting of a question.
Right, an incest question. We've been waiting all night for this.
We've been waiting for that. Okay.
Okay.
Doing the dirty deed with your stepsister or your adopted sister. Also, give me a wrench. First of all, asking the incest question is not a good way to get a wrench.
That's a good way to not get a wrench.
Right. So, what's better, to fuck your stepsister or your adopted sister? I mean, isn't that the same? Like, was there any difference?
Aren't they both step?
Is your adopted sibling called your step?
Yeah.
No, they're not. Isn't step only if it comes from a different relationship?
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same.
I'm going to say it's the same.
Equally
I'm going to say
bad.
it's a draw.
Yeah. Equally bad.
Equally bad, sure. I mean, how hot is she? That's the real question, right?
Don't have sex with your stepsister, okay?
I guess adopted sister could be potentially worse because stepsister means it comes from a different relationship. So, like, theoretically, you could be...
The adopted sister could be your real sister.
No. But I mean, like you could... It's always weirder if you grew up with them, even if you're not related to them, right? So, like, if you're, like, already, an adult or a young adult, and then you get like a stepsister, it's probably less worse than if you have an adopted sister who you grew up with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say adopted's probably worse.
What if she tells you that she's your stepsister and then you have sex with her, Sitch, and then it turns out she lied? She's really your biological sister.
How would you not know that? What do you mean?
It's a hypothetical, okay? Just answer the hypothetical.
Well, what is, you didn't ask me a question. You just said, like, what would happen if, well, I don't know. What do you mean? Then did you fuck your sister? What do you mean? That's what happens. I don't know what you asking me.
I guess the question is, after that, is suicide the only way out?
Listen, you'll be okay. All right, you'll survive.
Okay. You will be?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Get out of there.
Yeah, you don't want some Chinatown situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my
that's
God.
Much worse. That's much worse.
Talk about the big reveal in Chinatown.
There you go. That's a reference that, like,
yeah, nobody gets.
Only the old people will get.
Yep.
Listen, Deswall specifically for $2 says, Wiz is mine. None of you can have her. That's true. Wiz is a pretty good girl in Konosuba. Vinny the Doorman for 23 months. Thank you so much. Says you love Konosuba, Adam. Also, Darkness is rich, hot, blonde, and a masochist. Wife. Wiz is a very close second, though. There you go.
Okay. Every time I log into Netflix now, it's just all anime. Like every suggestion is animated.
Based. We ruined it for you. Yes.
It's like all I ever watch on there.
Good.
Good.
Let me see if I read all these.
Fondue for $5. Oh, maybe you already read that.
Muggy for 15 MYR says, I feel like you guys don't know how it would feel to not eat breakfast when you're avoiding my hypotheticals. There you go. Hey, listen, we answered the question, okay? Or I
said
answered
same.
it.
What are you talking about?
Well, we said same, but then I changed it to I think adopted's probably worse.
What? And then I even made up another hypothetical that
You did.
Sitch wouldn't answer.
You didn't even ask a question. You were just asking me how I would feel about it. Like
I said,
not good, obviously.
Is suicide the only way out?
I
You
wouldn't
never
feel good
answered.
about it.
Oh, actually, you did answer. You said suicide. You said it'd be fine.
I said
You'd
I
get
would
over it.
survive. I wouldn't commit suicide now.
What he meant to say was he'd try it again. That's what he was thinking. He's
There
like,
you
how
go.
good was it?
What I meant to say was, how hot is she? That determines my
no.
reaction.
Ugh.
Lucid Doman for 5 Canadian says, Sitch, get on that workout routine I sent you. You didn't. Fuck you. Let's see. Where were I read that one? Tater Pictures for $5. Thank you so much. Says, just realized my membership got renewed again. Thanks, J-Mac. There you go. Some weird guy for $2 says, but have you boys seen Blood In, Blood Out? I never even heard of that.
Nope.
What's that? Haven't seen it.
Blood.
Okay, let me
in,
read the
blood
Streamlabs.
out. Okay.
Let me
Then
refresh the page.
Then we got those book clips still too.
The what?
I'm just kidding.
Oh. Dr. Doolittle for $2 says, if you're ever feeling down, just remember that Sammy G can't even call me a bigot to short women because that would imply I'm larger than her.
Oh, big it. Get it?
I didn't get it. Interesting.
Boom, boom.
Dr. Doolittle for another $2 says, this video dovetails nicely with In Praise of a Shadow's horrible hit job video. Both creators assume that conservatives are too stupid to understand what they're critiquing to the point where they don't know it's mocking them. True. I actually thought about that. It's kind of interesting that Praise and Shadows video got so much more negative attention, and this, like, no one really focused on it, I don't think.
Well, he only went after Critical Drinker. Praise of Shadow, like, went after a bunch of people.
That's true.
Yeah.
He had a scatter shot.
Which was laughable, yeah. So everyone was
Dr.
like,
Doolittle
oh,
for
look, I got mentioned.
Right. Dr. Doolittle for $2 says, funnily enough, I saw some Twitter meltdowns because the two Gundam lesbians were confirmed to be married And then the studio or magazine was published walked that back. Oh, really?
Wow. They're like,
That's
no, they're
funny.
not married. Are you kidding me?
That's funny.
That would be crazy.
Dr. Diller for another $2 says, you have it wrong, Sitch. These people don't assume that war is bad is inherently leftist. They assume they're right about everything and that reality is left-leaning. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah, late stage capitalism.
True. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, quote, we need ugly characters so our female fans don't feel bad is such an unintentionally horrifically offensive idea that only feminism could create. Very true.
Right. Yeah. As if ugly girls don't like looking at good-looking people.
Right. Delta Centauri for $5 says, I would love to hear this guy's arguments on why Drinker liked Fallout, Arcane, Train to Busan, Everything Everywhere, Blue-Eyed Samurai, or even Furiosa as a bigot, but then they get mad he does like them too. Yeah, it's a thing. That's a good point. Why did he like all those things? As
Who
an evil,
knows?
bigoted conservative.
There's one scene in Furiosa that I can't stand at the end of the movie when she's, I mean, even the way it's shot, Chris Hemsworth character is like massive compared to her. Like he weighs like 2 of her easily.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got him like chained up and she's standing so close to him. Like she has the fake knife set up in her leg. And he grabs a knife and pulls it away, but it's fake. And it's like this trick.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so it's so stupid.
Like, why didn't he just grab her? Is that what
Yeah, why? He's so close to her, he could easily grab her and overpower.
Right.
Like, he literally grabbed, like, he could have grabbed her leg. Why wouldn't he grab her leg? Is he that stupid? Is he that stupid?
Yes.
He's going to grab the knife handle when her fucking leg
Did she have
is
a
right
gun?
there.
I don't remember. I remember seeing your timeout, but I don't like clearly remember like everything.
Even if she had a gun,
right?
He would fucking take
Try to
a
get out of
shot.
her head.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah. You're right.
Look,
That's
he's
a good point.
so close to her. I'm like, this
Yeah.
is ridiculous. This is totally
true.
ridiculous. Yeah. She should be standing 10 feet away and he should be at the end of his chain, like trying to get loose. That's
Right.
That's the way the scene should play. Fucking ridiculous.
Somebody for $2 says white dudes are allowed to have an opinion on Chris Pine and Chris Pine alone. There you go.
Oh,
True.
sad.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, look, I kind of liked Freeren, but it's really bad about introducing a flashback that heavily foreshadows the episodes ahead. You watch for the character work / exploration of themes. The plot is meh and tropey. There you go.
I hate
There
meh.
you go.
Meh and tropey. That's the worst.
Interesting.
Ugh.
D503 for 20 Mega Man XRs have you considered talking to Molebug? He's nice. I don't think I'd find it interesting because whenever I hear him talk, it's like, oh my god.
Yes, he's super boring and fucking lectury, and I don't want to talk to that guy. He doesn't look. He's one of those broadcast people. He talks at you. He doesn't listen to what you say.
Right.
He's like, I'm the celebrity here. You're here to talk to me, and guess what? I don't give a fuck. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, I'm not interested in talking to Molebug at all. I don't think he has anything interesting to say. I mean, I've read his stuff. I think it's like way overstated how fucking deep he is. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else?
Van Darian 29 for $10 says, hey guys, a while ago I super chatted that I was opening a cafe in Pelham, and we opened June 1st in Pelham, Alabama.
Nice.
Valhalla Board Game Cafe. Please look us up on social media. I'll give you some free drinks if you're in town. Wow. I mean, if I'm in Pelham, Alabama, I'll check it out. That sounds cool.
Where is it? Pelham,
Alabama.
Pelham.
Called Valhalla Board Games Cafe.
Sweet. Pelham,
There you go.
Alabama. Look at that. I haven't been to Alabama in forever.
Neither. I haven't been to Alabama in a long time either.
You've never been to Alabama.
I've been to Alabama.
No, you haven't.
Why do you think I've never been to
bullshit.
Alabama?
Don't bullshit.
Why would I lie about that? That's such a random thing to lie about.
That's what I was thinking.
I
Why
have
would you
family
lie
that lives
about
in
that?
Alabama, Adam.
Oh,
That's the only
really?
reason I've been there.
Oh, wow. Look at
Yes.
this. He's pulling my whole family's from Alabama.
I didn't say they're from Alabama. I said I have family that lives in Alabama. Okay.
God. Sure. Where's Tuscaloosa's in Alabama.
Right.
I thought Tuscaloosa was in Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a good name for a board game, right? Tuscaloosa. All right. That was a great show. Amazing, amazing, amazing show. And that was fun. What a dipshit. That guy should delete his whole channel.
Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. Pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it was awful.
Anyways,
what? What's going on? Wrap the show up.
Look at this.
Start the outro already.
Adam doesn't want to do the harmonica, guys.
No, I'll do the
He
harmonica. I'm just
doesn't
waiting
like
for the
you.
proper opportunity.
He doesn't care about you.
I want to see how this outro is first. I want to make sure that it's up to my meritocratic standards.
Oh, really? Your standards, huh?
Yeah, look.
You want to do the outro?
Sometimes I feel like the outro's a little, it's a little, I don't know. It's a little like acolyte-ish. It's a little
I read your Elden Ring super chat, Lucifer. You just missed it.
Oh, you did?
I read it.
Yeah. He was probably watching the acolyte right now.
There you go.
That's probably what
you want to
he
do the
was
outro, Adam? Let's see. Okay, let's hear your outro.
Thank you all for coming. Those of you who made it to the end of the show, you are the heroes of your universe, the isekai protagonists of.
No, keep going. I like this impression.
What's an isekai protagonist?
Isekai.
Isekai.
It's a genre of anime where a character dies and is reincarnated in like a fantasy world.
Oh, really?
So Konosuba, the show I was telling you about, it's like a comedy version of that.
Okay.
Where the shut-in character from Japan dies, and usually when they get reincarnated, they're like gifted some kind of amazing, overpowered ability, so they will succeed in the fantasy world. But he chooses to go with the goddess, who's kind of like a bitch, but she's like almost completely useless and kind of obnoxious to deal with. So he made a huge mistake.
But she's easy on the eyes, right? Obviously, that's why he picked her.
Well, she is attractive, and she doesn't seem to ever wear panties, and she wears a very, very short skirt. So you like that.
Oh my God.
Right.
Isekai protagonist, you have picked wisely.
I don't know. Picking Aqua is not exactly wise. I don't have to disagree, but
Okay. Well, look. I think he did an excellent job. So
okay.
So this
Overlord is a
like if
terrible
you-
anime. Don't watch that.
So
Ignore
this is
Lucifer.
like you died and were reincarnated in the Sitch and Adam universe. That's
I don't know. That sounds bad. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonists who would be smart enough to not pick Aqua. That was a mistake. Happy Father's Day to all you out there, past, present, and future. And thank you, Jose, for your incredibly shitty, dog crap, horrible, bad faith attack on Drinker. And it was a lot of fun to go over it and see how much it was trash. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye, Jose, you fucker.